Chapter 651, Measurement and Conjecture. Professor, where are we going? Hannah pushed the box, followed Dumbledore, and asked curiously. According to her original idea, she thought that the next step should be to go directly to the home of Mr. Newt Scamander in Dorset, or to the training ground of the England Quidditch national team through some long-distance travel magic. However, judging from Dumbledore's follow-up actions, it seemed that he had to go to Diagon Alley first before leaving. Oh, we still need to purchase something. Don't forget, there is another lady who will be enrolled this year. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes stopped on Luna, and he said softly, in addition to Miss Lovegood's wand, wizard robe, and magic book, you two also need to purchase school supplies for the next semester. After all, after the training is over, you should be sent directly to King's Cross Station. Huh? Yeah, I almost forgot, Luna, you only officially enrolled this year. Then he'll open the door for everyone. Hannah was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded suddenly. She almost forgot about it. As the sole legal heir to the Broken Cauldron Bar, Little Iron Girl rushed to the closed high wall happily, counting the bricks with a serious face, and preparing to help Dumbledore and his party open the commercial street leading to Diagon Alley. Magic Channel. Count up 3 pieces, and count 2 pieces further down. Don't be so troublesome, it'll be fine. Before Hannah stood on tiptoe, Dumbledore raised his right hand and waved lightly. Immediately afterwards, the entire brick wall began to tremble. As if it was alive, it quickly separated to the 2 sides, forming a larger and larger opening, and soon a winding cobblestone street with invisible end appeared in front of them. Ah, the magic on this wall was something I used more than 70 years ago. Dumbledore shrugged. As an old wizard who lived a little longer, he was naturally present in the construction and maintenance of most of the important facilities in the magical world today. This is also a little convenience for the elderly. However, what the old man didn't notice was the gleam of light flashing through Eleanor's eyes as the wall separated. There is no doubt that this is not just a simple setting of a deformable wall. After more than a year of magic learning, I saw this scene again, and what Elena can think of in her mind is far from what she used to be. The entire reconstruction project of Charing Cross Road is covered. For a huge project of hundreds of meters, this is not so much a hidden entrance as it is a stable space door. Perhaps she can write to Grindelwald to try it out in the Quibble province. You know, in the magic world, there has never been a real magic city. If her vision can be realized, then this year's Hogwarts can do too. At least in this way, Hogwarts Happy Farm has a chance to move towards Hogwarts Happy. The ranch has been iterated. But before that, we must first determine which varieties can be cultivated as a key. Elena thought without any margin, and took the list with Hannah to purchase the textbooks that the 3 of them will need for the next semester along with Hannah, as well as other things that Luna needs to purchase, such as the crucible and tamping thing. As for Luna, he followed Dumbledore to the Ollivander wand shop to reselect the wand. Although the black walnut one made by Elena's hair can also be used by Luna, because Elena is only a mixed blood the magic amplification effect her wand can bring is not very good, so she has to change it again. A magic wand will do. Elena and Hannah walked through the streets of Diagon Alley, the drugstore, the Lion bookstore, and of course, the Madame Morkin's robe specialty store for Luna's body proportions and dressing model, Elena even better than the girl herself. On the other hand, as Mrs. Morkin said before, after a year, most of the little girls will face the situation that the size of the robes is not suitable and needs to be replaced, except for a few. Wait, Mrs. Morkin, you are not measuring the wrong thing? Elena first glared at Hannah Abbott, who was holding back a smile, turned her head to look at the adult witch next to her, her face solemn, and her tone was very serious. You don't have to worry about the price. I am already rich now, and I can afford a whole new set of robes with lining. You don't need to save me money. Really don't. I'm sorry, my dear, but your size really hasn't changed much from last year. Mrs. Morkin shook her head helplessly, and the one waved lightly in the air. The next moment, a roll of parchment flew out from a corner of the shop and quickly unfolded in front of Elena. For every little wizard who bought a robe from me, I will keep the figure size for at least 3 years. So I'm pretty sure you haven't grown much taller. Well, your bust hasn't grown, but it doesn't matter. You are still small. But as a conscientious tailor and wizard, I really can't sell you clothes that don't fit your size at all. Hey, speaking of it, what is your size, Elena? At the same time, Hannah but leaned in curiously and looked at the unfolded parchment. When I was in school on weekdays, Elena always liked to stuff or reserve of food in her chest, and she often wore platform shoes with platform shoes. Under the cover of the long wizard robe, it was really difficult to see what her physical fitness was. As for the occasional time when everyone takes a bath together, they are always playing around in the bathroom. It is difficult to have a clear and intuitive data concept under the fog. The only thing that can be confirmed is that after a year of study time, Elena seems to have slowly changed from the height that was originally in the lower midstream to the smallest of the 4 of them. Nothing to look good. It's almost like you anyway. Before Hannah could see the value on the parchment clearly, Elena suddenly stretched out her hand, re-rolled the roll of parchment, and threw it back to Mrs. Morkin. Her face blank and her voice replied stiffly, "Let's go, we should meet Luna." Sure enough, Paracelsus' guess was finally fulfilled. Due to the unrestrained use of runes in school some time ago, her lineage was inspired. As a magical creature with a lifespan that is longer than that of fairies, the 11-year-old is among the Veils and has not yet reached the stage of development. According to the nearly 500-year-old, uniquely accomplished in the realm of life, what the old wizard said, Elena's physical development may be slightly delayed compared to normal wizards. Obviously, the little bit of Paracelsus' mouth seems to be different from the time that ordinary humans understand. Elena, who is still 1 meter and 2 meters, anxiously kicked the gravel on the side of the road. It seems that during the summer vacation, in addition to the classic 3 questions of what can be good, she needs to ask Newt about the knowledge, to increase again. I just don't know if Newt, as a master of magical beasts, has the skills to quickly develop a little bit of Kevin, take a day off. Well, work overtime tonight, plus Kevin. Although there is a big context in the story, some scenes, characters on Newt's side have not been decided yet. After all, there is absolutely no reference for Newt's family and him after the year. You must be original and avoid work. If you write it out, you can't change it. Please give me some time to think about it, Kukoko. I really didn't play games. I finished my stamina this morning. Explained seriously. Chapter 652, Bournemouth and the Safe House. Somewhere in Dorset, England, accompanied by the sound of apparition, 4 figures, 1 big, 3 and 4, appeared in the corner of a secluded street. Of course, seclusion is only relative. It seems to be an extended side street on the side of the main road of the city. On the side of the street is a row of ordinary Victorian yellow brick houses, with some shells and wavy frosted stones. Decoration. Elena raised her head and looked at the shop signs on the street outside, as well as the light blue road signs erected next to the street lights. Hey, this is Bournemouth. There is a hint of the unique salty smell of the sea in the wind. The surrounding buildings and environment perfectly reflect the fusion of ancient Victorian architecture and the Art Deco style of the sea, not to mention the big Bournemouth on the road sign. There is no doubt that this is Bournemouth, the most famous coastal tourist destination in the entire UK. Yes, is there any question? Miss Castellana. Dumbledore nodded happily. While carefully examining his surroundings, he explained gently. The training venue for the England national team is on the opposite side of Studland Bay. I remember that moles called that place the long and vast Jurassic Coast is very suitable for hiding a part of it. It's a strange course without attracting the attention of the moles after all. Things like Charing Cross Road and Diagon Alley should be kept as few as possible. With the passage of time, the rate of expansion of the non-magical world in the world, and the rapid increase in the scope of its activities in the last few decades, has become an extremely headache for the Ministry of Magic of various countries. Therefore, when the magic world chooses some long-existing large-scale venues to establish locations, it has to choose some places far away from the moles living, spacious, and even if there is not a part of the concept in the concept, it will not be too eye-catching. Well, it sounds reasonable, but Elena glanced at the tourists wearing swimsuits on the main road not far away, and answered slowly thoughtfully. The seaside accommodation in summer is indeed a welfare event that makes people unable to fault and refuse. But if you add Newt Scamander's secret residence, it's a strange feeling of incongruity anyway. It is one of the most trafficked bay towns in the UK, and it doesn't look like it at all. A ranch suitable for raising animals. Beauty looks a little cramped here, not like Newt Scamander's home. As if guessing what Elena was trying to say, Dumbledore smiled slightly, and while explaining, took out 3 small golden squares like chocolate frog cards from his pocket, waved gently, and floated into Eileen. Now 3 hands. Come on, read the above content first. This is the that Newt prepared for you to enter the door. If you don't have this, even if you go through every inch of land in Bournemouth, you won't find where is the entrance to the special house. What's this? The address of the Scarlet Faithful curse? Elena raised her eyebrows, and looked at the card in her hand suspiciously. Well, this is a chocolate frog card. To be more precise, it is Newt Scamander's character card, but compared to the pile of ordinary cards collected by Ron, the edges and background of this card seem to be made of gold foil paper, the unknown pale golden substance. And it is different from the common chocolate frog character card. Maybe that is the words written at the end of the line. After resigning from the post of principal at Hogwarts and the post of Fantastic Beasts Administration of the Ministry of Magic, the famous fantastic zoologist Newt Scamander and his wife Dina Goldstein are now living in Dorset Special County. In this world, there is more than one way to protect the magic safe house. This is a more peculiar, more ancient magic enhancement protection method, and many old wizards prefer to use this method to live in seclusion. Look, Dumbledore said with a smile, pointing at the row of ordinary Victorian houses in front of Elena. The next moment, as if ancient plants suddenly returned to the city, countless vines, branches, flower beds, and shrubs suddenly grew crazily from the ground. In just a few seconds, they completely swallowed the houses they had seen before. After the surrounding environment was blurred for a while, it was as if a pulleys were installed under all the streets and houses. The whole world quickly retreated towards the distance centered on Elena and replaced by a piece of land, a vast field, and a strange house that seems to be directly grown from a huge old tree. This is. Elena's eyes widened subconsciously, and she stared at the changes in her surroundings. She didn't feel any magical fluctuations, nor did she produce the slight discomfort in space teleportation similar to that of apparition. To be precise, she did not move at all, and it was the world that moved. As for Luna Lovegood and Hannah Abbott standing next to her, they were completely stupid at this time. The 2 little lollies' mouths opened slightly at the same time, and they couldn't even make a sound of surprise. Come out, just staring at the surrounding environment blankly. Well, don't be too surprised. The magic is much more vast than you think. Dumbledore patted Elena on the back and said softly, if you are interested in all of this, you can try to ask Newt later to see if he is willing to tell you some of the mysteries. Don't look at me. I don't know this magic. He also number. Perhaps, only Newt will spend a lot of energy on studying these magics. After all, he has too many wonderful creatures to take care of. Now, let's go in quickly. Newt should already know that we're coming. Just during the conversation between the two, the door of the huge old tree-like house not far away suddenly opened. An old wizard of spirit opened the door and walked out. Today's update, P.S. The newcomer up's main half-round-faced fat chicken COO asks for attention, asks for 3 links. Please leave. Sorry. Regarding the follow-up plot, I thought about it carefully, and completely gave up the low-ec poisonous weed written purely for the sake of eating. That would not be Elena. It took a day to reorganize the outline. The water plot is actually not difficult, but I don't want everyone to spend money and time and energy to see a bunch of crude water-infused spicy chicken content, which can't pass my own level. Therefore, sorry, take a day off. Please believe that I can bring you a better story. Well, there is no updated little fat chicken today. You can go to Bilibili and search for half round face fat chicken. There are Elena's customized HP high energy enrollment step-by-step video. Remember the 3 consecutive not sure next time. Chapter 653. The time to fight for acting has arrived. Scamander House, 396 Huttonhurst Road, Bournemouth. In the impression of the surrounding neighbours and local government officials, there is an ordinary elderly couple living here. When they are mentioned, people have almost no other impression except for some vague outlines. At most, it is just one sentence: "Oh, that seems to be a pair of friendly and ordinary old people." In the magical world, there is even less content about this one. In addition to knowing that Newt Scamander and his wife are currently living in Dorset, they even know which Dorset he is in. I don't know which area of the county is. With the passage of time, most of Newt Scamander former friends, whether they are moles or wizards, have been permanently asleep in the cemetery. On the other hand, the wizarding wizards in the magic world it will not be less. As a wizard who is also at the top of the magical world, a master of magical animals, Newt Scamander is simply too simple if he wants to hide himself. If there are not those few door cards made by him, even Dumbledore could not enter this private domain protected by magic. However, in response to Dumbledore's request, Newt has never had much resistance. At this moment, Newt Scamander was wandering in the living room, taking a distraught look at the clock by the door from time to time. Different from the multifunctional magic clock in most wizard homes, Newt's house is just an extremely ordinary mechanical clock. The only advantage is that it is extremely accurate. Under the care of magic, the error has been less than 1 in 10 years. It was already 10:30 in the morning, and if nothing else, the little girls should be coming soon. In fact, according to Newt Scamander's original idea, when he heard Dumbledore's request, his first reaction was to refuse, but on the one hand, he was never the kind of person who would refuse in particular. And on the one hand, his wife also showed great interest. After hearing that 3 Hogwarts first-year girls would come to live in the house temporarily after so many years, there is no daughter or granddaughter. This has always been a pity for him and his wife, and according to the long-standing family status, apart from the issue of magical animals, as far as Mrs. Scamander decides, poor Mr. Scamander usually doesn't have much room to refute. The only one what puzzled Newt was why Dumbledore would write 2 consecutive letters, one after the other, to him and Tina. Although Dumbledore has always been good at perceiving people's hearts, small methods like this are always a bit weird. I don't know why, after agreeing to Dumbledore's request under Tina's persuasion, Newt has always had a premonition of restlessness, as if he saw a group of dashing goers heading towards him. It's the same. However, compared to the worry in her husband's heart, Tina Goldstein did not take it seriously. In her opinion, Newt's so-called worries are nothing more than excuses that her husband seeks to avoid contact with more people, just a few 11 or 12-year-old little witches. Could it be more than accompanying so many magical animals' trouble? Newt Scamander glanced at the clock by the door, and asked expectantly when the hour hand had just passed 10 o'clock. "Tina, do you think they won't come? Maybe they changed their minds?" Albus Dumbledore is not an unbelieving person. I think they should be coming soon. Mrs. Scamander smiled slightly, patted her husband on the shoulder, and continued to organize the candies and snacks on the table. As an Americaner married to the United Kingdom, although she did not graduate from Hogwarts, she still respects the principal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and the old wizard who twice saved the entire magical world. Newt, relax. The arrival of the children will bring youth to this house. But I don't know why, I always feel. Newt shook his head, and as time approached, he became more and more restless. Just when he was about to go out to see if the guests had arrived, His face was suddenly taken aback. Through the window, he could clearly see that 4 wizards with key cards were in this magical space. One of them was naturally Albus Dumbledore, and beside the old wizard, there were 3 other wizards. A little wizard like a baby bird, as Dumbledore described in his letter before. There are indeed 3 very cute little girls. Only, why didn't that feeling of uncertainty in my heart not only didn't dissipate, but it became even stronger? Perhaps, as Tina said, he is just a little afraid of getting along with these strange children. At the urging of his wife, Newt shrugged helplessly and opened the door. "Professor, welcome. I almost thought you were not coming back today." Newt Scamander greeted Dumbledore, frowned and looked at the 3 little witches who followed Dumbledore carefully. He didn't notice anything disturbing, and he paused. Nodded gently. "Well, and I welcome you all to my home. It looks like it's bigger than before." "Newt, you are really talented in space magic." Dumbledore looked around and said quite admiringly. "It is different from other wizards who seek to kill magic, or seek longevity, power, and money. Newt Scamander is an extremely pure wizard from beginning to end. His sole purpose of learning magic and understanding magic is to better accompany and protect the magical animals living in the magical world. Precisely because of this, unknowingly, Newt has even surpassed him in the field of magical space. It's just a slight change in the weather and the grassland on the edge of the field." Faced with Dumbledore's praise, Newt rubbed his nose with some embarrassment. Even if he is now more than 90 years old, even if he has briefly served as the principal of Hogwarts, but when facing Dumbledore, Newt still unconsciously has a kind of attitude towards teachers in school. After a short pause, Newt stepped aside and pointed to the living room behind him. "Maybe we can go into the room and have a chat." Tina prepared sweets and snacks for the children. Since knowing that you are coming today, she has been trying various biscuits and candies with different flavors since the last few days. "Oh my god, I have a dozen of such scenes. I haven't seen it in years." "Candy? Dessert? Cookies?" Elena, who stood obediently behind Dumbledore's eyes, suddenly lit up, and involuntarily looked at the legendary master of magical animals in front of him. Waldorf Newt is no longer the handsome guy in the previous Life movie. But with this sentence, in any case, this first impression score is at least much stronger than that of Grindelwald, who is also an elderly person. At the same time, Mrs. Scamander opened the door and walked out, beckoning to Elena and others. "Don't stand outside, come in. Snacks and hot tea are ready." Elena silently clicked a thumbs up in her heart, and the little dumb hair on top of her head swayed happily from side to side. Sure enough, a wizard family with a happy marriage indeed entertains children much more than those single, divorced, widows and elderly people. If it weren't for Grindelwald now, for her grandfather's sake, she might have defected in a few days. It's just that, as a little demon who abides by the spirit of the contract, she still has to fight back for an old potato who has been cherishing for decades. Of course, before that, she must first protect herself. Identity of. Although she had starved to death on the plateau because she was lost and starved to death on the plateau before the second part of Fantastic Beasts was released in her previous life, she had already made up for Newt Scamander before coming here. Related information. Whether it's his wife Tina Goldstein, or Newt Scamander himself, it seems that there are a bit more grievances with Grindelwald. If your identity is revealed, this summer vacation may be another one unfolded. Newt Scamander's way of living in seclusion completely exceeded her expectations. For this kind of residence hidden in the magical secret realm, even if she could find a way to secretly deliver the letter of help, she was not sure whether the Huberian and Grindelwald could accurately locate and complete the rescue. Fortunately, in terms of acting, Elena believes that she is still quite successful in her practice. There is only one chapter today. I will work harder tomorrow. Pay the debt. Chapter 654. 3 Advices. Magic Secret Realm. Newt's house. Under the warm invitation of the Scamanders, mainly Miss Tina, Dumbledore, Elena and others were not polite, and followed Newt into the house that seemed to be wrapped in a huge old tree. In the living room of Newt's house, the first feeling of the whole living room can be described by one word: ordinary. Compared to the magic brooms, magic rags, and magic teapots that can be seen everywhere in other wizarding families, the living room of Newt Scamander's house seems to be the living room of an ordinary non-magic family at first glance. A huge piece of parchment hung on the wall by the door, recording a very detailed feeding and treatment schedule. After all, Newt is now in his 90s. With so many schedules and arrangements every day, sometimes there will be some omissions. Having such a feeding and treatment schedule can at least ensure that he will not miss things because of his age. Of course, compared to the past, Newt now feeds not too many magical animals. In addition to the 3 cats and raccoons who are kept as pets, there are 100 little guys in total. Most of the other magical animals have either been released back to nature or have already been entrusted to his son. And related magical animal protection organizations in the magic world of various countries are responsible for breeding and protection. So welcome you to my house. Newt glanced across the crowd standing in front of him, and finally landed in an empty corner, and said nervously, "I'm Newt Scamander, of course. I think you already know it. I think about it, you guys. Well, my dear, maybe, I think we should help these 3 little ladies put their luggage first." Before Newt could finish speaking, Mrs. Scamander smiled slightly and patted her husband on the shoulder. At the same time, she looked at Dumbledore and the 3 little witches standing behind him slightly apologetically, and continued gently, "Sorry, Newt doesn't dislike you. It's just that our house hasn't been a guest for a long time. Anyway, you should come with me first. I have already cleaned the room in advance." By the way, are you accustomed to live together or separate room? Of course we live together, and the same goes for our dorm at Hogwarts, Elena replied without thinking, showing a sweet smile, leaning gracefully. "Thank you so much, Mrs. Scamander, you are so kind. However, maybe we will cause you some trouble in the next period of time, so if there is anything we can help at home, please let me know." Polite. "Oh, dear, you are so cute and sensible. How can it be troublesome? I'm too happy yet." Tina Scamander smiled and shook her head. Her eyes softened when she looked at the little witches. Sure enough, as the children who can make Dumbledore ask Newt and her to take care of them temporarily, these little witches are quite comforting in character, compared to the ignorant and savage children. It's a big difference, especially this child who seems to be the youngest. At first glance is the kind of obedient and sensible child. Thinking back to the quarrel between her son and grandson when they were young, Mrs. Scamander couldn't help but feel a trace of regret again in her heart. It's a pity. If she and Newt could have a daughter, it would be great. Perhaps, at some time later, I can urge my son and daughter-in-law to try to give birth to a granddaughter. Let's go. I will take you to see your room and take a brief tour of the whole house. While talking, Tina Scamander's wand lightly moved, and the suitcases of the 3 girls floated silently, as if being pulled by a few invisible ropes, slowly moving towards the corridor ahead. "Float away." Newt Scamander also recovered, and hurriedly agreed with his wife's words. "Then I too. Maybe we should stay in the living room and talk." At this moment, Dumbledore cleared his throat with a smile, and raised his eyebrows at Newt. "Women's affairs, just let the ladies take care of themselves. To be honest, I think it might be more suitable for us to stay in the living room. After all, the little girls may have to spend a lot of money just to arrange the clothes and decorate the bedroom for a while." "Yes, Newt, just entertain Mr. Dumbledore in the living room. He'll just be here." Tina Scamander nodded, her face full of approval. Immediately, she turned around and beckoned to the 3 little witches behind her, and walked towards the corridor by the living room. "Come with me, dear, your bedroom is here." After a while, only 2 lonely old men were left in the living room. After looking at each other in a long silence, Dumbledore thought for a while and took the initiative to break the silence. "Then Newt, if you want to express gratitude, or apologize, then it goes without saying." Almost as Dumbledore spoke, Newt spoke suddenly. "After so many years, He can't remember how many times he has been forced to bow by an overlord like Dumbledore. He has been completely accustomed and numb for a long time, except for a slight helplessness. There are no other fluctuations. Yes, number. There are just a few important information. I think it is necessary to inform you in advance. Dumbledore shook his head and said softly, considering the sentence. Newt frowned slightly and asked with some doubts. Information? About what? Before he could finish speaking, Dumbledore suddenly took out his wand and waved it. A visible magic shield enveloped the two of them, as if an independent space appeared out of thin air, completely enclosing them. Inside, seeing the old man's unusually cautious behavior, Newt's unintentional premonition that had finally been suppressed in his heart suddenly surged to the top without a doubt. This is an advanced application of space magic. As for the purpose, it is naturally to ensure that the content of the next two conversations is absolutely confidential. Just what kind of information? At this time, Dumbledore, who was silent for a few seconds, said in a solemn voice, "That silver-haired child, Elena, her identity is a bit special. You must be vigilant and treat it with caution. If one is inattentive, the destructive power that the child can cause can even affect the entire world." Sure enough, I knew it would not be so easy. Newt's heart was stunned, and he looked at Dumbledore in front of him blankly. Dumbledore paused for a while, and continued, "First of all, I don't know if you noticed that the child is not a purely human wizard. In fact, she is a mixed-race Veil who grew up in a mole orphanage, and for some reason, V's blood was aroused. Outlier mixed blood V? Newt's commander repeated in a low voice. Dumbledore nodded, looked at him, and explained with a wry smile, "If there is no accident, it should be an abandoned mixed blood V. In the past year, I checked the abnormal combination records registered by the Ministry of Magic and found no information about her parents. And considering the V race characteristics, I guess that's it." Newt's commander's face suddenly became a little ugly. As a master in the field of magical animals, he naturally knows a lot about the V race. Veilus are very special magical creatures. They are the kind of beautiful female elves, fairies, or fairies that live in forests, lakes, mountains, and clouds in the folklore of moles. For example, the famous fairy in the lake in English myths and legends actually refers to V. Although Vs are sometimes friendly to humans, they treat diseases, predict, etc. But they have a strong temper and they will not tolerate being deceived, especially those who do not keep their promises. They will severely punish them. In addition to amazing beauty, good magical abilities, and charming power that is almost magical instinct, every Veil is also a natural master of transformation. They can become ordinary swan, horse, eagle, snake or wolf at will. Animal. Of course, generally speaking, they all maintain the image of extremely beautiful human women. But this amazing beauty is often the cause of their misfortunes. In the long history, there have been countless times that wizards or other magic races have captured Vs and kept them in captivity for themselves. Even today's V has become the protection object of many countries and important members of the Magic Society, and it is impossible to put an end to the shadow of the sun not reaching the place. Generally speaking, as a social creature with a strong social character, the mixed blood V born from the normal union with the wizard will be sheltered and blessed by the entire group. There is usually only one reason for the situation of stray larvae, that is that she is not a product of love, or that her mother was abandoned by a certain wizard. It may even be due to an accident that was born after encountering some extremely bad things. This kind of situation is not uncommon in the magic world. The Ministry of Magic always finds it difficult to tell whether wizards have performed irresistible behaviors because of being charmed. In fact, most of the married wizards who are cheating on are so justified. On the other hand, the wizarding courts of the Ministry of Magic of various countries have difficulty maintaining justice in handling human and magical creature cases. So, you are worried that she will hate humans? Does she already know this? After pondering for a moment, Newt's commander asked tentatively. Half-blood wizards, especially those born under a combination of tragedies, are prone to extremists. When Gellert Grindelwald started a war in the magical world, almost half of the Half-Blood Wizard camp joined him. Of course, with the end of the war, the magic world began to pay attention to this issue, and the situation of the Mixed Blood Wizard was much better. Dumbledore shook his head. Not yet, but I don't worry about her hatred of humans, because she already has a warm family. The priest in the orphanage who took her in is a mole, but he is also a good person worthy of respect. The old man paused and continued. The first thing I want to remind you is that unlike other Mixed Blood Wizards, she is already quite adept at controlling part of her own bloodline, and her talent is beyond the scope of ordinary people's comprehension. Not only the degree of magic, but also her talent in magic. More intuitively, her magic is enough to smash the walls of Hogwarts Castle. At the same time, she has also discovered the hidden power of ancient magic texts, which inspires magic. Under the circumstances, her power is strong enough to rival the trolls. In short, you must be careful afterwards. She is not an ordinary little witch. As Dumbledore said, as if recalling a lot of bad scenes, his breathing was a little bit short. Newt Scamander nodded thoughtfully and said softly, "So, is this what you must pay attention to?" "I understand. That is, a special Mixed Blood who possesses the power of a giant monster, the explosive ability of a poisonous horn, and a powerful charm talent. It really needs to be treated with caution." Dumbledore smiled bitterly and shook his head slowly. "This is her first layer of information. As long as you know these, I don't worry. If it is really just such a simple talent and excellence, I will not have had so hard in the past year. The next thing is the focus. Wait, these are just the first layer." A trace of astonishment flashed across Newt's face. "Is her father a big man, or is she one of the heirs of some huge wizarding family?" "No, it may be bigger than the wizard family." Dumbledore couldn't help sighing and said softly, "A few months ago, perhaps you should have noticed a news briefing that the Gringotts Wizarding Bank was reorganized. The elves disbanded the original Elder Council system and instead supported a mysterious fairy queen on the throne. Of course, this is a big deal in the magic world." "Wait, you don't mean to say?" Newt nodded indifferently, then his face was dazed, and he couldn't help but start to stammer. "Well, she is the Fairy Queen." Dumbledore nodded lightly and replied seriously, Okay. Newt Scamander carefully confirmed the expression of the old wizard, confirming that he was not joking, and then sighed with a little helplessness and frustration. His face collapsed suddenly, and he couldn't help but start thinking about it. Complain. "I understand what you mean. It seems that an amazing guest has come to my house this time. Her Majesty Gringotts, who is in charge of the financial lifeline of the entire magical world, will come to my hut for a temporary stay." "This is a bit too, Professor Dumbledore. You really caused me a big trouble." "But fortunately, at least she is not the daughter of a mysterious person." "Unfortunately, this is the third and most important thing I want to remind you, Professor Dumbledore." "Are you kidding?" "She is the descendant of Voldemort." Newt Scamander's face turned pale for an instant, and he looked at Dumbledore in disbelief. This is no longer an ordinary level of deception. It is comparable to Dumbledore tricking him into catching Green decades ago. The bottomless pit-like duo. If something really happened to this little girl, it would be too bad. To be honest, Newt Scamander couldn't imagine now that there is nothing worse in this world than a group of irrational Death Eaters and the lingering Voldemort crazily wandering around his home. No. Of course she won't be Tom's daughter. "I have been watching that girl." "Ha, that's good. You almost scared me to death." "What did you mean by just now?" "I mean, reality may be worse than you think." Dumbledore's expression became particularly weird, and after hesitating for several seconds, he took a deep breath and said slowly, "The next thing I want to say, I can't tell Tina, I can't tell anyone, only you can know it. You can't even let the kid know. Otherwise, it is very likely that some very complicated situations will arise. That child, who is also Gellert Grindelwald's favorite granddaughter, took over the remaining saints. Wow! Super big chapter. Chapter 655. Don't be like this, Dumbledore. As Dumbledore's voice fell, the whole living room suddenly fell into silence, as if a long time had passed, and as if only a few seconds had passed. Newt Scamander sighed softly, raised his head without any change in his complexion, and looked slightly dumbly at the person standing not far away. The old wizard repeated softly, Gellert Grindelwald's granddaughter. Yes, although it may not be his own life, it is definitely more important than his life. Oh, I have to say this is a terrible name. Didn't anyone tell this gentleman that there used to be a notorious Dark Lord in the magical world by this name? Are there any remaining saints? Well, the saint may be. Newt gave a dry laugh, tried to explain a few words, and fell silent again in Dumbledore's calm eyes. After a long time, Scamander took a deep breath and looked at the old wizard standing in front of him with a little hope. So, how many of the remaining saints you mentioned just now? The exact number is not clear, but the approximate scale is at least. Dumbledore shook his head, and after thinking about it, he raised an index finger somewhat uncertainly. Newt frowned, nodding his head solemnly, and said in a deep voice, There are at least more than 100 people. It really is Grindelwald. So many years have passed. No, I think you may be a little too optimistic, Newt. 1,000? No, it can't be 10,000. He didn't have that many back then. Newt Scamander took a moment to look at Dumbledore's hesitation and stopped talking, and said subconsciously, Actually, this is not a range of numbers. I mean. Before Newt could finish speaking, Dumbledore sighed and replied bitterly, A city. The legendary Holy City does exist. Salzburg, Austria, is a city belonging to Gellert Grindelwald. No one knows how many wizards who adhere to the faith of Grindelwald live in seclusion. Among them, Dumbledore can't forget that, almost a year ago, the Deathly Hallows symbol that obscured the entire Salzburg night sky, as Grindelwald said, faith is the most difficult to kill. The presence. Hush. Newt Scamander's lips pursed, as if he almost couldn't hold back and swear a word. At this time, he finally understood what kind of existence he had come to. Power beyond normal levels, hybrid view and those magic, incredible wisdom and Rist the fairy queen who rules the entire Gringotts, can be called an outrageous background. The original Dark King and the Wizard of a City. Where is this ordinary first-year girl who happened to come to his house to stay overnight? This is simply a ruining little ancestor. Newt Scamander has no doubt that the so-called summer trial invitation of the British Quidditch national team is mostly made by Dumbledore, an old guy with no ethics and bottom line, secretly using his own influence. And the only purpose is naturally in this way, Dumbledore can be free for more than a month for the time being. Newt gritted his teeth, looked at Dumbledore without fear, and was about to refuse. Professor Dumbledore, I think this matter may require— Oh, that's right. I'm going to attend the Wisingham Global Court meeting today, so we'll leave first. If there is anything later, just write to me. Don't worry. The kid likes you very much. You should get along very happily. Dumbledore suddenly took out a golden pocket watch from his arms and took a closer look. The look of that watch is very strange. There are 12 hands without any numbers on them. There are some small stars moving along the edge of the dial, but from Dumbledore's expression, he clearly got it from this pocket watch. Important time information. Sorry, Newt. I really have to go one step ahead. But since you could easily cope with Grindelwald decades ago, I believe this little guy is not too much trouble for you. Besides, she is still only a mixed blood, which is barely what you do. Area of expertise. By the way, she is also the head chef of Hogwarts Kitchen and has a unique taste for eating. Don't do this, Dumbledore. You are. As if realizing something, Newt Scamander raised his volume, and at the same time stretched his hand forward. Puff! Dumbledore's figure turned into a ray of light and slowly dispersed. I have to admit that there are some magic that Elena has researched and fiddled with, which is really interesting. In the next moment, only the annoyed Newt was left in the living room, and the last voice he left behind. By the way, this magic was also discovered by the kid himself. You must remember to pay attention. Albus Dumbledore. The 656th chapter, Old Turnip's thousand-layer routine. Watching Dumbledore's figure dissipate in the air as a spot of light, Newt's irritation had just risen, and he subconsciously looked around the familiar arrangement, and suddenly remembered an extremely important question. In the past so many years, Dumbledore left the problem and disappeared without seeing the scene more than once. So in the first time Newt also directly had the same illusion as before. Ear was bitten by Dumbledore again. Now, Dumbledore, who killed 1,000 knives, ran away again, and his emotions were slightly out of control. However, when this incident happened in this small space he carefully built, the whole thing became a little strange. As a wizard at the top level today, blocking phantom shifting, door keys and other long-distance magic protection under his residence cloth is the most basic operation. Dumbledore cannot directly cast phantom shifting away. And during the conversation between the two, Newt did not notice any obvious spatial shifting fluctuations. Combined with the magic that Dumbledore had just shown, the answer was self-evident. Newt's commander looked around the room carefully, and finally his gaze stayed on the side of the snack counter on the side of the living room. His complexion became a little better, and he said angrily in that direction, "Professor Dumbledore, you are too boring to make such a childish joke. I just thought what you said was true. I was wondering whether to go abroad for a trip tomorrow, so I would just temporarily lend the whole house to the terrible Devil Reserve little girl that you portrayed in your mouth." Regardless of age, in Newt's view, the impact of the environment on everyone is unquestionable. Obviously, spending a long time with children in Hogwarts Castle, even Albus Dumbledore, who seems to be so mature, is obviously much more lively than other old wizards of the same age. So many strange jokes. From beginning to end, Dumbledore never left the living room. If Newt's guess is correct, the replacement process between the old wizard's body and the illusion should have occurred simultaneously when Dumbledore pulled out his wand to cast the profound space isolation spell. And if you continue to extend the reasoning along this point, Dumbledore's previous threats may be a joke. That's right. This is absolutely true. All extremely bad and boring jokes. Grindelwald has been locked up in the castle of Newmengard a long time ago. He doesn't even have children, so there is a granddaughter. As Newt screamed his own vision, Dumbledore's figure gradually appeared from the edge of the sofa. The old wizard blinked and quickly swallowed the little biscuit in his mouth. Looking at Newt, who was looking better, said happily, "Tina's craftsmanship is really good. I just wanted to relax the atmosphere a little bit." Dumbledore paused for a moment, pierced Newt's unformed illusion without hesitation, and said in a deep voice, "But what I just said is not a joke. If you follow the news that happened in Austria a few months ago, you should have heard of the reappearance of Grindelwald's mark. A comparison of the ins and outs of the story. It's complicated. But the end of the story is that in order to protect Elena, after nearly 50 years, Grindelwald reconvened the Saints." Having said this, Dumbledore stood up and patted the sculpture-like Newt on the shoulder. "On this child's matter, I think about it, and only you can trust it. I'm sorry that you will be involved in such an embarrassing situation after so many years of retirement. Actually, I don't have much to do. After all, after getting along for more than a year, I found that you may be one of the few in the magical world. There are a few wizards that Elena is interested in and likes from the bottom of her heart, so if it were you, maybe, me, like, interested." "Are you kidding me?" Newt twitched his mouth and looked at Dumbledore suspiciously. "To be honest, except for magical animals, I don't think I am any more special than others. So there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. I can help recommend many famous wizards. No one can replace you, Newt." "That's it. That kid is particularly interested in magical animals." Dumbledore sighed, and inadvertently moved his gaze away from Newt's, and said in a complex tone, "Of course, it's a more unique like." "What is it called, a more unique like?" Newt's commander looked at Dumbledore, whose eyes were twinkling in front of him, and his vague premonition became clearer. Since Dumbledore's letter arrived, the unknown, which has been vaguely lingering in the fog, now seems to have gradually broken through the fog, and this unknown final answer lies in Dumbledore's seemingly understatement. You know, that kid is a cook. Dumbledore smiled awkwardly, spreading his hands unnaturally. Therefore, the child's love and research on animals usually involves how to eat the eight-eyed giant spider. Community in the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest has completely reduced to her fluffy soft shell crab hunting ground. Oh, but she has a very close relationship with the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. Earlier in the semester, she also fought against the Death Eaters who sneaked into Hogwarts in order to protect those pure and beautiful creatures. On the other hand, she is often responsible for feeding my fox nowadays. The Phoenix and the Mixed Blood Veal live in peace. This also explains something. Seeing Newt Scamander's horrified eyes instantly, Dumbledore quickly remedied a few words. As a white devil with a conscience and a bottom line, Albus Dumbledore still can't make the kind of watching Newt fall directly into Elena's palm without knowing anything among them, although the ending of the whole thing will not change much. At least Dumbledore did not deliberately conceal this information about Elena. After a pause again, Dumbledore said slowly, considering the sentence. As I said, this child is now the Fairy Queen and the heir of the Saints. If she really intends to use Jinjialong or force to satisfy her curiosity and a bit, the future of the magical animal kingdom may be somewhat bad. In my opinion, in today's magical world, it is possible to correctly teach that child how to get along with magical creatures, and understand that the existence of those wonderful creations has other extremely important meanings besides following nature's most basic food laws. Maybe only you can do the job. Yes, it can only be you. But I also know that this is a bit too much. Considering so much trouble, 80% of me will directly reject it. Dumbledore glanced at Newt with a tangled expression on his face, and said softly with a sincere expression on his face. So, if you insist on rejecting, I can understand. After Tina returns to the living room with the children, if you still feel very embarrassed, I will take the child away and let her grandpa help take care of her temporarily for a month. Don't worry, I promise that she will never cause harm to the little creatures in your room. So what about the ones outside? Will there be no more names similar to Fuzzy Soft Shell Crab? After thinking about the whole thing, Newt smiled sadly and asked weakly, Dumbledore, you know I can't hide here forever without looking up. In short, I will try my best. If she really has such an interest in magical creatures, try to. Oh Newt, I know you are always trustworthy. The embarrassment on Dumbledore's face was wiped away in an instant, and he patted Newt's shoulder with a gentle smile. Well, I really should go this time, otherwise I might not be able to keep up with the meeting in Wizengamot. While speaking, Dumbledore got up to leave, opened the door, and walked briskly to the grass outside the cottage. This time, Newt Scamander did not reach out his hand to stop him, but stood blankly in the living room, watching Dumbledore disappear in the flickering of the magical beam of light, independent of the outside. In the small magical space of the world. At the same time, on the side of the hallway in the living room, there was a pleasant conversation between Tina and a few girls. Newt Scamander sighed silently. The revenge, which has been delayed for decades, has finally come. Gwylena begs my heart. Chapter 659. The First Confrontation. Innately sensitive and self-willed Mixed Blood Veal, a magic star that has never been met in 1,000 years, a treacherous and shrewd fairy queen, a young Dark Lord with hidden murderous intentions, a fearless predator of magical animals. Any one of these labels is enough to make people headache, let alone all together. Maybe this is the legendary devil who destroys the world? Newt Scamander understood the anxiety that had been hovering in his heart before, and the ominous premonition. If there is no Dumbledore's last words, no worries about the future fate of the magical beasts, no crisis of the birth of the next Dark Lord, he has probably started packing now, ready to hide with Tina and his little animals. In a small safe corner, quietly waiting for the end of Miss Caslana's summer. As for the chances of getting out, Newt still has considerable certainty anyway. He has already considered the situation that Dumbledore will pit him again, so the new safe house alternative can be said to be a true follow-up. disappeared in this world. But now that Dumbledore had said everything frankly, he naturally couldn't continue to bury his head in the sand like an ostrich, pretending that he didn't know anything, slowly waiting for the subsequent tragedy to happen. He knew very well that unrestricted power and wealth, if used wrongly for hunting, would lead to a terrible disaster. The character of mixed-race Vs is not completely uncontrollable. As long as they do not stimulate their bottom line, Vs are actually kind and lively natural spirits by nature. Under the guidance of sincerity and patience, they will also become reliable patrons of order. On the other hand, considering the special identity of the girl Gringotts Fairy Queen, her kind transformation will at least largely influence and determine the relationship between fairies and human wizards, and even create a new symbiotic society. This is something that no pure human wizard can do. Perhaps this is why Dumbledore takes it so seriously. Well, at the same time, she was the last note in the wizarding war of the old age, whether it is the end of hatred or the first movement of dawn. After all, compared to adult wizards who have already been completely stereotyped, Elena, who has just finished first grade at Hogwarts, still has almost infinite plasticity. And this time, with the exception of the summer holiday month, most of the time will be borne by Dumbledore himself. Newt Scamander was thinking about the next thing, and his distress and annoyance eased slightly. Merlin is here, hoping that the sign of the Assembly of Saints will never appear in the sky of Plymouth. Newt took a deep breath and prayed silently in his heart, extremely rare. At the same time, the 4 women, 1 large, 3 small, have returned to the living room one after another. Judging from the expressions on their faces and the increasingly intimate voice of dialogue, it is obvious that the first impressions between them are quite good. To be precise. Newt looked around the room. His eyes passed over his wife's figure, and landed on the silver-haired little witch who looked the most lovely. The satin-like silver hair occasionally shone with a faint light. The exquisite face like a fairy in the Mull legend carries a timidity that makes people unconsciously sympathetic and affectionate. A cute little foolish hair follows. The girl's footsteps swayed happily from side to side on top of her head. Is this the charm talent comparable to a pure-blooded V? The warm and familiar scene at the dining table in the living room was accompanied by laughter and laughter, which did not bring any warmth to Newt. There is no doubt that this extremely dangerous mixed-breed little V has successfully captured his wife. This is not a surprising result. Even if she is so many years older, Tina cannot be the first in history, an opponent of the Fairy Queen. If it were changed to another scene, Newt would not have such a strong cold mood. However, since Dumbledore learned the true face of this white-haired dumpling just now, the more gentle and lovely this child was, the more dangerous and terrifying in Newt Scamander's eyes. The devil who plays with the heart. But it's much trickier than those paranoid lunatics who want to kill people, and at the same time it's much harder to handle. Judging from the current situation, even if he now proposes to drive these little girls away, not to mention the reaction of Dumbledore and the young Dark Lord, his gentle and virtuous Mrs. Scamander will first be directed at him. Fire. Just when Newt Scamander fell into cranky thinking, a delicate and lovely face suddenly appeared in front of him. Mr. Scamander, where is Professor Dumbledore? Isn't he with you? Elena asked curiously while sucking the cookie crumbs stuck to her fingertips. Coming. The first contact is coming. Must not be exposed. Newt Scamander closed his eyes slightly, and his chaotic mood instantly returned to a calm state. The information gap between the two sides is now his biggest reliance, and he must use this to successfully deal with it. This is not a black devil who plays with people's hearts. It is not a heir to a saint or a granddaughter of Grindelwald. She is just a Veil, a troll, a goblin, a human-shaped poisonous horn confidant. A second later, Newt opened his eyes again and replied softly with a smile on his face. Oh, Professor Dumbledore was in a hurry, so he left first. So there was something urgent? What a coincidence. Once again, Elena's eyes flickered, and she whispered thoughtfully, one more time? What again? Hearing the whisper in the girl's mouth, Newt asked subconsciously and curiously. Oh, nothing. Professor Dumbledore does have a lot of important work to do. Elena shook her head lightly. her smile unchanged. She experienced this familiar routine a few months ago in Newmangard Castle. It's just that compared to the last time she was caught off guard, this time she actually had psychological expectations, and the only thing that needs to be confirmed. Yes, by the way, Mr. Scamander. Elena raised her head, looking at Newt Scamander's eyes with Lake Blue eyes, pretending to ask casually, "So before Professor Dumbledore left, did he tell you something extra? For example, give you a general introduction to our situation, or the schedule for the next month?" The professor should have just left. How long is it? The first step of the Devil's survival studies is to first determine the offensive and defensive alliance. Compared to Gellert Grindelwald, Newt Scamander, a hardcore confidant of the old carrot, is more likely to have a joint cooperation case. If her true face has been exposed, she does not need to do so. Trouble to pretend. Well, Dumbledore taught him. Newt's mind was relieved, and he subconsciously was ready to speak out the previously prepared belly draft. His eyes fell on Elena's face that seemed to be shrouded in a layer of faint light, and his heart suddenly shuddered, and the words that were about to reach his mouth were instantly closed. Go back, and many more. This situation is wrong. This phenomenon is obviously a state where Ver's bloodline is displaying its charm. If it's just a normal question, then this little guy who has mastered his own charm ability doesn't need to deliberately display charm. The question just now is definitely not a casual chat. There is definitely something wrong. Newt quickly replayed what Elena had just said in his mind. After scanning the side of the sofa Dumbledore had just eaten the biscuits, he deliberately cleaned up the crumbs before leaving, and reacted instantly. This problem is simply a trap. No matter how he fabricated and organized Dumbledore's instructions, it would reveal the fact that the old wizard had stayed in the living room for a long time before, and this happened to be contrary to Dumbledore's claim that there was an emergency to leave suddenly. Time. Yes. The key point of this question is that the last sentence is not a problem at all. It's a pity that Professor Dumbledore left shortly after you left the living room. Newt shrugged. A natural annoyance appeared on his face. In addition to knowing from the previous letter that you are going to the Quidditch national team for a summer trial, he hasn't even told me who your children are. Newt Scamander. May you be, although not so good at acting. The annoyance on Newt's face is indeed real. He had already fully realized the intractability of the trouble that Dumbledore had thrown over at this time. This level of cunning was simply not an ordinary 11-year-old witch. No, it was simply not comparable to that of an ordinary wizard. Therefore, even if he is facing the youngest fairy queen in Gringotts history, he is not afraid of being demolished. Taking a closer look at Newt's irritated expression and the neat and clean living room table, Elena nodded slightly, and that part of her heart quickly disappeared. As far as she knew, Newt was a simple wizard who was not good at lying to people. Oh, so, Elena responded with a little frustration, and then a sweet smile appeared on her face. Senior Newt, hello. I'm Elena Castellana. And like you, I'm a student from Hufflepuff College. I especially like magical animals. Since I entered the magic world, I have long been looking forward to meeting you, and the famous Fairy Queen, the granddaughter of Grindelwald, the third generation of the Dark Lord, the chef of Hogwarts, the predator of magical animals. Newt Scamander twitched his eyes and silently added in his heart one sentence. Newt Scamander seemed to have not changed in appearance, but he was quietly relieved in his heart. Fortunately, there was Dumbledore's prompt and his own response was timely, otherwise I am afraid it would be another scene now. The first matchup, because the old turnip informs the news, and the old Freckles special attacks on magical creatures. Newt Scamander victory. The 658th chapter is dangerous. Newt. Danger. Newt Scamander's house. Noon. The living room was filled with a strong aroma of beet soup, accompanied by the tempting flavor of the sizzling veal steak in the frying pan, and the unique wheat aroma of toast, which kept spurring everyone's attention. Nerve. When the girls were completely settled down, it was almost time for lunch. As the chef of Hogwarts, Elena naturally proposed to help prepare lunch early in the morning, but under the tough attitude of Mrs. Scamander, she eventually had to sit at the table with the other three obediently, waiting for feeding. My dear, if you are really interested in cooking, you can try it later, but not this time. Compared with the previous gentleness, when facing Elena's proposal, Miss Tina Scamander showed extremely rare determination. The resolute action at that moment made Newt seem to have seen the 2 decades ago. When people first talked about getting to know each other, the temperament of the era who almost sent him directly to the death penalty room of the Magic Congress of the United States and died. It's almost exactly the same toughness, and just like yesterday's reappearance, before the Dark Lord's exquisite disguise, he took the initiative to release his resistance without any precaution. Newt let out a sigh of relief, his eyes wandering between the girls sitting at the dining table from time to time. After 10 minutes of initial small talk, he has already got a general understanding of the small guests who came to his house, and arranged in his mind the important order of the distribution of his own attention in the next month. There is no doubt that Elena Kaslana must be the primary target of strict guards. However, as long as the little devil can continue to keep the illusion that she has not yet exposed herself, with her cunning level, she will be the easiest girl to get along with. This is like Grindelwald before her identity is revealed, reliable and capable. In addition, whether it is Hannah Webb, from the Ibers family who runs the Cauldron Tavern, or Luna Lovegood, the daughter of Mr. Lovegood, the editor-in-chief of The Devil, in Newt's eyes, in fact, they are also threatening to a certain extent. The Dark Lord was never alone. The long history has verified countless times that no matter how dazzling individuals are, they cannot fight the world on their own. Even with the inheritance from the previous generation, the new Demon King will inevitably cultivate a part of his own lineage. At this point, whether it is the world of magical animals or human beings, it is the same. And if you look at Elena based on the basis of the young Dark Lord, then the 2 little witches around her are so big that they are not so much her peers, as like-minded comrades, or the devil. Demon wings. However, as time went by, Newt's original worries were gradually dissipating. Compared with Elena, who is incapable of starting, there are 2 little witches, that is, a naive, and a trance. They don't show too much shrewdness over the age. They just need to stare at Elena a little bit. They shouldn't have the situation. Da. At this moment, with the sound of footsteps gradually approaching, the aroma in the air became more and more intense. Tina Scamander lightly tapped the magic wand in her hand, directing the cooked and plated dishes to float across the kitchen, slowly falling in front of everyone at the table, and the enticing smell of meat came out. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their noses. Even Newt subconsciously retracted his thoughts and focused on the sumptuous dishes in front of him. I have to say that in order to entertain these uninvited guests dressed in cute skins, Tina really spent a lot of thought on this lunch. In Newt's impression, similar to such a rich lunch, he has haven't eaten it a few times. My dear, I don't know what you like to eat. You can only cook the ingredients you can buy around you. Try to eat this meal a little bit. If you have anything you want to eat later, tell us directly, don't be polite. Tina Scamander untied the apron around her waist, put her hand on the back of her husband's chair, and turned her head to look at Elena and the others. For so many years, there have been no guests at home. I don't know if you like these. It couldn't be better. Nothing, just smelling the smell, I can feel my stomach groaning. Elena licked her lips lightly, her small nose twitched, and a look of intoxication appeared on her face. Mellow and authentic borscht, black pepper veal steak, toast. This is enough to compose a wonderful concerto that allows people to exercise vigorously all day. Mrs. Scamander, Senior Newt can marry you. Are so happy. Lawson soup? Tina Scamander asked in surprise for a moment. Well, it's this special beet soup you made. You can tell by a little smell it must be. Elena nodded seriously, picked up the spoon and stirred in the plate of beet soup in front of her. In addition to beetroot, there are also beef cubes, potatoes, spinach, carrots. Well, I also smell the creamy taste, this sourness. There should be a little tomato added. Well, no, it should be cherry tomatoes, right? The rich, Hot and sour borscht is actually a transliteration from Russia. The most original version of borscht is actually a soup made from red beetroot as the main ingredient, although most people like to attribute its origin to Russian red soup, or Russian red soup, Ukrainian beet soup. But in fact, as early as the legendary period of King Arthur, this kind of soup made from beetroot had already become popular in ancient England. This thick soup made from a plant called the root of life can be said to be the most representative soup in Europe. And as a food lover whose soul comes from a big food empire, and the chef of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, distinguishing the ingredients in this most common European soup is simply a piece of cake. Thing up. However, the practice of adding tomatoes and cherry tomatoes to borscht is actually relatively rare on a European-style table. If Elena remembers correctly, this is actually closer to the improved version of American and Chinese Western restaurants due to the scarcity of beetroot. It will make the color of the whole thick soup brighter and add sourness to it. There is a hint of fragrance. Hey, you haven't eaten it yet. Just by smelling it, Tina nodded subconsciously, a little surprised. "I'm the chef at Hogwarts, have you forgotten?" Elena smiled, scooped up a spoonful of thick soup and put it in her mouth, savoring the hot and sour soup with a little sweetness rolling on the tip of her tongue. The beef of the right size was simmered, even the teeth it turns into gravy without any effort. The taste and control of the heat are really wonderful. The sour, spicy, sweet and fragrant do not interfere with each other. It is not so much a borscht, as it is a borscht that people can't help but want to stay forever. The subtle potion on the table. Actually, it's okay. I just adjusted it according to my taste. You like it? Tina Scamander drew her hair unnaturally and said softly, but the expression on her face was extremely useful, compared with Newt's empty flattery except for delicious taste. This meticulous interpretation from the professional field, as well as fancy compliments that have never been heard before. Obviously, it is not the same level of satisfaction. If you really like it, you can come to my house every holiday in the future. We will always welcome you, such a cute little angel. Of course, if you want to try it yourself in a few days, I can too. Teach you. Really? You are so kind. Elena's eyes lit up. Then I will help tonight. Cough. Cough. Excuse me, two dear ladies. Before Elena could finish speaking, Newt Scamander finally couldn't help clearing his throat and interrupted actively. I think today may not be the right time to discuss cooking. After all, Ms. Caslana, Miss Abbott, and Miss Lovegood will have to report to the Quidditch national team later. If I remember correctly. Mrs. Scamander was taken aback for a moment, and finally remembered the main reason these girls came to her house. According to Albus Dumbledore's letter, they received a summer trial invitation from the British Quidditch national team. After that, they would go to the Quidditch stadium from Monday to Friday for a month to train with the star players. Life. In the evenings and weekends, she stayed in her house temporarily and continued until Hogwarts started school. Oh, I almost forgot, honey. You still have arrangements for the afternoon. Tina looked at the very pleasing little witch in front of her, and said softly with a smile on her face, regarding the discussion of cooking and the selection and preparation of dinner ingredients, we will wait until the weekend to discuss it. You should fill up your stomach first. Later, Newt and I will take you to the Quidditch stadium to register. Tina, if you take the children this afternoon, I won't go. Newt was stunned. His expression stagnated for a few seconds, and he said carefully, "Look, there are still many things that have not been cleaned up in this house, and there are still many things that have not been done today. You just can't worry about your animals, right?" Mrs. Scamander raised her eyebrows. Newt nodded and replied quickly, "Yes, you know, those two brothers have been fighting from time to time recently. Although I separated them temporarily and took medicine, I still feel a little uneasy. There is also a mortar rat that hasn't eaten much recently, and I am worried about it." Zuzu. Snoring. At this moment, there was a strange sound in Newt's ear. Newt Scamander, who had changed from small freckles to old freckles, turned his head subconsciously, and saw that at some point, the dangerous white-haired dumpling had begun to hold the soup dish, and drank with a happy expression, expressing satisfaction. The sound of eating. There is no doubt that she seems to be hungry. I just don't know why. Looking at the little mixed race ver who buried his head in the food, Newt became more alert in his heart, as if he had encountered a sudden appetite. The same as the Hungarian hornet. As if noticing Newt's gaze, Elena suddenly stopped and raised her head embarrassedly. Sorry, this soup and this gravy are so delicious, so I eat slowly, dear. It's okay, it's okay. Tina Scamander smiled contentedly. For all chefs, this greedy and intoxicating act of enjoying food is simply the most pleasing compliment, and it is also the highest respect. Mrs. Scarmond in a good mood patted Elena on the back and said softly, "Don't worry, dear. There is still a lot in the pot, definitely enough. As for you, Newt, forget it. You can take care of your animals first, and I will accompany the children later when we come back. Maybe you can take the children with you. Take a look at the animals you like." In contrast, Newt Scamander's heart shuddered, almost unable to contain the panic on his face. But Newt moaned his lips as he was about to say something. Animals. Are they the magical animals in Mr. Scamander's book? Luna Lovegood, who had been quietly eating veal steaks on the side before, suddenly raised her head and looked at the Scamanders expectantly. There seemed to be bright stars in her eyes, and the whole person seemed to be instantaneous. "It's a bit brighter." While talking, Luna raised the camera on her knees and asked excitedly, "I like these animals super. Don't know if I can take pictures of them, huh? Are the unicorns here? Are there fire dragons and sphinxes?" Hannah also turned her head curiously. So am I. I love animals too." Elena, whose mouth was stuffed with food, also raised her head. While trying to chew the food in her mouth, she said vaguely, "Especially the Where Are Fantastic Beasts written by Senior Newt. I have to read it many times every day." Don't worry, children." Seeing the excitement of the little girls, Tina Scamander showed a gentle smile on her face. As Newt's wife, she naturally hopes to see more people like and recognize her husband's hobbies. These little witches who love to learn are simply gifts that Dumbledore gave to them. The more I like it. When we come back from the Quidditch stadium, Newt will take everyone to visit our underground zoo, which is a more magical world than the grass out Sidwell, although there are no unicorns or fire dragons. Sphinx, however, nearly 100 beautiful and rare magical creatures will surely open your eyes. Right, Newt? At the end, Mrs. Scamander elbowed her husband, who had been silent, and asked happily, You, Mum?" Newt Scamander was startled, and nodded blankly. "Well, it should be, is it right? The speed of this progress is different from what he imagined. He originally planned to take advantage of these few days to secretly send the little guys to his son's house or other magical animal breeding area for temporary fostering. A period of time. However, according to the current situation, at most one afternoon, or more precisely, a few hours later, he will personally take the dangerous mixed-blood Veela to his underground zoo and introduce her to the magical animals. Not to mention whether she still has the mission of revenge for Grindelwald. Just the appetite she showed after hearing the magical animals just now is enough to make Newt tremble. This is even a witch that even 8-eyed giant spiders dare to eat. Newt Scamander agreed casually while spinning all kinds of defenses in his brain. How to do. Exclamation mark. The little devil just now looked hungry, right? Exclamation mark. Should you consider borrowing a sphinx, fire dragon, three-headed dog or something temporarily, and guard the passage? If he remembers correctly, Dumbledore seemed to have said last year that Rubus Hagrid, the guard of the Hogwarts Forest Game Reserve, bought a three-headed dog from the Greeks. Maybe he could consider borrowing it. Temporarily guard the entrance to the underground zoo, let alone an underage mixed-blood little ver. Even an adult wizard can't quietly defeat a three-headed dog. Right? Okay. It's decided. He'll write to Dumbledore for help later. In addition to changing the child imperceptibly, some basic precautions are still to be done. And since this trouble was thrown by Dumbledore to himself, There is no reason to refuse these reasonable requests, otherwise he might accidentally eat the magical animals he raised by himself at the table one day. It's too desperate. Super big chapter. Lovely Elena begs for comparison. P.S. Half a round face and fat chicken asks for 3 links online. Asks for 3 links. Asks for 3 links. Chapter 659, Waiting for the Coming of Hope. Just after noon, the sunlight passed through the clouds, reflecting the mottled light and shadow on the grass outside the window. Newt Scamander was sitting at the dining table in the living room, looking at the parchment spread in front of him, and didn't know where to start. Tina had already taken the children to the Quidditch stadium of the national team. He has at least 2 or 3 hours left. The idea of borrowing a dog from Dumbledore was not a whim of Newt. You know, the 3-headed dog is not an ordinary creature that you can encounter. After so many years, even Newt Scamander has not personally raised this legendary creature that is the favorite partner of ancient wizards. And Elena's incident is not so much that he really needs a reliable guard, as it is to take the opportunity to use this as an excuse to bring such a magical creature from Dumbledore, and study it at close range. Even so, Newt was still a little bit hesitant about how to write a letter asking for a 3-headed dog. After all, he has never been good at asking for something. Newt glanced at the feeding table hanging by the door, thinking slowly, and wrote, "Dear Professor Dumbledore, after taking a careful inventory of the animals that are still being raised at home, in order to better teach and take care of the students you sent over, I think I need to add some necessary security measures and teaching aids here. Yes, one of the magic guards and teaching goals. This is a fairly reasonable excuse. On the one hand, the 3-headed dog was originally the best choice for ancient wizards to guard the treasure. On the other hand, the 3-headed dog tamed by the wizard is very suitable as a wizard's assistant in terms of intelligence and loyalty. Action. If your previous description is not exaggerated, then what you sent to my house is actually a Hungarian hornet with the appearance of a mixed blood veal, and a heart that is comparable to a Gringotts goblin. It is not completely certain whether she still has it. Before carrying the vengeance off that person, I need a reliable guard to temporarily block the passage to the animal area." Newt Scamander's logic became smoother and clearer, and the quill flicked quickly. "Not long ago, I heard from a friend that there was a domesticated adult 3-headed dog in Hogwarts Castle. I hope you can send it to me temporarily during this period, so that it can serve as a guard and a teaching object. At the same time, it is compensated." To be honest, he, who has been pitted by Dumbledore and the magic world many times, is no stranger to the word compensation. But after so many years of struggle in the pit, Newt is now more proficient in dealing with all kinds of troubles, and gradually learned how to obtain some reasonable compensation within a certain limit. And, although because I am obsessed with the world of magical animals, I don't like to deal with people, but raising magical animals requires a lot of resources. Newt Scamander, now in his 90s, is no longer the shy and innocent boy back then. After pondering for a few seconds, Newt thought for a while and wanted to add a few more words. "Don't worry, I don't intend to take possession of this big dog. I just want to update some of the missing information on the magical beasts in Where Are the Magical Beasts? In short, as long as you can convince Mr. Hagrid to take this 3-headed dog I was temporarily lent to me for a month, and the loan arrangement for this time was cancelled, I won't have any more complaints from now on." Newt Scamander stopped writing suddenly, and he felt vaguely that some shadow was approaching. But he thought about it for a while, and there didn't seem to be many problems. The only borrowed 3-headed dog that may have a problem, if it is really difficult to tame or is dangerous, Professor Dumbledore will naturally reject it as a famous top wizard in the world of magical animals, even before no experience in raising 3-headed dogs. But Newt has no doubts about whether he can control the big dog. Maybe it's because I made a big fuss this time, right? However, given the lessons learned from knowing Albus Dumbledore, Newt didn't feel that there was something wrong with being a little more cautious about Elena. Dumbledore had cheated him over the years. The number of times can be quite a lot. Finally, I have one more question. You haven't secretly promised that kid anything strange, right? Your student and friend, Newt Scamander. Putting down the quill and reading from the beginning, Newt took out his magic wand and tapped it on the parchment paper. The paper floated and folded automatically, and then dragged the blank parchment paper below to stretch it into an envelope, wrapping the letter paper. After carefully tapping on the envelope a few times, after displaying the unique tracing magic mark that belonged to him and Dumbledore when they were in private contact with Dumbledore, Newt walked to the owl shed at the top of the treehouse and found the little guy shivering in the corner. Until then, Newt discovered the first strange change after Elena came here. I don't know why. The owls in his family are more or less nervous at this time. Most of the owls that should have been resting have woke up, huddled together in fear, and grumbled uneasy sound. This ices the suppressive power of the mixed blood Vela over the birds. Even if it's pure-blooded Vela's enraged form, it's probably nothing more than that. I don't know to what extent the little white-haired dumpling has strengthened its bloodline magic power. Just staying in the room for a while can produce such a phenomenon. Effect. Newt sighed secretly, calmed the panicked little owl, and tied the letter to the opponent's paw. After finally receiving a delivery mission that could travel far, the owl rarely touched the back of Newt's hand affectionately, and made an unexplained cooing sound, then flapped its wings quickly and flew towards the distant sky. Seeing the owl messenger gradually merged into the sky, Newt breathed a sigh of relief and relieved a little. It's just a month of taking care of the mixed breed little Vela. If you can get a rare chance to raise a three-headed dog, this kind of exchange seems acceptable after careful consideration. Whereas the Fantastic Beast has not been updated with a new animal guide for a long time. Three-headed dog. I really hope Professor Dumbledore can agree. Newt whispered, roughly soothing the other owls in the owl shed. Immediately afterwards, he took out his pocket watch to check the time, and quickly walked downstairs. At this time, there is still a lot of time before Tina and the little girls come back. Newt Scamander is going to go to the underground magic zoo to feed his animals first, and by the way, put each cage and fence. Check them all. In addition, perhaps it is necessary to clean up a small daily living space for the upcoming three-headed dog. Of course, the premise is that Professor Dumbledore is willing to lend him the rare three-headed dog for a period of time. In fact, Newt himself is not very sure about whether this will be successful. In short, give it a try. It's good after all. At the same time, the end of the stretch of Bournemouth Beach. Jurassic Coast. This is the name of this long coastline, winding more than 150 kilometers from East Devon to Dorset. This is the most spectacular coastline in the UK and one of the most wonderful natural landscapes in the world. It is the only place that can show the Earth's nearly 200 million years of history. On the beaches, seabeds, cliffs, sea pillars and stone arches along the coast, there are traces of prehistoric history everywhere, including the fossils of many prehistoric plants and animals, including the footprints of dinosaurs. For Newt Scamander, there are still many traces of magical animals that have disappeared. This is one of the reasons why he chose to live in Bournemouth with his wife. However, for the vast majority of people in the magic world, in addition to the value of magical animal research and the magical charm of the natural world, there is another more well-known landmark site, the Quidditch national team training base of the British magical world, where the Jurassic Quidditch Stadium is located. The clear waves wash down the beach. The soft golden sand has a desire to take off your shoes and run on it. The sea breeze carries a hint of summer drunkenness, which makes people feel intoxicated and comfortable. Under the guidance of Tina Scamander, the three of Elena took flying broomsticks, crossed the barriers set up by the Ministry of Magic, and walked along the long coastline, talking about the sky, while heading towards the huge majesty not far walk to the stadium. That is the place where the legendary British Quidditch geniuses gathered, carrying the hope of the British magical world. The 660th chapter bullies. Bullying. It deserves to be the most spectacular coastline in the world. Elena sighed as she walked. Although she had traveled near the Jurassic coast in her previous life, the empty coastline now has a unique style compared to the travel sacred sites that had been developed long ago and planned a fixed path. Compared with the vast and boundless nature, The giant gymnasium built on the cliff does not have much shocking power. There was a whistling wind in the sky, and Elena and the others raised their heads. 4 or 5 wizards with flying broomsticks fly freely between the open sea and sky. As the only area in Dorset that can fly unscrupulously, many Quidditch enthusiasts will choose to bring their broomsticks here. Play. However, compared to the weekend, the number of wizards playing nearby is obviously much smaller at this time. Quidditch is really an elegant national sport. Elena raised her head, looked at the wizards who were awkwardly passing the ball in the sky, and sighed. There is no doubt that those who hover around the edge of the Quidditch stadium will definitely not be official Quidditch League players. Due to the Ministry of Magic's prohibition on privately built Quidditch stadiums, they can only hold ghosts in the nearby sky. Fakeu entertains itself. Even so, judging from their smiling faces, it is great to be able to pass and fly as much as possible. Unfortunately, in a few more hours, this situation will no longer exist, because the national team training in the Jurassic Quidditch Stadium is about to begin. In order to ensure the confidentiality of the tactics, the head of the British Quidditch national team will clear the wizards in the surrounding sky in advance. Even in the past few years, the England Quidditch national team has been at the bottom of the points. The only time to enter the global finals in the past 100 years has to go back 5 or 6 games. But this can't stop them from still maintaining the heart of winning the global championship. No matter what, they are the only traditional wizarding team in the league that has not hired foreign aid. Although according to Mrs. Scamander, this persistence is a bit naive in today's Quidditch international arena. Following Tina Scamander's explanation, the girls walked along the grove covered with greenery on the edge of the coastline, and came to the magnificent Quidditch Stadium, with a building extending from the edge of the wall. A masonry house, with an elaborate black lacquer sign hanging at the entrance. British Quidditch National Team General Office. Boom, boom, boom. Tina knocked on the half-covered office door. "Please come in." A somewhat hoarse, tired male voice came from the door. Watching Tina Scamander push the door and enter, and the little witches behind her with flying broomsticks and looking around, the one sitting behind the desk wearing a golden snitch pattern, the middle-aged wizard, frowned slightly. "Sorry, it's not the time to visit the stadium, Mr. Dunn. They are not visitors. You should have received a letter from Professor Dumbledore." These 3 children are what Professor Dumbledore said. "They will have summer exams with you in the next month, training students," Tina Scamander explained with a smile, the letter of introduction in her hand slowly drifting towards the desk. Brandon Dunn glanced at the letters that fell on the desk, then at the Hogwarts witches standing behind Scamander, with a helpless look on their faces. He sighed lightly and nodded. "Yes, there is such a thing. It's just that I thought, okay. According to Dunn's original idea, these geniuses who were highly recommended by Hogwarts and won this year's Hogwarts Quidditch Cup, and Dumbledore did not hesitate to take a look at the geniuses, should at least have strong arms, a fierce and capable athlete. However, what appeared in front of him now was a group of soft and weak little girls who seemed to cry for a long time with the punch. There is even a small pudding whose height is estimated to be only about 1.2 meters. No matter how good this little pudding is, as long as he is touched by a stray ball, he will quit the game crying, let alone training. Undoubtedly, these 3 little guys who were forcibly stuffed by Dumbledore are not so much the rising stars of the backup youth seed players of the British Quidditch national team, it is the old wizard who used himself influence, sent to the star-studded British Quidditch national team to participate in the summer camp. By the way, the little fans who have close contact with the stars secretly coming. Looking at the cute little witches, Brandon Dunn rubbed his forehead with a headache. Regardless of where it is, privileges and relationships are always inevitable, not to mention the power of the family behind these children. The mere fact that Dumbledore personally wrote to recommend it is enough to dispel all the thoughts of management wanting to refuse. The summer camp is summer camp. With such a few cute little girls on the sidelines, it can also improve the training effect a little bit. However, if this is the case, Some subsequent arrangements may have to be adjusted accordingly. Welcome to Jurassic. I am the team's head coach and court manager, Brandon Dunn. Brandon Dunn stood up, walked to the desk, briefly introduced himself, and thought about it to continue. About your situation, Professor Dumbledore has already told me in the letter in advance. I will issue you your own month entry and exit permit. As long as you don't disturb the normal training of those boys. You want to chat and ask signing, or flying around, or strolling around, no one will stop you. Of course, if you are particularly interested in the training of the national team and Quidditch, you can also wait for the training of those great guys. You can also fly to the sky and participate in some simple relaxation games. Bystand. Need to sign? Minigame? Elena was taken aback for a moment, and glanced at the middle-aged wizard in front of her with a weird expression. After Brandon Dunn finished the first welcoming speech, she vaguely understood the man's thinking. Obviously, in the view of the Dunn coach, the three of them should have come here to participate in Quidditch. Children playing in the summer camp. On the other hand, judging from Mrs. Scamander's expression, it seems that she thinks so too. That is, the information is not completely symmetrical. Elena nodded slightly, a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes. If this is the case, maybe she can spend more time in Newt Scamander's cabin, learning about magical animals, instead of wasting time on Quebec's plan, like the old Turnip's plan. It's strange. However, I haven't waited for Elena to figure out how to perform next in order to get more free time. That one. At this moment, Hannah Abbott suddenly stood up, raised her hand timidly, and asked crisply, Mr. Dunn, I'm sorry to interrupt a little bit. Haven't you seen it or learned about our school games in the newspaper? I mean, our strength is actually better than you think. The game in Hogwarts. Oh, yes, the Quidditch Academy Cup competition is indeed a wonderful experience. Brandon Dunn smiled and shook his head, bent down slightly, looked at Hannah and answered patiently. But when you reach my age, you won't understand until you have a professional level like me. Compared to those school games, any professional competition on the field, the things that can be reflected and the degree of excitement are all not a magnitude. Oh, I believe you must fly very well, but before that. Having said this, Brandon Dunn raised his palm and placed it a little bit above the dumb Elena standing on the side. He gestured gently, and explained in a semi-joking tone, with a smile on his face, Tau, you need to grow taller, otherwise, you won't even be able to touch the ball. My dear little bit? ? Elena, who was still thinking, raised her head subconsciously and glanced at the palm above her head. Grow taller? ? Little guy? ? And also, what does this hand mean? ? Originally intending to live together peacefully, Elena, who was keeping a low profile, instantly put aside all the plans in her mind. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. At this time, you have to keep a lady. Fighting and killing can't solve the problem. Now she needs to keep a gentle and lovely personality in front of Miss Tina Scamandafart. This has been bullied to the point of dumbing up. Snapped. Elena slapped away the big hand hanging over her head, and took a half-step back. The originally cute eyes instantly became cold and sharp. She took a deep breath and looked at it blankly. The middle-aged wizard who is still rubbing his hands. 1v1, or 3v3, or maybe you all go together, choose one. Elena squinted her eyes, raised the flying broomstick in her hand and pointed it at the middle-aged wizard's nose. Dozens of shiny silver star emblems surround the end of the broomstick, like a string of rotating asteroid belts. Times have changed, Mr. Brandon Dunn. In the future Quidditch games, height is the most meaningless statisticless nonsense. Let's just go to a small match. Let me tell you, what is Quidditch at Hogwarts? At the same time, Hogwarts Castle, the principal's office. After finally setting up the group of former Soviet scientists, Dumbledore in the castle expertly opened the door of the principal's office and glanced at the one who had been sitting at the principal's desk and was unpacking the envelope. Dumbledore, someone can actually write to you directly? Haven't you hidden your name? Grindelwald teased the phoenix who was squatting on the bird's shelf, and asked casually. Oh, it seems to be Newt. He wrote to me. Well, this, Dumbledore replied without raising his head, scanning the contents of the letter, and suddenly fell into silence. Huh? Scamander, didn't you just come back from him? Hearing Dumbledore's answer, Grindelwald quickly raised his eyebrows, left the phoenix bird stand, and walked behind Dumbledore. Immediately afterwards, Grindelwald leaned down and took a close look at the contents of the old man's letter paper. A smile appeared on his face. After thinking for a few seconds, he gave a chuckle, using his uniquely slow tone, said softly, "It turned out to be a request for help, written off DSK. After so many years, he is still your favorite student, Gale. I can't hide from Newt regarding Eleanor's affairs. As a guide, he has the right to understand." Dumbledore coughed slightly, pushed the frame on the bridge of his nose, and explained calmly. Before Headmaster Hogwarts could finish speaking, the first Dark Lord snorted and said slowly, "Albus, if you don't want me to write to tell the child that you betrayed her, I think you should agree to Scamander's request to send that lovely big dog as soon as possible." For the reply, you dictate, he'll write it for you. Guacute Elena asks for a refill, asks for a monthly pass. If none of the above two exist, then the new up main half-round face and fat chicken COO humble and ask for 3 links. Chapter 661 You can start to escape. Quidditch is arguably the most important sport in the wizarding world. As a multiplayer team aerial confrontation, with the exception of a few wizards who hate Quidditch because of special factors, most wizards love this high-speed, dangerous and exciting sport, whether they are good at flying or not. To be precise, with the passage of time, it has even become a symbol of today's magical world. Underage wizards will ride flying broomsticks in the sky above their backyards to simulate Quidditch. Students from Hogwarts, Durmstrang, Booth Baton, Ifamoni and other magic schools will form teams to play Quidditch. Thousands of wizarding stars all over the world take Quidditch games as their profession, attracting hundreds of thousands of fans to watch their games every year. Moreover, one of the necessary factors to determine whether a country has a sound Ministry of Magic is to see whether there is an exclusive magic sports department in the Ministry of Magic of this country to control and organize Quidditch-related sports in the country. In addition, there are large-scale professional organizations such as the International Quidditch League. Internationally, every official professional game has a trained wizard rescue team on the sidelines at any time, in case of emergency. The comprehensive and complete logistical lineup combination, even during the Wizarding War, could not be fully popularized on the battlefield. So, in other words, as long as it is not directly hit by black magic, even if the cheekbones are broken by a wandering ball, can it be rescued in time? In the center of the open Quidditch stadium, Elena glanced at the team of professional therapists standing on the edge of the court, and nodded with satisfaction. Compared to Hogwarts, professional Quidditch, the team's personnel mix really is much more reasonable. In this way, she finally didn't have to be fearful every time, because she was afraid that the sniper might be too strong and it would be too late to rush to the rescue. As a mixed-race Veal, Elena is comparable to the devil from hell in terms of playing with emotions. In just a few words, Brandon Dunn and a group of Quidditch players have been irritated by her, and they did not hesitate for too long under Elena's language run to choose the 3-3 routine Quidditch offensive and defensive match. The rules are simple. Both sides take turns to attack and defend the ghost ball, and the team that gets the first 30 points wins. Oh, don't worry too much. Over the years, the entire Jurassic Quidditch Stadium has only had 2 jaw crushes, not to mention that we are all professional players and know how to control the intensity. Hearing Elena's voice, the burly Quidditch players standing in front of the girl grinned. It's just that the pain may not be avoided. Quidditch has never been a field that ladies should break into. Don't worry, I also pay attention to controlling the intensity. I hope you professionals can hold on for a few more minutes in my hands." Elena smiled slightly and responded faintly, her eyes flashing eagerly. "Anyway, struggle as much as possible and please me, this will at least make your failure a little bit worthwhile." Relying on the skills that she learned while playing games in her previous life, in terms of pre-match trash talk, Elena thinks she is definitely the top group of people in this era. If it's not because of her image, she can make these simple. The wizard will see in advance what is meant by the old mother's Yuan who coexists with temper and grace. "You little girl with sharp teeth, you better pray not." "Well, Reeks, don't worry about the little one. Are you still arguing with an 11 or 12-year-old girl?" Another Quidditch player patted his partner on the shoulder and said helplessly, "After a while, they will win 30 points cleanly, and they will naturally understand the difference between professional and student competitions." "Oh, of course, little guy, little dwarf, haha. Anything taller than 1.2 meters will have to cry for me later." A look of danger flashed in Elena's eyes. Her wrists flipped at will, and the sweeping broomstick exclusively for her jumped into her hand flexibly, the silver stars gleaming in the sun, like a sealed soul fragments. "Okay, stop talking and get on the broom." Brandon Dunn, who served as the interim referee, cleared his throat lightly and glared at his player. Although a little annoyed at Elena's provocation, Brandon Dunn didn't care too much. Dunn, who has now entered middle age, is not like those young and energetic players. He is very aware of the stinky problems of some children from the family of pure-blood wizards, especially this kind of children who Dumbledore personally greets him. He is very arrogant and self-willed. Normal. To deal with this kind of little kid with young master's disease and princess disease, you only need to use absolute strength to crush it once, and everything will be solved. Children have always been innocent, changing from being arrogant to being completely convinced. It's actually really easy. On the contrary, Brandon Dunn has more dissatisfaction with those few young players who are uncomfortable. After groaning for a few seconds, Brandon Dunn raised his palm and said in a serious tone, 5 minutes. I only give you 5 minutes. If you can end the game within 5 minutes, then maybe from next week, you will be temporarily reduced to the bench lineup and wait until you have a good attitude before entering the starting lineup. Now, the game begins. Without much preparation, Brandon Dunn blew the silver whistle vigorously and threw the ghost fly ball to Elena at the same time. Although according to the practice of the 3-in-3 match, the players of both sides should determine the first offensive and defensive order through guessing, but considering the huge age gap between the two sides, Elena naturally won the first offense. However, in the strict sense, this is not a huge advantage. As long as they fail to attack or lose the ball during the pass, the ball will naturally return to the official players of the British Quidditch national team. In Dunn's view, that also means end of the game. Boom. Before the thoughts in the Quidditch head coach finished, a red beam of light pierced the sky, accompanied by a deafening noise. The Chase Rexy, who had just lifted off in less than 5 seconds, fell from the sky at a faster speed and hit the field next to Brandon Dunn cleanly. Fainted directly. Ambulance team, coming. Get ready for rescue. I saw Elena floating down on the flying broom, while issuing instructions calmly, while dragging from the body of the young player who just called her a little bit among the dull gaze of Brandon Dunn and the dust flying in the sky. Out of the ghost flying ball, the silver white devil gently tipped the slightly deformed red magic ball in his hand and slowly lifted into the air, looking at the two English Quidditch stars who seemed to be hit by the petrification curse on the opposite side, with a pleasant smile on his face, and whispered softly, The first one, don't worry, he is not life-threatening, just a little bit painful. 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. If you can succeed until the end of the time, I would like to call you the strongest. Now, I allow you to start running away. Ma. Chapter 2! 6,000 words update reached. Ma. cute Elena asks for refill, ask for monthly pass. If none of the above two exist, then the new up main half round face and fat chicken COO humble and ask for 3 links. Chapter 662 Dogfight. Near Bournemouth, the British Quidditch national team training base. Inside the Jurassic Quidditch Stadium, Tina Scamander and the national team coach Brandon Dunn raised their heads and looked at the figures flying over the Quidditch Stadium. From time to time, there was a thunderous roar in their ears, and wailing in pain and panic sound, and that swaying in the wind. The 11 or 12-year-old girl's unique, silver bell-like clear and sweet laughter. The star chaser Ikesai from the Portree Pride team has already fallen directly in the first attack. Although under the care of the emergency team on the field, there is no life danger for the time being, but it is obviously impossible to relift in a short time. Unlike the immature students on the Hogwarts campus, with the death of the Rixa, 2 other top stars from other Quidditch League teams in the UK reacted quickly and have not waited to regain possession of the ball. The Elena rose to the optimal attack height, and they drove the broom to quickly shuttle through the air to prevent their coordinates from being quickly locked. In the official Quidditch game, some players rely on their superior arm strength to directly throw the ghost ball or hit the wandering ball to defeat the opposing player. Although it is not so common, it is not unprecedented. Simply put, using the ball to knock the opponent off the broom is one of the content allowed by the Quidditch rules. Therefore, as the official players of the Quidditch Professional League, although they are extremely shocked in their hearts, they are not yet directly collapsed, and surrendered strength does have a certain advantage in Quidditch matches, but the real decision is the flying skill. After a brief shock, Plank and Diloving quickly adjusted their mentality, adjusted the position of the broom, and took the initiative to fly in the direction of Elena. The 2 of them were like wild wolves hovering around the girl, looking for the angle of intercepting the ball, while using her own flight trajectory to continuously compress Elena's flight space. Since Brandon Dunn, as the head coach, did not announce the end, it means that the match should continue. And 5 minutes, as long as they persist for 5 minutes, they will win. Although it was less than a minute since the start of the game and the ghost flying ball into the air. This kid. At the edge of the field, Tina Scamander raised her head, her face filled with confusion. I have to admit that Elena's previous performance is indeed too deceptive, so that she has not been able to completely in her mind the soft and cute little sweetheart and the silver-white Quidditch queen in the sky. Linked together. Coach Dunn, isn't she cheating? How about we still cheating? This is Quidditch, ma'am. It's amazing to throw this kind of ghost ball with your bare hands, but as far as I know, in today's world arena, you can use a batting bat to play the same effect with a wandering ball. Of the top players, at least 10 people. Brandon Dunn shook his head, staring at the figures that were constantly moving in the sky with scorching eyes. So, is this amazing enough to make Albus Dumbledore write a letter personally and strongly recommend the top Quidditch geniuses to the British Quidditch national team training base to participate in summer training? Compared to the appearance that Tina and others were concerned about, after a brief surprise, he quickly noticed something else. The Quidditch competition is not a team competition where anyone with faster broomsticks and greater strength can win. After the attempts of countless Quidditch enthusiasts, the magic world has gradually formed a recognized cognition. In the face of this aerial sport, most of the Mole sports experience cannot be applied, because the Mole ball thinking is always limited to the narrow and flat ground, unable to carry the complex and vast sky. Quidditch skills and techniques. Even today, no Quidditch team dare to say that they have reached the limit. To avoid the interference of the opponent's walking ball in offense and defense, this is a flying skill that all Quidditch players must master. Regardless of the strength of the opponent's hitting attack is to break an arm, or directly into the near-death state. This is not much different in the intense and fast Quidditch arena. On the international court, any player who has been hit once will usually leave the field early because of continuous containment by the opponent. According to the current Quidditch game rules, as long as the starting list is determined, unless the seeker is succumbed to death. In principle, it is not allowed to rotate the game lineup during the game, even if a vicious accident occurs. What really shocked Brandon Dunn was that 1 minute later, his players were still flying around in the sky, and he did not get rid of Elena's lock as cleanly as he imagined. Try to fight back. Not to mention that Elena is not facing ordinary Quidditch enthusiasts, including the starting to death Rex. They are all top stars from various Quidditch clubs in the UK. In terms of the performance of the flying broomsticks used by both parties, there is a huge gap. Elena's sweep of the 7 stars is certainly the pinnacle of the sweep series, and for a long time it has been the standard configuration of the British Quidditch team. But since the beginning of the previous few years, the European professional Quidditch team has begun to change into the Light Wheel series. At this time, Pooling 5200 www.bqg5200.xies and Deloving used the Light Wheel 2001 series flying broomsticks that have not yet been fully marketed. Compared with the easy-to-control Sweep 7 stars, the Light Wheel series has a disruptive dominance in terms of absolute speed and altitude climb. In today's Quidditch theory, height and speed are the 2 deadly elements that dominate the game. This not only means a broader field of vision, but also represents unrivaled pursuit and defense. As long as you fly higher and faster, you can have the initiative on the field. This is the Quidditch theory and the iron law of flying broom manufacturing. However, on this day, Brandon Dunn suddenly discovered this iron law, and there seemed to be a crack in it. No, this tumbling and slowing down is a trap. Oops. Draven's speed is too fast. He will be locked directly. Before Tina could ask her second question, Brandon Dunn's exclamation suddenly heard in her ear. Immediately afterwards, a red beam of light crossed the sky again. Boom. Along with the dull impact, Deloving, the chaser from the Hornets, also fell to the ground. Unbelievable. What exactly happened just now? What was the way of flying that escaped the pursuit just now? Dogfight, close-range air combat skills. Elena floated down slowly, unhurriedly detained the ghost flying ball from the unconscious Deloving's body, handily gave the young man a healing rune to stabilize the injury, and casually explained. In the defensive state, you can instantly stall and maneuver, and you can complete the conversion of attack and accept energy levels. This is a very basic scientific theory in the non-magical world. Dogfight? What is the stall maneuver? Brandon Dunn repeated it puzzledly. I don't know why. He always feels that a magical door that has never been seen is slowly opening. Like a dogfight, chase each other's tails, find each other's blind spots and movement rules, and complete a fatal attack. Very vivid, right? Elena shrugged and turned the bloody ghost fly ball in her hand, revealing a sweet and lovely smile. As for the stall maneuver, it is a bit complicated. If you are interested, I can explain the air superiority theory in detail later. However, please wait for another minute. I will complete the last fall mission. Wait. Stop. Before Elena took off again, the bear-looking plank quickly landed from the sky and panicked his hands. I give up. Abstain. You won. Goo. Happy May Day. From next month, Fat Chicken will work hard to update. Ask for monthly pass. Ask for monthly pass. Ask for refill. Chapter 663 Quidditch Ace. Seeking monthly pass. England national team training base. Rixey and Deloving left the stadium and returned to the lounge. They still need treatment and emotional stability. And Elena stood in the middle of the Quidditch stadium, ready to start a belated self-introduction, as well as instructions on the training arrangements for the next month. Or in other words, take over the national team interim instructor's speech. Of course, no one knows the girl's careful thoughts yet. The vast majority of wizards are still immersed in the bombardment of the few ghost flying balls that penetrate the sky, and what Elena showed in the confrontation just now was just like a predator in the sky. Amazing flying skills. There was a strange silence in the Quidditch field. Everyone looked at the little silver horde witch standing in the middle of the court with a very complicated look. Guru. This kid, Is she really here to participate in the summer training camp instead of being sent by a competitor to kill the England Quidditch team? Well, I think we'd better meet again first. Elena pulled out her magic wand and dexterously moved the top of her beloved sweeping 7 stars. Among the stars that looked like an asteroid belt, 2 newly completed knockdown marks were added, and she smiled and said softly, "Now standing in front of you is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry 19,911,992 Quidditch Academy Cup champion, regular season MVP. Finals FMVP, Ace in Ace, Queen of Sora Elena Kaslana. Knock down the king." "So, Ms. Kaslana, so you were just..." Brandon Dunn couldn't help swallowing, looked at the slightly fancy broom in Elena's hand, and asked in a soft, trembling voice, "I mean, those decorated around your broom the stars, shouldn't they be shooting a jet star? Isn't it a very common thing?" Elena smiled slightly. "Don't worry, all the games I have participated in are pretty good in terms of field safety. At least in terms of the results. No Quidditch player is hurt, and the magic is very wonderful." Patter. Accompanied by the girl's voice, a drop of blood slowly slipped from the ghost fly ball, dripping onto the flat ground. Sorry, I haven't played for a while. The finishing work is a bit unskilled." Following the gazes of Brandon Dunn and others, Elena stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, turned the wand in her hand and waved it lightly, and said softly, "Clean up." In the next moment, the bloodstains remaining in the middle of the field and on the ghost ball were instantly swept away. Compared to the shackled hands and feet in school, facing adult wizards who have matured their bodies and magic powers, especially professional Quidditch players with professional magic rescue team support, Elena can finally move around with full firepower. You know, when she played in Hogwarts before, she had to carefully keep her strength every time to avoid a situation where a wandering ball directly penetrates the opponent player's body. Who would have thought of the bodies of these adult wizards, is also so fragile. She originally thought that an adult wizard might have a magic shield with automatic body protection, or an increase in dual resistance. This is just an accident. I'm very sorry, I will pay attention to it in the future. Elena chuckled and blinked, her hands clasped together, and she explained with a very sincere expression on her face. "It's definitely not because you and those big brothers called me a little short, and said that I was not tall, and so on. They didn't control their own strength and accidentally produced such an effect. In fact, I didn't expect everyone to be so intolerant. After all, this is actually very common in Hogwarts." Brandon Dunn twitched his mouth and said nothing, and Miss Tina Scamander, who was standing next to him, was going crazy now. She seemed to realize why she was just a little Quidditch genius. Albus Dumbledore would write to ask Newt to take charge. Take care of it. Compared to the cuteness along the way before, when this child named Elena Kaslana rides on a flying broomstick and soars in the sky, the breath that she exudes is simply the god of death who is in charge of life and death on the court. If you use Newt's analogy, this is simply a juvenile Hungarian hornet. Fortunately, there should be only one child outside of such specifications. Before Tina Scamander thought about how to wait for a while to return home, how should she tactfully and decently inform her ignorant husband of such a terrible news? Elena and Boo came to her ears again. Langdon Dunn's conversation. "Yes, this is indeed a very common thing. You haven't been back to school for too long, have you seen it?" Elena answered quite seriously, and squeezed the ghost flying ball into Hannah's cute hand. This level of offensive and defensive strength is no longer a surprise in Hogwarts game in the past year. Besides me, many people can also do this. Hannah, you can demonstrate to Mr. Dunn. There are a lot of people. Normal campus offensive and defensive intensity. The corner of Brandon Dunn's eyes twitched, before he had time to complain about these fantasy-like words. Boom. The next moment, another dazzling red light swept across the court, accompanied by a thunderous roar. A crack appeared on the rock wall of the Quidditch stadium tens of meters away. And at the location of the source of the air wave, Hannah Abbott, who threw this death throw with a silly smile on her face, rubbed her aching wrists. After half a holiday of practice, she was finally able to become proficient. Cast the second layer of healing magic text. However, compared to Elena, her strength enhancement limit is still weaker after all. Click, click, click. Brandon Dunn stared blankly at the spreading cracks and the slowly peeling off the stone wall fragments. The original doubts and rhetorical questions in his mouth all turned into strange grunts, as if it were Xia. The frogs croak before the thunderstorm. Are these little witches from Hogwarts all monsters? Only then did Brandon finally notice that the top of the flying broomstick in the hands of the silly little girl named Hannah Abbott was also branded with a silver falling star. Not surprisingly, in the record of this naive little witch, there is probably a dead soul under the ball. As for the Miss Lovegood who has been floating behind Elena and Hannah, her eyes look a little tranced. At this time, in the eyes of Brandon Dunn and the Quidditch players, she has also begun to grow deep, unpredictable. As a special student personally recommended by Dumbledore, her harmlessness at this time is definitely a pre-hunting camouflage. If Brandon Dunn is not mistaken, from beginning to end, Miss Luna Lovegood's eyes did not fluctuate too much. Whether it was a deafening roar or De Living and others, the wailing seems nothing special. Elena smiled slightly, and continued to explain without hesitation. Presumably you have also heard about it before. Hogwarts is implementing a pilot education reform in the past 2 years. As the most important Quidditch project in the magical world, it is naturally also in the scope of curriculum reform. The three of us happen to be the first batch students. This is Hogwarts education reform. I have indeed vaguely heard of it before. It's just. Brandon groaned for a few seconds, his eyes slid over the girls' immature faces, and his voice suddenly rushed a bit. It turns out that Hogwarts only has flight lessons in the first grade. So, you are the result of the pilot education reform of Professor Dumbledore in the field of flight. Hogwarts has sorted out a new theoretical system. Well, it's not a complete success, it's just a little immature guess. Elena shook her head with a smile. Some of the theories may need to be verified by professionals. Professionals for the verification? So then, is it us? Brandon Dunn frowned, his right hand sticking to his chin, and he muttered in a somewhat bewildered voice. If this is the case, then why did Professor Dumbledore not write clearly in the letter before, and shouldn't this innovative theory of flying skills be directly published in international and domestic magazines? It's very simple, because Professor Dumbledore is also a fan of the British Quidditch team. Elena blinked quickly, a sly flash in her eyes. Not to mention that the content on the letter paper cannot show the charm of Quidditch in detail. If all theories are made public in the first time, the Bulgarian and Irish teams will not let go of this opportunity to improve their strength. Wait, then what Professor Dumbledore meant? Professor Dumbledore didn't say anything. He just happened to send 3 students to the British Quidditch national team to participate in the summer trial. The changes in the training plan and the improvement of strength that occurred during this period were nothing but school knowledge and actual combat. After the ingenious collision and fusion between experiences, the wonderful sparks that burst out are nothing more than— Elena raised her fingers meaningfully, and skillfully pulled out a small fluffy meatball from her chest. If you need it, I can help you get a written explanation from Professor Dumbledore. Of course. The recipient can only be me. Presumably you should also be aware that, as the guardian of the magic world, Professor, the position is very subtle. As her first little pet, the intelligence of the food reserve is much higher than that of the ordinary round-faced fat chicken. Even if the letter is written in front of everyone, it can clearly tell through the hint of Elena that the person to whom the letter is really sent is Albus Dumbledore or Albus Dumbledore. Regarding the flight reform in the magical world, this was originally what she had discussed with Grindelwald some time ago. Quidditch and flying broomsticks were originally special features of the magic world. Compared to simply fighting in the grounds dimension, in the wizarding world, the battlefield of wizards is obviously broader. Driving a flying broomstick to start a chase in the sky, for most wizards, in fact, There is not much difference in essence from the drag racing scene in the Hollywood movies of the non-magical world. Different from the prohibition rules on the Quidditch court, except for special groups like Hermione Chocobo Granger. Almost everyone who drives the broomstick can be regarded as a wizard. The fighter with unlimited ammunition. Quality of the flying broomstick determines the basic performance of the fighter, and the attack strength and protection ability depend on each person's magical ability. As the Fairy Queen, Elena has obtained data about the firebolt being developed from Douglas. The traditional wizard flying broom technology, coupled with the enhancement of the fairy forging skills, is enough to make the new flying broom, which is still a model, can accelerate to 150 miles an hour in 10 seconds, which is 240 km/h. This speed has reached the flight speed of most adult fire dragons, and at the same time has reached the critical value at which airplanes in the early days of World War II began to transform into fighters. The strength of the wizard's body is much higher than the endurance of ordinary humans, which means that with the pressure that the ace pilots can bear, it is also an achievable position for wizards. Regarding technological innovations in this area, since the successful takeover of the Huberian, there have been related Destiny Group wizards working with researchers in aerodynamics of the former Soviet Union, and crossage technological innovations may occur at any time. However, no matter how powerful a creation is, after all, it needs suitable personnel to control it. Before that, a complete methodology is needed to train and teach the pilots of the new aircraft to adapt to the next air combat mode in advance. At this point, the Quidditch Alliance is undoubtedly an extremely mature experiment field. Elena originally planned to implement this theory on the Quidditch team at Hogwarts. It's just that today's unexpected situation suddenly gave her a new idea. Perhaps she could take advantage of Dumbledore's absence to stare at any time, and now try air combat skills in the England Quidditch national team. Quidditch skills break through the wall, and then use this team to collect more information in the next national team qualifiers. Elena has carefully studied the traditional Quidditch game and the rules of the Quidditch World Cup. In the toy long round robin, the use of flying skills to compete between Ghostfly and Wandering Ball is the top priority of this stage of the game, and all the Quidditch defense and offensive methods so far. Thinking about it, it can actually be regarded as a humanoid fighter combat in close air combat, compressing the space, biting the tail and stealing the ball, moving and getting rid of. Regarding whether these experiences can be applied, she has actually conducted a successful demonstration just now. Due to the disadvantage of her own broom in flight speed, in order to find a suitable attack angle, she directly pulled the takeoff sky broom during high-speed flight, using the driving source of the broom tail as the axis, and rolled out a similar image in the sky. The circular trajectory like a clock fell directly behind Deloving in an instant, completing the locked tail bite. Perhaps in the eyes of Brandon Dunn, this kind of flying technology is a bit weird and incomprehensible. But in the eyes of most ace pilots in later generations, and even many top ace pilots today, this offensive and defensive transition can be said to be a fairly basic dogfighting tactical maneuver. 5 points. Under Brandon Dunn's gaze, Elena quickly wrote the authorization application letter sent to Albus Dumbledore. Seeing the reserve food flapping its wings and disappearing into the sky, the girl patted her hands lightly and said in a relaxed tone, "As for the time waiting for the professor to reply, if you don't mind, I can also explain some simple flight theories and the decomposition of the few flight actions just now." With internet crashed once today, and I swallowed the manuscript on the original planned 6,000-word update has shrunk. It was finally sent out, a big chapter of 4,400 words. Ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 664 Breaking Point. Quidditch is a multiplayer sports competition and the core of multiplayer sports is cooperation. Elena lowered her head, stroked her skirt, and naturally sat on the broom, her feet hanging slightly in the air, swaying her feet like a swing, slowly drifting to a height that could be seen by all adult wizards. Said softly, "But over the years, The notion of seeker supremacy has been very popular. Many teams are now developing their own tactical systems around talented seekers. Didn't anyone ever feel that Quidditch theory has fallen into a dead end? Everyone knows these, but this is Quidditch. Brandon Dunn shrugged with a wry smile. Of course, he understood what Elena meant. Compared with the Seekers who have the ability to finish the game and have the opportunity to directly receive 150 points, the value and status of other players in Quidditch matches are obviously lower. Even in the eyes of most people, the Quidditch team can be simply divided into two roles: Seekers and other Quidditch players. But one of the charms of the Quidditch game lies in the uncertainty of the end of the game, and no matter how anxious and difficult the situation is, the one behind will always have the hope of turning defeat into victory. If the rule of Seeker and Golden Snitch is removed, the sport may be more fair. But on the other hand, as the rules change, it can certainly become more competitive. Air basketball, air football, air rugby, and air volleyball. But it is no longer what the magical world used to be. That Quidditch. Regarding the proposed changes to the Quidditch rules, countless wizards submit applications every year. However, over the years, most of the changes have been reflected in the revision of the foul rules, as well as the definition of the 7 fixed positions in terms of the certification of the flying broomsticks, clothing and apparel, and there has never been a slight change. Quidditch may have many problems, but the first prerequisite for all rule revisions must be based on the fact that it is still Quidditch. This is recognized by the International Quidditch Alliance and Quidditch fans in the magic world. The bottom line: trust me, you are not alone in seeing these problems, but the Seeker is the core soul of Quidditch. Brandon Dunn shook his head in exclamation and explained helplessly. What's more, the International Quidditch League is also undergoing some changes over the years. I'm not sure if you have noticed in relevant magazines. In recent years, the new version of the Quidditch World Cup mode is an extremely obvious signal to try. In the Toy World Cup group stage qualifiers, the duration of all matches will be limited to 4 hours. If the Golden Snitch is still not caught after the 4 hours of the match, the result of the match will be based solely on the advancement. The number of balls is determined. In the group stage, the winning team can accumulate 2 points, and the tie is 1 point each. In addition, if the net score of a single game exceeds 150, 100 or 50 points, you can get 5 points, 3 points and 1 point respectively. If the points of the two teams are the same, they will be the rules with the most number of snitches and the least amount of time are sorted in order, and finally 16 teams will be selected 2 years later to advance to the World Cup finals. In other words, in the qualifiers, scoring efficiency will become an important factor in the ability to earn extra points. Elena raised her mouth and couldn't help but interrupt softly. You're right, but the premise for extra points is something that will only be considered if you have to win. Right? If you lose the game, then it's still the same. Pointless. Brandon Dunn's expression froze slightly. It's true. Seekers still play a decisive role in ending the game and influencing the outcome. It's just that under the new rules, teams that want to stand out must ensure that they are still at points other than the Seekers. It has the power to suppress. That's not enough. In the final analysis, this is still the Seeker first. On the basis of a tie, it is the lower limit for teammates. Elena could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything can continue according to her script. As for the International Quidditch League, and whether the next Quidditch World Cup will significantly update the game version because of her appearance, this is not what she needs to care about. She wants only Magic Ace, not a group of football stars. So, if I say he can completely overthrow the original mechanism and bring the victory and defeat back to the team, how is this possible? No matter how you formulate your tactics, the number of players in each game is fixed. Even if some miraculous effects are temporarily achieved, in less than a few months, you will encounter the countermeasures of the mirror tactical game. Brandon shook his head again, with an inexplicable hope hidden in his eyes. Tactics may be very important, but more important is the innovation of the flying concept and the overall Quidditch style of play. Unless the changes you bring are in people, not in flight trajectories. You know what I mean. Yes, that's why I am here. Elena's eyes flickered, and a bloodthirsty excitement appeared on her face. 1 month, only need to give me 1 month. I can make each of your players personally, to at least be able to fight against 2 of their own standards at the same time. High altitude and high speed, that is a game for seekers. Rules for Quidditch in other positions. The sky should have been replaced with a more efficient and exciting Thunder battlefield. You mean, Coach Dunn, if a team can defeat the defense of another team head with only 3 or 4 people, what kind of seeker can catch the golden snitch with 2 to 3 or more close guards? Elena raised her fingers, and the little dull hair on top of her head swayed happily from side to side. Even, it may not be necessary for so many people to be on guard when the new generation of energy maneuvering concept flying broomsticks comes out. Those who still adhere to the high altitude and high speed theory will soon understand what despair is, compared with the non-magical world's fighter replacement system. The flying broom has actually touched the boundary in terms of energy acquisition efficiency. Before the magic world has entered the beyond visual range warfare, the close-range aerial fight by virtue of magical perception and gaze will last for a long time, and this will continue almost forever in Quidditch as a sport. Go down. In other words, the dog-fighting technique that has gradually faded in the field of air combat due to the emergence of missiles is very likely to be over the Quidditch field forever after a certain integration and change. After changing a form. Shine up. If all goes well, the viewing and confrontation of future Quidditch games will be as good as non-magical air performances. Energy maneuver? Brandon Dunn repeated thoughtfully. Is this the new flight theory developed by Hogwarts? However, regarding this point, I still need to think about it for the time being. If I have a somewhat excessive request. I may need Miss Caslana to cooperate. I hope you can understand. Okay. Elena was taken aback. Her eyebrows twitched. Her eyes narrowed subconsciously. Head Coach Dunn. Don't get me wrong, I mean, you should be the most outstanding little witch in the field of flying at Hogwarts in the past year. I hope you can demonstrate the actuality of energy maneuver while converging your strength. Application. We will definitely cooperate with the teaching pilot at Hogwarts. But compared to theory, we are actually more concerned about the effect of transforming theory into practical skills. Even if it is learning, at least there must be an object of imitation. As for the opponent, whether it's your internal or my team members, it's okay. Understood. It is another confrontation. Then, let me think about. Elena's face eased, and she nodded lightly, her eyes swaying around the faces of the Quidditch stars around her. This group of Quidditch stars, who look like 5 big and 3 thick Quidditch stars, don't seem to be very resistant to play. The start of the killing of the chicken and the monkey has already been done once. If another lucky audience is selected to be beaten, it will not be as effective as before in terms of visual shock and psychological effects. Even, it is possible to produce a group rebellious psychology of a strong dragon overpowering a snake. In this case, after Elena pondered for a few seconds, her gaze shifted away from the grey-faced useless men, and finally fell on Hannah Tyrheniber, who was standing next to her, with a hint of joke in her mouth. Radiance. Hannah, let's have a match. You attack and I defend. Undoubtedly, after half a summer vacation, Tyrhanhan has almost been able to release the second layer effect of the healing magic text. Judging from the look of Little Wing, although she does not speak orally, she is obviously quite in mind, proud. And the test firing of the magic cannon on the ground just now further strengthened Hannah's self-confidence. Considering her own safety after school start, Elena feels that it is better to show her strength in time and reconsolidate her invincible image in Tyrhanhan's mind, so as to avoid Nana minutes in the girls' dormitory at midnight after school starts. Battle white hair to Anzi terrible script plot. Otherwise, Elena turned her head to look at the 4 young wizards who were standing next to Brandon Dunn with little clubs in their hands. If I'm right, all 4 of you should be batsmen for the British Quidditch national team, right? You guys should also play together. By the way, release all the roaming balls and make the game a little more difficult. The rules for the next match are very simple: within 10 minutes, as long as you can hit me once, you will win. At this moment, Eleanor's voice suddenly paused, and her eyes flickered. According to her original plan, she originally planned to talk to these Quidditch players more today, and then just now she suddenly felt the contract fire hidden somewhere in her body beating slightly. This familiar feeling, little Lomai. Strange. How could it suddenly appear near here? And if the perception is correct, Xiaoluwei seems to be in the house where Newt lives. Chapter 1. The network has been stuck for a while. It's good now. Ma! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Seek comparison. Chapter 665. No matter what difficulties you encounter. Could it be said that this is the joy of surprise? Sure enough, the world will always favor those who look good in casual places. Elena narrowed her eyes slightly, and a series of speculation flashed through her mind. She was planning to show off more air combat skills and try her best to convince people with reason, but now she has changed her mind and intends to end the questioning as soon as possible. So she should go back and see the situation on Newt's side first. And this way, by the way, it would also give Albus Dumbledore more time to conceive a consent. Thinking of this, Elena turned her conversation, smiling and looking at the people who were talking and laughing on their broomsticks. That's right. In order to urge everyone to cheer up and play out of style, I think we still need to add a violent mechanism. If you still fail to succeed after your attack time is over, then I will start to fight back. Newt Scamander's home. The grey-haired Newt Scamander stood at the door, pacing in place with a little excitement, with an expression of excitement on his face like the young Hufflepuff student who had just left school decades ago, rubbing his hands. Look at the meadow not far away. Professor Dumbledore, I didn't expect you to make a trip yourself, but you don't need to be so rushed. Not far in front of Newt, Dumbledore, who was holding the three little puppies in his arms, sighed inaudibly. If it weren't because of Grindelwald's threat, in fact, according to his idea, he had planned to delay for a few days first, trying to suggest a way to hint Newt Scamander, and let him realize how dangerous things he was doing, no matter what, whether it was a lone three-headed dog from hell, or a white-haired dumpling. Dumbledore believed that Newt could handle it with ease. But if the two are combined together, this will form the bond of the classic magic of ancient times. Then it is a little hard to say. However, as the letter signed Dear Professor Dumbledore was seen by Grindelwald, there was not much room for maneuver now. I can only hope that Newt can continue him Black Devil Nemesis ability. Professor Dumbledore, wouldn't this be what you said? An adult three-headed dog? As Dumbledore's footsteps approached, Newt looked at the little milk dog in the old man's arms and said weirdly, although from a research point of view, the juvenile three-headed dog is obviously better, but this is obviously not the same as the information he has heard before, and this kind of little milk dog that is unstable on the road. Also, there is no way to guard his zoo. Could it be that this is the cub born by the adult three-headed dog in Hogwarts Castle? Just as Newt Scamander's thoughts were mixed, Dumbledore's wry laugh came in his ear. No, Newt, it's the adult three-headed dog. But before Newt Scamander could finish his words, I saw that the three little puppies who had been lying in Dumbledore's arms suddenly raised his head and looked around in confusion. Three little noses were there, sniffed in the air, as if looking for something. The next moment, the three-headed dog with the appearance of a little milk dog swept away from the eyes, and flexibly jumped out of the arms of the old wizard. Wow! Well, wow! Accompanied by three screams of milk and milk, the body of this three-headed dog, which was not the size of an adult, was instantly enveloped in a light blue flame. In the distorted hot air, its body shape seemed to blow. It swells as quickly as it loses its breath. In an instant, a terrifying behemoth full of blue flames appeared in front of Newt Scamander. Three ferocious heads swayed from side to side, like watchers of the underworld crawling out of the depths of hell. Six cold and bloodthirsty looking down at the tiny humans not far away, accompanied by the breathing of the giant beasts, and the hot sparks from time to time. In the air, Newt, your information is a bit lagging. It's not an ordinary three-headed dog. Albus Dumbledore sighed again and patted the body of the big dog beside him. As you can see, this is a three-headed hell dog that has signed a magic contract with a wizard and has awakened the ability of magic fire. I think you should be familiar with the content of this aspect. Of course, this makes it in loyalty is certainly impeccable. Ancient wizard contract. That's it. It's a great masterpiece. Newt Scamander stared at the behemoth in front of him with bright eyes, as hot as a peerless beauty. Unbelievable. I didn't expect that there are still wizards who know this kind of contract magic. It's incredible. Compared with the current gap between wizards and magical creatures, in ancient times, with the rise of contract magic, most top wizards would choose to sign magic contracts with powerful magical creatures to jointly fight against complex and dangerous natural challenges. Among them, the three-headed dog of hell is undoubtedly the most legendary existence among them. According to the remnants of the magic historical text, the three-headed dog played a very important role in the battle of the wizards to conquer the house elves. This kind of high magic resistance, brutal and terrifying behemoth cooperated with the magic of ancient wizards, directly defeated an intelligent race no less than fairies, making them slaves to wizards for generations. However, after this, the number of three-headed dogs suddenly dropped sharply. There have been many different versions of rumors about the bizarre dying of the three-headed dog race. One of the most convincing is that with the end of the house elf conquest, fairies, Vales, horsemen and even the Magic Council all agreed that this mode of war was too terrifying. In the silent tacit understanding, the Fang forces were quietly erasing the previous history, and the contract magic was gradually sealed. The story between the three-headed dog and the wizard has gradually become a myth that only circulates in text records. Professor Dumbledore, sorry, Newt, for some special reasons, I can't give you much information. As if he had guessed what Newt Scamander wanted to ask, Dumbledore shook his head with a complicated expression. The only thing I can tell you is that the owner of this three-headed dog has agreed to temporarily foster it with you. At the same time, you'd better prepare mentally in advance. The hell three-headed dog who completed the contract is worth it. Trust and dangerous. Huh? Your words sound contradictory? Newt frowned slightly, and the excitement on his face faded a little. Dumbledore was helpless. His lips pursed, and finally he did not continue to explain. Anyway, within a few hours, Newt Scamander should understand what happened, and before that, due to the constraints of some small magic, he could not reveal the vital details in advance. Both are the wizards who stand at the top of the magical world. Although Grindelwald cannot use magic to forcibly restrict Dumbledore's speech, it is possible to set up a few small and fragile magic detection protections to determine whether the old wizard has leaked some secrets within a certain period of time. According to Grindelwald, the mystery of the gift must be kept as long as possible until the moment it is opened. In short, it won't take the initiative to hurt people. I can assure you of this. Dumbledore sighed lightly, took out his pocket watch from his chest pocket, and looked down. Sorry, I might have to go first regarding its feeding guidelines. You just follow the regular feeding of large carnivores. Anyway, Hagrid has fed everything before: venison, pork, beef, fish. These should be your areas of expertise. After all, neither Hagrid nor I are experts in magical creatures. I will try my best. Then there is one more question. Glancing at Dumbledore, who was inexplicably speaking, Newt turned his head on his hips and looked at the behemoth in front of him. It's the previous shrinking state, isn't it? The effect of the special shrinking potion? So speaking, this big guy should be the kind that is easy to deal with in terms of intelligence and personality. Can it be changed back? It's okay, but it depends on its own will. Dumbledore shrugged and replied somewhat helplessly. You know, as one of the favorite treasure guards of ancient wizards, the three-headed dog actually has a small storage area in its body. Although they usually like to store excess food for long periods of dormancy. If I remember correctly, Louis's body should still have more than a dozen specially made reduction medicines. As long as it wants to, it can digest one of the shrinking potions at any time. so that it can return to the state of the juvenile body, and when it is in danger, it will take the initiative to explode its magic power to regain the form of an adult body. I understand. It depends on the communication between me and this lovely friend. Newt Scamander nodded, and replied lightly. Establishing a connection with this docile creature that has been tamed, even if its appearance looks a bit hideous. But for Newt Scamander, it is hardly a difficult task. Well, you can understand that. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Cute indeed. But the subject may have changed slightly. Then him leaving first otherwise that little girl might be back. Dumbledore hesitated, then suddenly turned around again, raised his hand and patted Newt Scamander on the shoulder. Right, Newt. Huh? Professor Dumbledore, is there anything else? Newt panicked suddenly. What I want to say is that no matter what difficulties you encounter, you must remain calm. Face it with a smile as much as possible. The best way to eliminate fear is to face fear. Perseverance is victory. Come on, I believe you. Chapter 2, Gwa Ma! Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Seek comparison. Chapter 666. Hannah's Troubles. One gang asks for a monthly pass. The three-headed dog is derived from ancient mythology, and can even be traced back to ancient Greece and ancient Egypt. Unlike the lion-body eagle-head beast and sphinx, which were often employed by ancient wizards to guard their treasures, the relationship between the three-headed dog and the wizard is closer. Since the time of the ancient Egyptian pharaohs, the eagle dog has always been a symbol of power. As the earliest animal domesticated by humans, the bond between dogs and humans is far stronger and longer than any other creature in the world. This is true in the non-magical world, and even more so in the magical world. In the eyes of Newt Scamander, this big dog living in Hogwarts is as trustworthy as Dumbledore. Fluffy. What a good name. Not paying attention to Dumbledore's rush when he left, and the deep meaning of the headless encouragement, Newt Scamander's attention had been fully devoted since the moment Luwai showed his real body. Arrived on this amazing beast, the intelligence of an adult three-headed dog is equivalent to that of 11 or 12-year-old child, and this hell three-headed dog that has activated the magic bloodline is obviously smarter than its companion Altdorf. Newt has not touched too many three-headed dogs. Head dog. But from the eyes and movements of this big guy, he can clearly feel its spirituality and its docile heart, which is different from its fierce appearance. Under Luwai's careful restraint, the faint blue flame lingering around it did not even damage the lawn. Newt Scamander didn't have to spend too much trouble, and successfully brought this legendary Quasar-class magical creature to the room at the entrance of his underground zoo. The whole process went smoothly. It's incredible. Dumbledore, Hagrid, and others have completed the most difficult work of taming. As a temporary breeder, he is naturally very relaxed. Just as Newt had just cleaned the house for the big friend, a wave of magic came from the space outside the house. Obviously, Tina and the dangerous little girls are back. Gently patted the three-headed dog who squinted his eyes and snored comfortably. Newt Scamander's heart loosened, and a relaxed smile from the heart appeared on his face unconsciously. Compensation for Dumbledore. He was quite satisfied. Maybe that little devil has unlimited potential, but she is still very weak now, and she still needs time to grow up slowly. With such a docile and loyal three-headed dog from the hell, Newt can finally relax, and don't have to worry that his animal companions will suddenly fall into the palm of Elena one day and night and become her dedication to Grindelwald's revenge gift. Everything started to get better. Newt, we are back. Pushing the door open and returning to the residence, Mrs. Scamander's eyes wandered in the living room, frowning and asking in confusion, "Huh? Were there any guests here at home just now?" "Professor Dumbledore is here." Newt Scamander quickly explained that he was wrong and continued with a smile on his face. "The professor brought a very rare magical creature. Please ask me to take care of it for the time being. It is a pretty big guy with a very good personality. You will definitely like Tina." "Fantastic animals." "You like it?" Tina Scamander shrugged non-committal and turned to look at the girls behind him. "My dear, the upstairs bathroom has a lot of space. Hot water, shower gel, and towels are all ready. After playing Quidditch all afternoon, you must be exhausted. Go up and rinse it out. Huh? There is a big bathroom. The little dummer on Elena's head stood up excitedly, and instantly left behind Dumbledore's visit to Newt Scamander's house again anyway. She came with peace and kindness. She is not afraid even if it is a petty complaint by the defendant. It's amazing. Hannah, Luna, let's go wash it for nothing. It's nice to be young. Seeing the girls disappear at the end of the stairs, Tina sighed, and then looked at her husband with complicated expressions. Newt, about these children, there may be some things you need to be mentally prepared in advance. It's okay, Professor Dumbledore told me. Newt Scamander shook his head disapprovingly, and replied with a smile. No matter how outstanding the children are in their talents and how deep their family background, what can they do? After all, they are a group of chicks who have just been exposed to magic. They are here to live and learn, so we can guide them patiently. However, they directly shot down half of the national team on the first day. As long as there is a wizard who can be valued by Dumbledore, there must be something different from ordinary people. This is normal. Newt held his wife's hand and patted it lightly, with a particularly relaxed expression on his face. Tina, both of us are almost 100-year-old old guys. Don't mess up because of some small things. Just treat them as vigilant little beasts. Don't worry. Everything is under control. After dinner, I will take you to see that new friend in the underground zoo. You have never seen it before. Newt explained a few words in a relaxed tone, and soon calmed down the anxiety in his wife's heart. Why don't you go up and see the children first? After all, a group of girls take a bath. It is not convenient for me to ask if there is anyone who needs help. I will prepare the introduction sequence for a while. I haven't taught for so many years. It's rusty. Tina Scamander looked at the confidence in Newt's eyes, smiled, and did not continue. Thinking about it carefully, she was indeed a little worried. Although the communication process seems a bit shocking to Tina, from the final result, whether it is Elena and others, or the members of the English Quidditch national team, after several matches, the perception of each other is very different. Not bad. At the time of parting, the atmosphere of the entire Quidditch stadium is also very good. Perhaps this is the tacit understanding between Quidditch lovers and the unique way of communication. From another perspective, even the most dangerous Hungarian hornet, Newt Scamander, can live in harmony with them, living near the fire dragon's lair for several weeks, recording their habits at close range, let alone a few. A little girl. After Mrs. Scamander left, the smile on Newt's face gradually disappeared. Although due to some unknown reasons, Albus Dumbledore did not disclose more information about Elena Kaslana during his second visit, but he took advantage of the gaps in the conversation to add additional information. Some other two girls' situation. Hannah Abbott, the chaser of the Hogwarts Quidditch freshman team, directly knocked down the Slytherin goalkeeper in the final game, and in the form of a dribbling ball, directly through it was knocked down by the way of the goal knocker. In the next month, it was rumored that she had personally beaten 4 or 5 drunk adult wizards to the ground in the Broken Cauldron pub run by her family, and threw all her brains onto the stone street of Diagon Alley to sober up. Compared to Hannah, who is active in the magic world, Luna Lovegood's information is undoubtedly much more mysterious. As the only daughter of Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor-in-chief of Singing and Singing, her message is more not reflected in her own strength, but in the changes in her father's social status over the past year. The business expansion of the magazine, the area centered on Lovegood's house, has now formed a wizarding village certified by the Ministry of Magic. In the magic world, wizard employees are more than just non-combat units. If Newt did not understand the suggestion given by Albus Dumbledore wrong, the superpower and power possessed by these two little girls are most likely the little Elena Kaslana, part of the extension of the Devil's own power. In other words, most of what they have, Elena has, and it may be stronger. Fortunately, the adult health 3-headed dog is equivalent to the 3 or 4 Eliteras. Newt let out a sigh of relief. As a magical animal master, His own magical power may only account for a small part of his total strength. As long as there are enough magical animal partners to assist him, he is confident to deal with any difficulties. You know, even Gellert Grindelwald had a headache when facing the combination of magical creatures and wizards. At the same time, in the bathroom on the second floor of the treehouse, different from other magic families, the decoration style of Newt's home is actually closer to the style of Hufflepuff College. The familiar yellow and black bedroom and bathroom, so that the three Nanana who are new to an unfamiliar environment don't have much divide and unaccustomed. After playing around for a while as in school, the three girls sat on the edge of the bathtub, rubbing bubbles with each other. Elena, you don't really want to take the sniff of Senior Newt, do you? Hannah Abbott expertly slapped a claw that was sneaking out from behind. Fortunately, Luna did not follow her studies when she was at Hogwarts before. Besides Elena, there was the equally ordinary Hermione Granger. Every time people in the bathroom will join hands in sneak attacks. Huh? Sniff? Of course not now. Elena retracted her paws and continued to help Hannah wipe the bubbles on her back without changing her face, and asked in confusion, "But, Hannah, why did you ask this question suddenly?" Luna said she heard you whispering just now, simmering that sniff. Did you say that? Hannah shrugged and said seriously, Elena, I think Mrs. Scamander is very good to us, and Senior Newt looks good too. If we take the sniffs they raised and stew them, it will be very sad. Compared to Luna, who only took these words as a joke, Tai-Han, who had followed Elena to rob Professor Snape's office, was obviously more concerned. She knew very well that the white-haired ball was in his heart. Hidden unscrupulous, although in many cases she can't figure out the logic after the incident. According to the handbook for handling the white-haired dumpling compiled by Hermione for her, if she finds some clues, she will openly discuss with Elena in advance. So with Elena's character, most of them won't mess around against their wishes without being able to fully persuade them. Luna, well, that was indeed what I said. Elena's face became stiff, and she glanced reluctantly at Luna Lovegood, who was empty. As a Dire girl who is about to be full of innate inspiration, Luna always has a special skill that cannot be explained by science and magic in this strange information capture. Fortunately, as far as it seems, there are no ancient gods in the world. However, that's not my idea, it's actually a spell. Elena thought for a while, her eyes rolled, and she opened her hands and explained seriously. Well, it's just a special spell that opens up the space in my suitcase. This suitcase was given to me by Professor Dumbledore, and I don't know why this sentence was set. If you don't believe me, we will take a shower later. You can try it. The spell to open the trunk space. Huh? Hannah stayed for a while, but the follow-up words suddenly got stuck in her mouth. Elena raised her finger, looked at the sluggish Tai-Han, and said sincerely, yes, it's the same as the key set at the gate of the Gringotts vault, or the password for the entrance to each common room in our school. Only when the correct spell is spoken can you open the suitcase space. Well, but Hannah blinked, and after thinking for a few seconds, suddenly raised her head again. But Elena, you still didn't answer. Will you eat the sniff raised by Mr. Scamander? You just changed the subject, right? I won't be fooled by you now. You won't eat sniff, right? It's a good question. I haven't tasted what smell is like. Elena licked her lips lightly and whispered softly like a demon. Then let's not eat what Mr. Scamander's family raised is good, or puff. Glancing at Hannah, whose expression was instantly frozen, her eyes full of nervousness, Elena couldn't help but laughed out loud, shook her head helplessly, raised her bubble-stained hands and pinched Hannah's cheeks, tugged vigorously on both sides. Do you think I'm a fire dragon who has been hungry for 10 months? There are so many delicious normal foods. Why should I try sniffing that doesn't seem to be very tasty, even for research? With the consent of Senior Newt. But you have already removed those 8-eyed giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest. That's different because they are offensive to humans. Elena shook her head and explained softly. I got the permission of Professor Dumbledore and the professors of the school on this point for this kind of creatures that may threaten students. If it is not because they have a certain edible value, then the result of waiting for them is only completely disappeared from the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest, unconditionally. GWA 4000-word chapter. Ask for a monthly pass. Seek comparison. Slightly adjusted the sequence of the plots to prepare for it, so that some little fat chickens will worry about whether there will be a toxic point in the following plot and the 3 views. As long as it is not related to the question of life and death, Elena will not eat for the sake of eating. Eat. Chapter 667. Elena, you are lying again. Don't look at me with such suspicion. Keenly catching the suspicion in Tai Han's eyes in front of him, Elena snorted slightly, and used physical deformation techniques with both hands to gradually pull Hannah's round face into a girly face, angrily explained. As a little witch who follows the teachings of druids, I would never approve of meaningless killing. If it weren't because I found the edible value of fuzzy soft-shell crab, based on the character of Professor Dumbledore, I would never agree. Let those guys who reproduce super fast and can't restrain their desire for humans continue to live near Hogwarts. And now, although they are kept in captivity as a food reserve, they have also escaped the worthless genocide. Elena snapped her fingers lightly and said calmly, therefore, I am more inclined to call this behavior kindness. Hannah nodded her head seemingly, until the bubbles on her body began to disappear, and then asked again. So, Elena, you mean, we should breed more magical animals instead? Yes, not right, Elena said, her mouth raised, and she was about to continue speaking, when her conversation suddenly changed. Fantastic animals are different from livestock in the non-magical world. Their value is not only embodied in the purely edible field. You also need to consult Mr. Newt Scamander before you know where the specific road is. In the corridor not far from the bathroom, footsteps faintly heard. Obviously, it was mostly Mrs. Scamander who came. Of course, it was not ruled out that the old gangsters would follow. In short, in this case, it is not suitable to say something that is easily misunderstood. Not to mention that there are many misunderstandings in this world, most of which are information deviations due to half of the content being overheard. Even if the 2 adults listened to the conversation between them from beginning to end, it might cause trouble. In fact, the process of understanding magical animal knowledge is also a way to learn magic. This time, Elena's look and tone were more serious, and this was indeed her thoughts. Before we do something, we must first understand our original intention. Just to satisfy the appetite, that is the lowest level of life appeal, imitate the uniqueness of other species, and use it to further understand the world. It was originally the cornerstone of the progress of human civilization. Just as Mr. Scamander has devoted his life to protecting magical animals, what he is actually protecting is the diversity of species in the magical world and even the natural world, rather than just a certain animal. This can be seen from where are the magical animals out. So, regarding your previous question, I cannot give you an accurate answer. Perhaps only after we have mastered enough knowledge and have a certain degree of understanding of the habits and materials of various magical animals, can we determine how we should find a suitable path between man and nature. Along with Elena's voice, Hannah's eyes gradually began to lunaize. Although she has learned some inquisitive habits from Hermione, Tai Han is still a Tai Han after all. If she can keep up with the rhythm of thinking at any time, then she will not be half coaxed and half deceived to become the sign of the Broken Cauldron Tavern. Mother, on the other hand, due to the in vain, the one Selenian lie detection technique could not be launched. Hannah faltered, pitifully begging for mercy. Luna, quickly help me. Obviously you told me that sniffing password. Unlike a mixed-race Veal who can unscrupulously display magic texts, as an ordinary human, she can withstand a limited number of enhancements per day. If she does not want to be sore at night, most of the time she can only be bullied by Elena. As for Miss Luna, who led to the beginning of all these topics, she has already started to wash the bubbles on her body at this time. Looking at Luna, whose eyes were blank and tilting her head thinking about whether to approach her, Hannah felt sad. Just like the situation in the Quidditch Stadium and the Dark Lord dungeon, no matter how curious to observe the world, Luna Lovegood will never be harmed before the blood bar of her teammates goes to zero. Why did she go? Talking too much? Looking at the helpless Hannah, Elena smiled satisfied. Well, I will spare you for the time being this time. In addition to learning about magical animals, you also need to increase your training intensity in Quidditch. In the case that I have just released a little water, you still failed to successfully complete a loch, which is really disappointing. Next year's Quidditch game will not be so easy. After all, everyone in the freshman team will join the various college teams. If you are not proficient in energy maneuvering, then it is very likely that you will be successfully attacked by the Weasley brothers, Aghor, Crabbe, and their walking ball. Besides, your family should really want to see you appear in Quidditch. In the Oddworld Cup, right? While Hannah started to lose consciousness, Elena's claws that had been placed beside Tihan's face quietly moved down. What? When will she have this sinful human heart? Is this the price of wisdom? Acridine. Elena, you female hooligan. Hey, this is also part of the punishment. Nonsense. You are unbalanced just because you don't have one. What a joke. I'm only 11 years old. Would I be jealous of you as a naive man? Don't come here. Otherwise I want to. Rue. Accompanied by the clamoring noises of the girls, the atmosphere in the bathroom began to become less serious. At the same time, the footsteps outside the corridor stopped. The conversation between Elena and Hannah made Mrs. Scamander's somewhat less firm vigilance, and once again shaken. These children seem to have a stronger personality, still very likable. As for the talents, it seems that they can't be blamed, right? It turns out that the current Hogwarts students view magic and the knowledge of magical animals like this. Compared to the time when she was studying, the current little wizard is really enviable and admired. Fantastic animals. Quidditch, the cornerstone of the world of knowledge. Tina repeated quietly, slowly lowering her right hand that was about to knock on the door, and quietly walked towards the living room downstairs. Mrs. Scamander did not intend to disturb the happy hour belonging to the girls. She also had a similar childhood. Moreover, compared to the ignorant Hannah, what Elena said is obviously much clearer for Tina Scamander. Perhaps this is Newt's from Dumbledore. Got the information right? There is no doubt that at least that Miss Castellana seems to have many similarities with Newt in concept. Are they the future of the magic world? At this moment, Mrs. Scamander recalled Dumbledore's description in the letter, and her anxiety completely dissipated. Perhaps this is the meaning of knowledge inheritance. Let her and Newt pass on their own experience and wisdom to these children, and then let younger, more determined, and more imaginative children make the future better. When Tina's footsteps were gone, Luna turned her head and said calmly, Sister Elena, you are lying again. How can you say that? Elena puffed up her cheeks with dissatisfaction and retorted without hesitation. I swear, what I said just now is all the truth. Besides, does it make sense for me to lie to Hannah? Well, Sister Elena, you really rarely lie. But if Mrs. Scamander is not close, I always feel that what you want to say is mostly different from what you just said. The incomplete information is misleading. Use part of the truthful content to guide people to completely different conclusions. This is what you taught me. Evidence. Evidence. I guess that's not right, Luna. Intuition is inaccurate most of the time. Elena raised her eyebrows and added calmly, the first season of Pokémon is about to end. If you want to finish the story safely, then you should know where your camp is next. Well, that's why I didn't pierce you. Luna Lovegood nodded seriously. As a loyal fan of this world of Pokémon, unless one day Elena announces a broken watch and an unfinished end, as long as she has the energy to continuously play the movie with the dual backward transformation architecture magic, she will not mutiny. Speaking of which, the little wizard who is about their age should be able to win the championship this time, right? With Elena's new announcement, Luna's eyes became erratic again. In this late 20th century lacking entertainment, the stories that Elena has mastered are really wonderful. This is a temptation for Luna, who has been holding back at home for a whole month and can only help her father to proofread the manuscript every day. It's too big. As for the little animals of Mr. Newt Scamander, Luna's instinct told her that although Elena looks fierce sometimes, she still won't mess around with some basic things, different from Elena's other two little wings. Because of her father, Luna is one of the few people who knows the true identity of part of this white-haired dumpling. As the fairy queen of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the eldest lady of the Austrian Destiny Group. If Elena really wants to eat some rare magical creature, just spend money to buy it or order someone to catch it. This is just a sentence to her, and there is no need to go to the Scamander family to take risks. Poaching. Chapter 1. Gwa. Chapter 668. This is my dog. After half an hour. Newt Scamander's house, living room. As soon as the three Elena walked down the stairs, they smelled a tempting fragrance. Just when the girls were bailing in the bathroom and playing around, Tina Scamander, who returned to the living room, was ready for dinner that night. The clean and tidy table was already full of steaming food. Dishes. Wow, it's so delicious. Is the pan-fried chicken nuggets for dinner today? Elena twitched her nose gently, walked to the table in surprise, grabbed a piece of chicken nuggets fried on both sides and threw it into her mouth, chewing quickly. The little dumb hair on top of her head seemed to be alive, shaking happily non-stop. Compared with the Quidditch game, the physical effort expended in taking a bath is even worse. Since Hannah mastered the second layer opening method of the healing magic text, the energy that Elena needs to spend every time in the bath has more than doubled, even if they rarely use magic in the bathroom when, but with the number of times the two use magic texts daily, their physical strength is also much higher than in the past. At this time, the tender chicken nuggets dripping with golden fat are undoubtedly the most suitable sacred product for supplementing protein consumption. Mrs. Scamander, leave it to me tomorrow. I have special experience in chicken cooking, not to mention 10.5 months. Even if the time stretches to 2 or 3 months, I can make it every day. Different chicken dishes come out. Don't grab it with your hands. Be careful. There are knives and forks on the table. You are usually too tired from training. Let's talk about cooking on the weekend. Tina Scamander smiled, pointed to the cutlery placed by the table, and said softly, besides, you are not familiar with the surrounding environment. Whether it is buying vegetables or preparing seasonings, it is a troublesome thing. If you are really interested in cooking, I will accompany you after training this Friday. Go buy ingredients. Okay. Then we'll make the decision. Elena chewed on the fragrant and tender pan-fried chicken, squinted happily, and said triumphantly, don't worry, as long as you and Mr. Scamander have tried my craft once, you will never forget it again. I don't know if you have subscribed to Hogwarts on the Bite of the Tongue. I can cook all of the above dishes. Even many new dishes, and the cooking methods of the ingredients are my exclusive initiative. Newt Scamander, who was sitting at the end of the dining table, twitched his cheeks, and there was a strange grunt in his throat. Not to mention this, but as soon as he heard this, the news Albus Dumbledore told him not long ago came to mind subconsciously, the true identity of the so-called Hogwarts jungle soft-shell crab. What exactly is it? As a master of magical animals, Newt hates his wealth of knowledge and imagination at this time. If the 8-eyed giant spider can be served on the table as a crab leg after changing its name, then the other dishes in that magazine with the names of ordinary creatures may also contain ingredients mixed with similar magical animal classifications. Mr. Scamander, did you say anything just now? Elena raised her head keenly, looked at the old freckles sitting on the other side of the dining table, and asked curiously, right, let's talk. Has Professor Dumbledore come again this afternoon? Regarding the Lomai, she has not found a suitable entry point for the inquiry, so she can only try to tap on the side. However, the only thing that is certain is that there must be Albus Dumbledore's layout behind the entire incident. Otherwise it would be impossible to cross such a long distance and appear here from Hogwarts Castle with only a small Lomai. With the sudden arrival of Lomai, the whole summer tutoring undoubtedly began to become interesting. You know, if Dumbledore is completely biased towards Newt Scamander, no matter what he thinks, he will put the hell three-headed dog next to his little owner, unless Grandpa makes a little bit of clearance difficulty. Well, if this is the case, then there seems to be a trace of Newt's commander, the possibility that she can be instigated. There is no permanent alliance in this world. Only fools of chaos and justice will label everyone, and then kill or be killed all the existences that are marked as bad guys, and unite all the forces that can be united. This is what a qualified devil should have. Quality. Generally speaking, people with high power, prestige, sense of justice, and self-belief, when they are deceived and sold out by people in their own camp, they are more likely to fall into the trap than ordinary secular people. Evil phenomenon, legendary evil depravity, dark depravity and other changes in their own camps. Although this may be a bit difficult for Newt, who is already in his 90s, it is still worth trying. Facing Elena's inquisitiveness, Newt, who was cutting the slice of bread, stopped moving slightly, and immediately put down the knife and fork in his hand, raised his head to look at the little mixed bloodver sitting opposite him, and nodded, generously. Replied, "Well, there is such a thing, but this time it is not about you. For some reason, Professor Dumbledore asked me to temporarily help him take care of a rare magical animal. When the dinner is over, I will take you there. Look at it, of course, and the little guys in the underground zoo." After a short pause, Newt's commander gave a light cough, moved his eyes to his dinner plate and continued. "But you have to be careful. It hasn't been completely tame for the time being. So if you don't have my company, you must not go to the underground area alone. Before you don't understand the habits of magical animals and form bonds with them, there is still a certain danger." "Okay, I get it." Elena blinked happily, and also lowered her head to look at the dinner plate in front of her. However, unlike Newt's commander, she is to avoid the unstoppable arc of the corner of her mouth arousing the vigilance of a certain magical animal master in advance. Surprises can only be saved at the moment the gift is opened. It seems precious. What a harmonious and warm scene. Tina's commander looked at Elena and then at her husband beside her. Her face softened. Since the children grew up and married, Newt has rarely said so much to strangers. Now this situation is considered to be a very rare talkative mode in Tina's impression. This is undoubtedly make her extra happy. Maybe in a few days, you can try to write a letter to ask your son's family to come back and sit down. If Tina remembers correctly, her little grandson should be at the age to go to the magic school this year. If nothing else, she should have received the admission letter from Hogwarts, and she just met her classmates in advance. Of course, if you can eventually develop into good friends in school, that would be great. According to her observations this day, the three little girls are all excellent in every respect. As she got older and older, Tina didn't plan to let her grandson follow his dad this time. She drew on until she was an old age before they began to marry, have children and start a family. She and Newt also hoped to hug them as soon as possible. What about great-grandchildren? The dinner did not last too long. Okay, let me take care of it here. Seeing that the last piece of bread on the dining table was wiped out, Tina's commander took the initiative to stand up, wrapping her apron behind her husband's chair, and began to tidy up the dinner plates and the messy kitchen, while whispering, "Newt, you take the children to the next to remember to protect their safety. If the big guy sent by Professor Dumbledore is in danger, I suggest you don't be too careless. The age is not too young. Don't worry, this is a field that I have studied for a lifetime, and I have everything in my own way." Newt's commander shrugged disapprovingly. A rare look of pride flashed across his face. "As long as I'm here, even if I'm facing a group of violent black dragons from the Hebrides, I can protect the thoughtfulness of these children, not to mention that most of the magical animals they are about to come into contact with are funny and smart people." After an afternoon of running and communication, Newt did not worry that the three-headed hell dog would get out of control. However, in order to deter those restless little guys during this period of time, Newt plans to play a scene with the clever three-headed dog. When they meet for the first time, they will be scared and let them. Knowing that there is a bad dog in the way here, it's better to forget the idea that they might sneak into the underground animal area for some time to come. According to his observations, this magical three-headed dog has almost reached the level of a normal 11 or 12-year-old child. In other words, it may even be compared to some first and second grade little wizards at Hogwarts. Be smarter. At least in terms of acting skills and understanding human language, it has an amazing talent. After a few minutes, led by Newt, they walked through the living room and came to an ordinary birchwood door. If it weren't for the magic ripples that flashed on the door from time to time, Elena even wondered if the back of the door led to the second bedroom or storage room. That's it. The kids stop first and pay attention to standing behind me. Newt Scamander stopped, clapped his palms pretentiously, and said solemnly, "The place I will take you to is an underground animal area that I have slowly built over the years to provide shelter, reproduction, and medical places for rare magical animals. I hope you can follow my instructions and don't run around. Especially when entering the animal zone passage, you must remain calm and don't panic." This afternoon, Professor Dumbledore just sent a very mysterious and dangerous magical creature. Its rarity is not even recorded in my Where Are the Fantastic Beasts series. Therefore, Newt Scamander lowered his voice, "I must ask you not to scream. That might irritate it." Hannah Abbott held her breath nervously and nodded seriously. And at a position behind her, Elena and Luna exchanged glances, and the expressions on their faces were a little weird at this time. Elena felt it through the magic contract, and Luna directly guessed after an inspiration. Although they have tried very hard to perform nervous emotions, but when I think of the guy behind the door, Elena and Luna, it is really difficult for them to behave like Hannah Tayanibo. Nervousness and seriousness. At this moment, Newt Scamander drew out his wand and gently pushed open the door carefully. Wow! 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 In the next second, accompanied by a roar that gradually became strange, the huge black shadow behind the door jumped up, shaking his head and jumping into the air, rushing towards Newt and his group impatiently. Oops! Go back! Go back! Obstacles! Newt's face changed in an instant, and he waved his magic wand quickly. However, before Newt's spell had its effect on the crazy three-headed dog, Hannah Abbott's voice filled his ears with surprise. "Lou, why are you here?" "Here." Hannah's eyes lit up. She walked forward quickly, and skillfully hugged the three-headed dog that had shrunk into a small milk dog shape. Newt Scamander? Loam, you are getting fat again. This is not good. You have to exercise more. Luna Lovegood stepped past a certain petrified wizard, and rubbed the little milk dog's belly. Newt Scamander? Mr. Newt, you are such a good person. You actually took Xiao Liuai to accompany me. Elena stretched out her finger and casually teased the three-headed dog, which was a huge ferocious war behemoth a few seconds ago, and let the little milk dog's three heads keep licking her hand in turn. "Okay," smiled and turned his head. This three-headed dog," Newt said intermittently as if he had been cast a tongue-cheek curse. "Yes, this big dog Grandpa gave me a gift." "Is there any question?" Elena raised her eyebrows, showing a lovely smile. "Could it be that Professor Dumbledore didn't tell you before?" Mr. Scamander. Chapter 2. Chapter 669. A Different Road. For so many years, it may be difficult for people to tell who Dumbledore trusts the most. But in the ranking of Dumbledore's favorite student, Newt Scamander is undoubtedly the first candidate to be almost semi-recognized in the magic world, and even almost entered the Chocolate Frog card as an entry in the introduction. Although this has been denied to the outside world, from the heart of Newt Scamander, there is actually some agreement. Until this day. You seem surprised, Mr. Scamander. Elena moved her hair lightly, and accidentally leaked the Deathly Hallows pendant hidden in her chest. She looked at the old wizard who looked like a marble sculpture with a joke on her face, and asked calmly, "If I didn't guess wrong, Professor Dumbledore should have told you a lot about me. But the strange thing is, why did he miss such a crucial piece of information? Maybe we need to talk about it later." This I'm not sorry, I don't quite understand what you are talking about. Newt Scamander opened his mouth, faintly organized a few words, and replied with an unnatural expression. Such a surprise and direct showdown scene was far ahead of his original plan, and the licking behavior of the three-headed dog Luwai in hell completely disrupted Newt Scamander's layout. As for making him a little dazed temporarily, unlike ordinary magical creatures, the three-headed hell dog itself appeared for the Wizarding War. If Elena Caslana was just a little devil who was not worried, then from the moment Luwai came to her, she already had the capital to fight against most of the top wizards, and what makes Newt Scamander most desperate is that all this seems to be his own. Albus Dumbledore is indeed a liar. Pit Goods. It's a pity, your expression and reaction have already answered this question. Elena shrugged, put the pendant Grindelwald had given her back into her neckline, and whispered pointedly. It seems that even if you are recognized as the best person in the entire magical world, sometimes because of some selfishness, you will sometimes conceal part of the vital truth. Communication is always the first step in friendship and understanding. You should be the best. Do you agree with this? Well, I mean your grandfather, so, does he know you came to me? Newt Scamander pursed his lips and asked in a low voice of despair. Of course, Grandpa helped to pack my suitcase. Elena narrowed her eyes and replied cleanly. Immediately afterwards, the girl glanced at her and stood beside her, looking at Hannah and Luna, who were dumbing her and Newt in confusion, and showed a chilling innocent smile at Newt. Scamander, sweetly, said, dear Mr. Scamander, it doesn't seem to be an occasion for reminiscence, right? We don't always stand and chat at the door. Don't you want to show us a tour of the underground zoo area? You don't need to call me Mr. Scamander, just call me Newt. Newt Scamander shuddered and stroked his nose uncomfortably. Regarding the whole thing this time, weird things were indeed revealed everywhere. After thinking about it carefully, Newt also somewhat agreed with Eleanor's proposal to treat each other frankly and sit together and talk about the ins and outs. And while the girls were taking a shower upstairs, Tina also told him part of what he had accidentally heard outside the bathroom door, the conversation between these little girls. Understand, study. To protect magical animals is to find a balance between man and nature. To protect and recognize the world. Newt can no longer agree with this view. Of course, in addition to this final point of view, there are quite a few differences between him and Miss Caslana in the specific path. But now it seems that since the ultimate goals of the two parties are the same, whether it is parting ways or learning from each other's strengths rather than guessing with each other secretly, it is better to debate directly with each other, and it is not that troublesome. Right, this is really not a place for small talk. Since you already have a three-headed dog, the subsequent environment is not too dangerous for you, so I'd better take you to visit and introduce it first. By the way, unless I agree, don't reach out to touch them for now. They are actually very shy. Since nothing can be changed, you have to try to accept it. After so many years, Newt Scamander's psychological endurance at this point has been quite mature, even if it seems that Albus Dumbledore has dug a big hole for him again and again. But anyway, he is already in the pit. Instead of continuing to deny the reality, it is better to think about how to climb out as soon as possible from now on. Without delay for too long, Newt readjusted his mentality. I have to say that after putting aside the hidden dangers of Elena Caslana and others, it is really pleasant to take three ignorant and cute little witches to visit the underground animal area full of natural atmosphere things. For Newt Scamander, introducing magical animals to other wizards was originally a great joy in his life. Afterwards, under the leadership of Newt Scamander, the three Elena holding Xiaoluwai, curiously followed a rotating wooden ladder that seemed to grow automatically from trees, and walked carefully down. After a while, a huge world of magical animals appeared in front of them. The underground area is not as dark as imagined. After passing through the firefly lanes dotted with stars, The girl almost thought that she had left Newt Scamander's treehouse and came to another piece of outdoor land. The underground area that has been transformed by magic is extremely large. Numerous intricate stairs and passages form a natural system that covers almost all seasons, climates, and various natural geographical environments. Each vegetation area seems to be an independent small space: ski, breeze, soil, water. Except for looks. Apart from being a little smaller, it is no different from the natural wilderness outside. A few birds flew across the leisurely sky. There is no doubt that the sky here is not the magical mirrored environment of the Hogwarts auditorium, but a real, vast and expansive huge space. Here is the silhouette world of the real nature. Elena, do you think this looks like the one below the academy? Hannah Ibo stretched out her finger and curiously touched the plants on the side of the road, her eyes wandering between the dazzling vegetation environment and the different small spaces, subconsciously slowed down, and whispered beside Elena. Since stepping into this area, she felt as if she had returned to Hogwarts. In a daze, Hannah almost even had the illusion that he could go directly back to the warm and comfortable dorm to sleep in a certain shortcut. Everything is so familiar, it's just second. Yes, this is the dungeon where Ms. Hufflepuff is borrowed. Before Elena could answer, Newt Scamander, who was walking not far ahead, turned his head and explained with a smile. It's just that compared to the dungeon of Helga that was established 1,000 years ago, I combined some new magical results and made improvements in some small details to make this place more suitable for the lives of animals, rather than simply planting. Oh, don't move. They are very shy, you can touch them directly with your hands. Newt stopped suddenly, looked at Luna walking on the left side of the road with some surprise, and said quickly, I don't know when. Luna Lovegood has stopped, tilted her head slightly, and looked at an ordinary bush next to her with some wonder, her fingers tentatively hanging on the edge of the bush, as if want to touch something. There is nothing there. Following Newt's voice, Hannah blinked in confusion. Luna, what are you doing? Elena, do you see anything? Look at it. There is a little lizard here, so cute. Luna lowered her voice and replied in a mysterious voice, with a look of surprise on her face. Elena looked at the position of Luna's fingers carefully, shook her head in confusion, and walked over subconsciously. Lizard? Where is the lizard? It's just a bunch of ordinary water. At this moment, a leaf that was originally attached to the edge of the bush trembled in fear. Immediately afterwards, a silver-green lizard about 10 inches long shook its body, and quickly crawled inward along the branches of the bushes, dazzling it as if a bunch of leaves were running away in the direction of the branches. Don't be afraid, I don't mean anything. Don't run. Elena's face was slightly dazed, and she subconsciously reached out her hand quickly, trying to catch the little guy who didn't give her face. Not to mention this clumsy little lizard, even if it is a golden snitch, as long as she is locked in position, it is a matter of grasping. In order to prevent the embarrassing situation of docking and escape, Elena deliberately aimed at its body. Whoosh! The girl's fingers passed through the body of the silver-green lizard and fished out. I saw that lizard trembled all over. The body that was originally 10 inches long seemed to have been reduced by the curse of reduction. It instantly shrank by 4 or 5 times. With 4 feet and flexible ground, it avoided Elena's 5 fingers and slipped into the dense in the bushes. Deformed lizard, it can't be grasped directly with your hands. Newt Scamander said with a smile, glanced at Elena with amazement. This kind of little guy is extremely sensitive to the breath of strangers and the perception of danger, so you must be slow and patient when approaching them, otherwise they will shrink and deform and disappear without a trace. While talking, Newt gently stretched out his left hand and placed it on the slightly swaying bush, and in the palm of his hand, I don't know when, a handful of brown rice-like things that were dark and swaying ceaselessly appeared. About 10 seconds later, a small silver-green head appeared again in the bushes. After hesitating for a few seconds, the deformed lizard that was scared away by Elena just crawled out cautiously and lay on Newt's palm. Eat that bunch of snacks in small bites. A very cute creature, right? But they are quite rare in the magic world nowadays. Newt Scamander patiently looked at the little guy lying in his palm, and said softly in a complicated tone, "Deformed lizard skins are highly valued among wizards. They are the most commonly used materials for purses and purses. Purses and purses made of this multi-scaly mixed material will automatically shrink when a stranger approaches. Even Sniffer, or a thief in the magic world, it is difficult to steal the things stored in it. Money bags, and wallets." Elena nodded thoughtfully, slowly leaned over, squatted down and carefully looked at the silver-green little lizard with its tongue out, which is different from the grey skin of ordinary lizards. This deformed lizard, the color of the scales is extraordinarily beautiful. It is indeed easy to be hunted because of the crime, the unique magical characteristics and this high-value appearance. Every wizard will use a wallet, so the magic world has never stopped hunting and killing deformed lizards. Newt Scamander shook his head with emotion, his tone a bit complicated. Elena raised her eyebrows and said with a relaxed tone, "If there is no sale, there will be no killing, as long as the wizards don't buy the deformed lizard purse." Newt shook his head and sighed subconsciously. "You think too simple. You can't let all the wizards put Gingy Along in their pockets. There is too much magic that can steal your gold coins silently. Therefore, the money bag made of deformed lizard skin is by far the simplest and best-selling personal belongings, and apart from setting up individual shelters for them, even I can't do more." "No, you may not understand what I mean." Elena's eyes flickered, and the corners of her mouth had a meaningful arc. "Times have changed, Mr. Scamander. If the magic world no longer uses cash as the mainstream, then Gingy Along will not have to carry it with him. Changes in social systems and financial system innovations will inadvertently affect many things. Some once seemed like fantasy. Maybe at a certain moment, the opportunity to complete it will naturally appear." Newt turned his head, looked at Elena in confusion, unable to understand what the little guy was talking about for a while. Although he can understand every word, why is it so difficult to understand when they are connected together? Why, there is only one chapter today, a 4,000 word chapter. Chapter 670, Self-Deception. Chapter 671, This coat color is really good. Regarding Newt's character, Elena had already learned a lot from Dumbledore and Grindelwald. But now the old Freckles' positive answer is just to corroborate the information she got. Newt Scamander is not a small animal protector in the traditional sense, nor is he a pet rights protector of later generations. Strictly speaking, he is a neutral nature protector, pure love and sane research. At this point, Rubeus Hagrid, whom he and Elena are familiar with, can actually be regarded as two types of people. For Newt Scamander, he has never denied the dangers of magical animals and their potential threats to social systems or secrecy laws. The current magical creature ratings in the magical world are determined by him personally. You know, it's different from the like way that Rubeus Hagrid used to eat and live with magical animals since he was a child. Newt Scamander's hobby and enlightenment for magical animals mainly came from his mother, who once raised eagle-headed horse-shaped winged beasts, so that when he was 7 years old, he had already started dissecting in his bedroom. Hocklap, a pink, bristly, mushroom-like animal, and often plays for a few hours. Afterwards, whether it was the werewolf registry, the prohibition of feeding for experimental purposes ban, the fire dragon breeding area, the house elf relocation act, the Longhorn water snake sanctuary, all these are a manifestation of his own philosophy. What Newt advocates is a rational and well-intentioned way of cognition of the world, neither fearing rejection nor advocating superstition. Because of this, he has kept revising and supplementing the book Where Are Fantastic Beasts over the years. However, in addition to this, Newt Scamander has indeed always clearly refused to participate in any commercial magical beast profit project. Therefore, Elena just tried to raise deformed lizards in batches just to ask, just in case he has changed. Lawful neutrality. It's really the standard Hufflepuff Druid school. Elena raised her eyebrows thoughtfully, took Luna and Hannah's hands, and quickly followed Newt's footsteps. Newt's commander's attitude reminded Elena of the camp's 9th house map that she had seen in her previous life. Researchers and guardians insisted on holding the bottom line and resisting behaviors that violated her 3 views. But for some ambiguities, stay away. I don't know if Newt meets biologists from the former Soviet Union, whether there will be more interesting sparks. But before that, she had to use the time to get along with this one to find a way to increase Newt's commander's favorability. Even if she can't win her camp, she must at least be more friendly. Academic partners. Regarding how to achieve this, Elena had already prepared a lot of plans in advance before coming here. Now it just needs to try slowly one by one to find which one works best. In the next period of time, under the leadership of Newt's commander, the 3 of Elena had a thorough understanding of what is the professional cultivation base of the world's top magical animal master unmistakable. This is a dwarf a pig monster, which only exists in a small part of Western Europe, mainly in Russia and the American countryside. Newt's commander pointed to the piglet who had always seemed to be a little stunted and introduced. They usually sneak into the pigsty when they are young and snatch the sow's milk with other ordinary piglets. If they are allowed to grow freely, they will grow up quickly and cause extremely headaches on the farm. If Mole can raise a pure white dog on the farm, it can play a preventive and repellent role. This is an American longer-legged pig. Isn't it short at all? Seeing the dwarf pig with long legs, stubby tail, distinct muscles and vigor, Elena subconsciously licked her lips, swallowed, and quickly asked new questions in order to transfer her special attention. European ranches, especially the UK, do not have that high preference for pork compared to the top meats of Chinaland. The British prefer veal, lamb, and fish. Even regions such as Germany and Austria, which are fond of knuckles, do not have a high utilization rate of pigs. For them, pigs except for the 4 legs, there are only the fat and lack of toughness of meat on the body. The biggest difference between this dwarf a pig monster and ordinary domestic pigs is that its legs are not so much ham, but rather strong and running long legs similar to deer legs. There is not much fat accumulation on the body. Look, it looks very chewy. But when he was a child, his legs were very short. And when he was lurking in the pig pen, he would mostly crouch among the pigs so as not to be kicked out by wizards or moles, so the person who first named him would be like this, call it. So, are they the legendary Voldy pigs? No wonder the nose is so short. Elena nodded, and continued to ask with some interest. Anything else? Huh? What? And what? Newt was taken aback for a moment, and looked at Elena with a little bewilderment, not understanding what she was talking about. I mean, in addition to the information you just mentioned, their living habits, dietary preferences, taste and meat quality, growth cycle, well, I mean physical parameters and lifespans. Haven't you collected these contents? Question mark. Elena bit her tongue, quickly obscured what she had accidentally said wrong, and squeezed her finger to list the items. Well, they should have the same eating habits as ordinary pigs. As for other places, they run very fast. Most ordinary hounds can catch up with them, but their impact is roughly the same as that of common wild boars. Newt's commander touched his nose and replied with some uncertainty. These dwarf pig monsters living in the underground animal area are mostly descendants of magical animals from Tina's commander's hometown. Compared to their parents, these dwarf pig monsters that have grown up in this area are not human beings, are not too wary. On the other hand, the dwarf pig monster is not a magical creature like Hoklap, and there is not much need for anatomy. Therefore, even Newt's commander cannot give too many detailed answers in this regard. If you are interested in these content, maybe you can study it yourself later. Newt's commander shrugged and didn't pay too much attention to Elena's question. He crossed the dwarf monster living area, waved his arm, and motioned to the 3 girls to continue to follow him. The underground animal area was exceptional. It's big. I might not be able to finish the tour today. Next, Elena and the others also saw the tree guard guarding the tree with the wand. These gentle, Extremely shy creatures seem to be made of bark and twigs. They may be the favorite magical creatures of wand craftsmen. Not all trees are suitable for making wands, even if they are the same. The trees planted in a forest may be different from those with magical qualities. The tree guard will not choose trees without magical qualities to shelter. This means that the trees they guard can usually be collected to make magic wands. But Elena and others learned from Newt Scamander's introduction that even ordinary trees, as long as there are a certain number of them, the tree guard Luogo is willing to live in it for a long time, and it seems that it can gradually transform into a tree with magical qualities. In addition, they also saw the evil bird. The wicked bird represents the number 4 in the ancient rune script. Their brightly colored and magical feathers have always been sought after by the magic world and can be used to make fine magic quill pens. For safety reasons, Newt did not allow them to approach the beautiful African magic birds, because the cry of the wicked bird may make people lose their minds. Most of the wicked birds sold on the market have been cast a silent curse, but Newt Scamander will naturally not treat these beautiful birds cast their spells. Newt Scamander deserves to be the top wizard in the field of magical animals. Even if you only visit a small part of the underground zoo area, the variety and rarity of the magical animals that live in it is high enough to make the exclamation of all the little witches including Luna Lovegood never stop. Over. It is estimated that there is no magical animal master that can surpass Newt Scamander in this world. Elena even suspects that there may only be researchers like Dr. Oak in the Pokemon series who can barely beat Newt Scamander. Of course, considering the age difference between the two, the result is also possible. Will be upside down. As for Elena's own positioning of herself as a messenger of justice in search of love and peace, money and ideals are enough. Looking all the way, most of the magical creatures raised by Newt Scamander made Elena a little greedy. However, as the ancients said, if you can't bear it, you will make big plans. Although these magical creatures are indeed rare and have various wonderful futures that have not yet been fully developed, if they are the same as Newt Ska comparing Mander's own value, it is too far away. As long as Newt is attacked, all of this will be there. After visiting the underground magical animal area on the first 2 floors, the original visit time was almost consumed. According to the schedule set by Tina Scamander, they should start returning and go to the bedroom upstairs to wash up and prepare to rest. After all, the 3 of Elena will go to the British Quidditch country the next day. Team's trial training. In Elena's view, there are actually not too many magical animals that urgently need to be understood all at once today. At this moment, Elena suddenly squinted her eyes, and she felt her chest move slightly. At the very beginning, she thought it was the stored food that was stretching or turning over in it, but the next moment Elena reacted instantly. Her little round-faced fat chicken was still at Hogwarts. Surging Dunbu Leader wrote the explanation book. The fastest was also on the way back. It was impossible to shrink on her chest as the devil's pendant as before. Elena lowered her head subconsciously, and a little echidna-like creature covered with black fluff was coming out of her neckline, and the Gringotts Wizarding Bank was still being held in her paws. It was filled with Jinjialong fairy money bag to temporarily fill the vacancy. The little guy raised his head and stared at Elena blankly, as if he didn't realize that he would be caught suddenly. Noting that Elena's footsteps suddenly stopped, Newt Scamander turned his head. His face changed. This should be Mr. Scamander's sniff, right? Before the little guy spread his 4 claws and escaped, Elena smiled and skillfully pinched the nape of the sniffing neck that didn't know when it hit her and wanted to steal the purse. It was meaningful. The ground swayed in his hands. Look at this coat color. It's pretty good. Chapter 672, Grandpa's Wonderful Spell. Sniff. This is a dark, furry little animal that looks somewhere between a mole and a platypus. To a certain extent, there are actually many similarities between them and the evil dragons in mole mythology. For example, they have a special obsession with shiny things, treasures, and Tsk Tusk. He really is a brave and fearless little guy who dares to steal my things. Elena looked at the sniff in her hand that was pinched by the nape of her neck, and exclaimed softly with a playful expression on her face. Under Luna and Hannah's pleading, she originally planned to temporarily let go of Newt Scamander's sniffing. Who knew that this brave little guy actually took the initiative to send it to the door? In that case, you can't blame it. She deliberately retaliated. After all, both she and Grindelwald are now victims. After all, both of them have been stolen by Newt's sniffing of extremely important things. Grindelwald was stolen from love, and she was almost lost the heart. Thinking of this, Elena narrowed her eyes and glanced at the inflatable wallet that was sniffed in her little paw, as if not aware of the seriousness of the incident. After a daze, the current thief caught by Elena blinked his small black eyes, and slowly began to try to put it in his paw. Tucked my wallet into my belly pocket. Elena is no stranger to such a greedy little thing. The fairies of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank also keep a lot of sniffers, which are used to dig deep underground treasures, or to explore the location of treasures in certain ruins. Their unique magical perception can even be found hidden in the gaps of space. Treasure. It's just that, similar to such a bold sniff, it was the first time she had encountered it. Perhaps these are the secret weapons specially trained by Newt Scamander to target the Dark Lord. Aren't you going to explain it? Elena raised her head, ignored the little sniffing movement in her hand, and gently raised her eyebrows. Huh? Scamander, sir? Look at how cute its bulging and chubby belly is. It's not afraid of me at all. This should be the legend that once helped you defeat the Dark Lord. Sniffing offspring, right? No, it's not. It's well just picked up from outside. Newt Scamander twitched his cheeks, and subconsciously looked away at the clearing next to him. After all, more than 40 years ago, it was by sniffing away the Blood Alliance pendant signed by Grindelwald and Dumbledore in their youth that Dumbledore was able to break the dispute between him and Grindelwald. A vow that will hurt each other. If it hadn't been for that crucial matchup, the magic world at this time might have been unified by Grindelwald. If it is necessary to choose a magical animal that the Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald hates most, then the sniff that Newt Scamander bred decades ago to steal the Blood Alliance is absolutely it is the existence at the top of the hatred list. However, this time its descendants were not as lucky as their ancestors, and they were directly caught by this little devil. Newt hesitated for a while, and slowly walked towards Elena with a dangerous smile, more accurately, towards the sniff who still didn't know how bad her situation was, still looking around, secretly transferring her belongings. Sniff. Merlin is here. Is this little mixed blood for really a devil? Exclamation mark. Newt Scamander has never seen such an expression in a wizard. As a master of magical animals, he can clearly distinguish the strange expression that appeared in the girl's eyes as if he was caught sphinx of prey. It is neither hatred nor disgust, but a pure joking and greed derived from hunting desire. Recalling the warning Dumbledore gave him earlier, and the strange questions that Elena Caslano inadvertently asked during the entire visit, it was obvious that she was really likely to eat her hands. The sniff. Newt raised his index finger, looked at the little guy who was caught by Elena in a serious tone, and said in a deep voice, I will warn you one last time. The nasty guy who loves to steal things, don't hold your paws. Give it back to others. Bah. Sniff raised his head and stared at Newt provocatively, making a strange cry similar to a platypus, and without hesitation, he stuffed the warm gold-rimmed purse in his paws into the bulging pocket on his stomach. Really? Newt raised his eyebrows and sighed softly. Immediately afterwards, Newt directly turned the sniffing head in Elena's hand upside down, and the two hind legs that held it shook skillfully, and the two delicate and beautiful magic money bags fell down with a snap, fell at Elena's feet. Newt lowered his head subconsciously, looked at the two stolen goods, and muttered a little curiously, Hey, why is this money bag swollen? If the space-stretching curse is cast, it stands to reason. So Elena, you don't even have a plus. Hannah blinked. A daze flashed across her face. Boom. Before Taihanhan could finish speaking, an extremely accurate hand knife slashed Hannah's head, directly knocking back the words behind this outspoken little wing. which also caused a considerable degree of dizziness by the way. This may not be something you need to consider now. Compared to these, Elena retracted her palms expressionlessly, bent down and picked up the two humble human hearts and stuffed them into her chest. She looked at her standing in front of her without changing her face, and was teaching the little sniffing button righteously. Scamander. The girl's gaze fell on the sniffer, staring quietly, and did not finish her words. Sometimes, properly creating an atmosphere of silence will take the initiative in the negotiation. This is the demon skill that Jelit Grindelwald had taught her before, and she has always mastered this kind of skill. It's in place. Sure enough, there was no need for Elena to ask for anything. Newt touched his nose and said tentatively, "Ms. Caslana, shall we continue to visit, or should we go back and rest first?" Actually, before coming here, I once got a small gift. My grandfather, your old friend, gave me a magic suitcase, which is filled with various cooking spices and kitchen utensils. Just say a wonderful spell can open this box. Elena smiled slightly, her blue eyes glanced at the old wizard standing in front of her, and said softly, "Dear Mr. Scamander, would you like to guess what is the content of that spell?" So Newt Scamander's mouth twitched, and an unknown premonition suddenly rose in his heart. "Since it's a gift from your grandfather, then I don't think I need to know what the spell is. As for what old friend you are talking about, I guess I don't know your grandfather. He might admit the wrong person." "It's okay, the spell is very simple. Just one sentence." Elena's eyes flickered, and she glanced meaningfully at the sniff that was held in Newt's arms. "My grandpa told me that the password to start the world of food is stewed niffler." Newt Scamander! Chapter 673 Acting and Identity. The trip to visit the magical animals on this day was exceptionally smooth. Even if there were some small accidents in the end, Elena just smiled indifferently, and easily let go of the sniff that didn't know she had turned around from the edge of death, which made Newt Scamander is a little unnatural. For Elena Caslana, Newt is not afraid of what terrible things she will do, as long as she does not suddenly incarnate dozens of fire dragons, or summon hundreds of scents and fairies. Even if Elena secretly bites a few small animals during the visit, or even makes some acts of cruelty to magical animals, they are actually within the tolerance of Newt Scamander after all. This mixed blood charming the baby is the granddaughter of that person. What really disturbed Newt Scamander was the present-day Elena, who behaved decently, like a little lady. If before the showdown, Elena showed a clever side outside the hall, Newt can be explained as the disguise of the devil. Then after the half-showdown, when just entering the door, this is a bit creepy. As an expert in the field of magical animals, and an old wizard who is about to be 100 years old, Newt does not believe that the dignified Gringotts Fairy Queen, the third-generation Dark Lord, and the heir of the Saints will be a person without grudges. 47 years after that, Jelit Grindelwald was still thinking about the incident, let alone Elena, who had just been sniffed away from her chest. I have to say that the human mind is in this way. When the disaster has not yet come, most people will pray that it will come later, but when the disaster is really late, waiting for the last second of calm time at any time may be the most painful and frightening process. After finishing the tour at night, Elena and the others and Newt returned to the living room upstairs. Except for the three little puppies lying in Hannah's arms and snoring, everything seems to be going smoothly according to Tina's plan, at least in the eyes of Mrs. Scamander. The husband is better than before, be a little more talkative. On the other hand, the smart three-headed dog Xiaoluwei is also very popular. For so many years, it may be that Albus Dumbledore has not lost a lot of trouble, but really stood in Newt Scamander's perspective, and sent it here in order to make her husband open his heart and feel happy. Gift of it. The crowd returned to the living room and chatted for a while on the side of the sofa. Sorry, I interrupted a little bit. Tina Scamander clapped her palms happily and interrupted Newt, who was struggling to deal with Elena's question, though in Tina's eyes, the two seemed to get along quite happily. Gently he cleared his throat. It's booby time now, it's time to go to bed. Kids, we still have a whole month to spend time together. There is no need to rush all the curiosity in one night. If there is anything left to talk about, it's better to keep it in the dream for now. You say yes, Newt? That might be a nightmare tonight. Newt's commander was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously murmured. Tina raised her eyebrows and let out a suspicious hum in her nose. Huh? What did you just say? Oh, I mean, my dear, you make a lot of sense. Poor Mr. Scamander recovered in an instant and quickly agreed. After a short pause, he turned his head to look at his wife, and continued to add, deliberately, however, I have a few more words I want to talk to Miss Caslana alone. They are about Professor Dumbledore's orders, some very important things. So Tina, I mean, is there something that can't be said directly now? Mrs. Scamander frowned and glanced suspiciously over her husband's face. Newt opened his mouth helplessly. His expression suddenly stuck. Compared to him, Tina's indignation and hatred for Gelert Grindelwald may be stronger. If she were to know the true identity of this little girl, it would be hard for Newt to imagine what his family would be like. Not to mention, this child is still backed by adult three-headed dogs, the remnants of the saints, and even most of the goblins of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank at this time. Even if conflicts really break out, this kind of thing should not be imagined at all. Too frightening. Along with Newt Scamander's jam, the old lady's eyes gradually became sharp. Newt, are you hiding something? Oh, I knew it. Professor Dumbledore must have forced you to swear too, right? Before Tina could finish her words, Elena suddenly sighed extremely loudly, stood up and kicked the sofa next to her unhappily, pouting her small mouth, showing just the right expression of grievance and impatience on her face. Isn't it just a little bit harder when I was playing in school? As for the babbling so many times, and the thing that helped the professors catch Peter Pettigrew, the mysterious people who've been down for so long, where there will be eating deaths, revenge. Peter Pettigrew, mysterious man? Tina Scamander turned her head abruptly, her eyes constricted violently. Regarding the public trial that took place at Hogwarts some time ago, she has roughly learned something from the newspaper. Whether it is the self-exiled Sirius Black's grievance, or the Voldemort's #1 army dwarf Peter's arrest, it can be regarded as the most important news in the magical world in the past 10 years. However, Tina never expected that behind these incidents, there was actually Elena. And from what the girl accidentally revealed just now, it seems that she is the one that people have been looking for and guessing, and has pierced and seen through the justice messenger who pretended to be a rat and lurked in Weasley's house for nearly 10 years. The true face of Peter Pettigrew! Ah, what a mess. Glancing at Mrs. Scamander with a shocked face, Elena hurriedly covered her mouth in panic. I didn't say anything just now. I promised the professor not to tell anyone. Relax, kid, we can all be trusted. Looking at Elena, who was panicked like a bunny, Tina smiled softly, patted the back of the girl's hand lightly, and said in a serious tone, however, Mr. Dumbledore is really right. Before you grow into a witch who can stand alone, you must beware of the bad guys hiding in the dark, let alone Death Eaters. Even if you are well, in short, there are many bad guys. Hannah, who was sitting next to Elena, was about to ask a question, and suddenly felt a pain in the back of her feet. Hannah turned her head in confusion, just to meet Luna Lovegood's bright eyes and the silent signal from the girl's mouth. Shh, Elena is acting again. Just watch quietly and don't show it through. Besides, following Luna's eyes, Hannah subconsciously looked at the top of the white-haired ball. Judging from the shaking frequency and amplitude of that little doll hair, Elena still did not lie this time. That is to say, at least the part of what she said was true and reliable. Ha! It's 10:30. Luna stood up and yawned cutely. Then we go up first? Of course, dear. I have already laid the bedding for you. Tina Scamander smiled softly, turned her head and spoke softly. This kind of girl who is like a little angel is so caring compared to those bluffing boys. Looking at the little witch who is yawning, Mrs. Scamander can't wait to find a way to pick up her grandson sooner. Think of a way, Tina. Anyway, Take the other two children to rest first." Newt Scamander let out a sigh of relief, and his voice became fluent. After Elena and Luna took turns helping him to cover and delay, the unspoken Fantastic Beast Master finally got out of the jam, and his thinking gradually became clear. At least try to communicate once to figure out what happened. If the time is right later, I will explain to you in detail. As for now, at most half an hour. Mrs. Scamander looked at the mechanical clock at the door. The children have been tired for a day. If your conversation exceeds half an hour, I will personally go downstairs and drive you all back to each other bedroom. Come on, Luna, Hannah, I will bring you up. Tina stood up and walked up the spiral staircase. After a while, only Elena and Newt were left in the living room. With the departure of Tina and the two little witches, the relaxed and warm atmosphere in the entire living room quickly dissipated, and in a blink of an eye it became a kind of suffocating and unaccustomed icy barrier, which made Newt kind of come to the Ministry of Magic. A feeling of there was still some residual fear in the fireplace gleaming dimly, and faint black shadows flashed on the wall. Then, Mr. Scamander. Finally, waiting for the footsteps upstairs to disappear completely, Elena said softly, "Time is limited, so you can ask questions first. No matter what the question is, you can directly ask me. If you can't answer, I will tell you clearly, no comment. I swear by the reputation of the Caslana family, I will never lie." "I believe this, Miss Caslana." "Or your Majesty the Queen." Newt Scamander nodded, spreading his hands somewhat helplessly. "If Dumbledore's words are true, I really don't know what it means for you to come to my house. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank can almost meet all your requirements. If even the fairies can't do things, I probably can't do anything. Blood, family, life experience. Most of these are existences that cannot be influenced or changed by everyone's subjective wishes. Therefore, Newt is actually more concerned about Elena's purpose than the status of Gelot Grindelwald's granddaughter. As a master of magical animals, Newt knows very well the Gringotts Wizarding Bank and the elves behind the bank have a huge power and wealth, as well as the terrible influence of this power all over the world. He must reconfirm Elena's intentions and her main identity. If Elena intends to negotiate with him from the standpoint of the Fairy Queen and the Lord of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, then the next attitude and the process of getting along may be some more subtle and sensitive tricky events, which is also the worst case. 1. And if Elena decides to appear as the granddaughter of Grindelwald, that has another meaning. Although, think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be any better than the former. "Elena, just call me Elena." The silver-haired little witch shook her head with a chuckle, and replied calmly, "Whether it is the Fairy Queen, the granddaughter of the 3 generations of the Dark Lord, or the eldest lady of the Destiny Group, those are just the names that people in different fields gathered around me are used to. You don't need to test anything so carefully. At this moment, I have only one identity: a person who likes magical animals just like you. Ask for a day off, sort out important plots." The next chapter is perhaps one of the most important contents and dialogues in the Tip of the Tongue series. A little carelessness may be written as a poison point, but it may also write a different world. Therefore, take a day off for me to refine my ideas, discuss more and consider the logic. Sorry. It's really important, very important. P.S. There is a free new book, written about Snape as the protagonist, but it is more similar to the former masters of the text of the Harry Potter series. Chapter 674, Newt and Elena Part 1. Debate. As the end of the day is not a perfect one in any case. Newt Scamander was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at the little silver-haired witch sitting not far away from him, with various thoughts in his mind. But compared to direct confrontation, he communicated calmly. After all, there are some benefits. As for the opening sentence the girl just said, well, Newt's mouth twitched. Elena, I think we are still different. It makes no difference. Elena shrugged. It's just that you like raw ones, and I prefer cooked on. Just kidding, I'm not a hungry dragon all the time. Why are you so serious? Newt took a deep breath and swallowed back the retort that was almost jumping out. As an older school wizard born at the end of the 19th century, he really couldn't understand Eleanor's so-called joke. Could it be that Dumbledore has been dealing with this kind of troublesome little guy in recent years? It's terrible. Fortunately, he has retired. All right, Newt replied dully, then you go ahead. Newt's commander crossed his fingers on his knees, and a look of autism appeared on his face. He is very aware of his own disadvantages in tongues. Since he has already determined that he is not Eleanor's opponent as soon as the confrontation has been made, it is undoubtedly the best practice now to speak less and listen more carefully and not fall into the language trap of the opponent. For Elena, this long-prepared speech has just begun. Mr. Scamander, in my opinion, there are three forms of symbiosis between creatures and creatures. The first is the most common upper and lower level of the food chain, and it is also the simplest natural law. Elena picked up a small cookie on the coffee table and put it in her mouth. Animal husbandry and hunting. These are the lowest survival greeds of all living things. I don't think that it is a strange behavior to like certain foods, or to like to eat beef or fish. For hundreds of thousands of years, human ancestors, there are countless examples of being able to obtain a stable source of food and domesticating and cultivating plants and animals. Yes, Newt said dryly, so today, you have enough food to choose from. You are right. Scattered wild hunting is indeed a backward and stupid behavior. Elena nodded happily, raised her fingers and said seriously, it seems that we have reached the first consensus. If we intend to include a certain animal, of course, it may also be a plant. In short, when we intend to incorporate it into our common food sequence, large-scale, systematic breeding behavior must be a very necessary thing. In short, if you like to eat, then it's best to learn how to raise it. Agree? A consensus? Wait. You may not understand what I mean. Newt's commander was taken aback for a moment, then quickly frowned, and said in a deep voice, I think, maybe I need to be more straightforward. Maybe ancient people really need to consider this, but in this era, food and meat are completely sufficient, and there is no need for us to domesticate and breed new livestock. Species. Human society has reached complete abundance in food. Elena raised her eyebrows, and a trace of joke flashed under her eyes. Unfortunately, that may just be what you think regarding this issue. If you are interested, you can visit the former Soviet Union not far from the UK to find out. The world seems to have a long way to go. Some things are more direct and shocking than witnessed by words after all. Instead of describing for Newt's commander in advance about the food shortage after the Soviet Union collapsed, it is better to let the old wizard have time to take a look for himself. According to Grindelwald's introduction, Newt should still be there. There are many friends. The eight-eyed giant spider is artificially domesticated, and its scientific name is Scottish fluffy soft-shell crab. Elena raised her right hand, snapped her fingers lightly, and the magic wand hidden behind her back poked the air quietly. Then, a three-dimensional image of an adult eight-eyed giant spider instantly appeared in front of Newt's eyes. This is a miraculous animal that reproduces extremely fast. Not only does its venom gland have extremely high medicinal value, but after artificial breeding and development and research, I found that its 8 long legs can provide quite a wealth of high-quality protein. A small amount of Scottish fluffy soft-shell crab spawning in the first quarter can maintain the minimum protein intake standard for nearly 1,000 people at Hogwarts. Accompanied by Eleanor's voice, the image of the eight-eyed giant spider was like a building block, splitting silently in midair, forming part after another, just like a medical anatomy diagram in the non-magical world. Before Newt could see the division of the various tissues and fibers clearly, only the dark shells wrapped around the muscles of the eight-eyed giant spiders gradually dissipated, and several flames rose up, bringing the white flowers and transparent crabs. The leg meat was wrapped, and what reappeared in front of Newt's eyes after a few seconds, leaving only a plate of exquisite dishes. Eight-eyed giant spiders, they have a certain amount of wisdom. In the Middle Ages, like the three-headed dog and the lion-tailed scorpion, They were magical creatures used by wizards to protect their own treasures. These are dangerous creatures that have reached a 5-star rating by the Ministry of Magic. Without paying attention to the dishes that seemed fragrant and delicious, Newt took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, "You acted unscrupulously like this, Professor Dumbledore, you know." "Of course. In fact, you should be very clear. Whether it is large-scale farming in the Forbidden Forest, or the selection of ingredients for the 3 meals of the whole school, these obviously must be approved by Dumbledore before they can be carried out." Elena waved her hand gently, dispelling the image in midair, and replied in a relaxed tone, "This." The corner of Newt Scamander's eyes twitched, his expression a little dignified. "Hogwarts has it fallen?" "Your expression is a bit ugly, Mr. Scamander. Could it be that you are pitying them?" Elena glanced at Newt Scamander with a serious face, and waved her wand casually. "So, what if this is the case? By the way, maybe you should take a look at this." In the next moment, half of the entire living room was suddenly swallowed by the twisted light, and instantly turned into a gloomy woodland clearing. Newt felt as if he had returned to the depths of the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest in an instant. It's just that what happened next doesn't seem so beautiful. And in the middle of the field created by the magical illusion, countless 8-eyed giant spiders crawled over from the treetops and the edge of the forest farm, opening and closing the black giant claws with creepy clicks. Sound group hunting. This is a fairly typical way of group hunting for magical animals, and an extremely obvious signal of attack. Newt's eyes gradually became serious, and even if he knew these were just illusions, he subconsciously clenched the wand in his hand. Snapped. Before the first 8-eyed giant spider leapt into the air, Elena snapped her fingers lightly. The entire Hogwarts Forbidden Forest once again dissipated into a ray of light and shadows, and the surrounding scenes returned to the living room familiar to Newt Scamander. The kettle in the kitchen was still warming slowly, as if everything was just an illusion. Same. This is what Professor Dumbledore said is mastery in illusion magic. Newt Scamander frowned. He was a little uncertain, even without the 3-headed dog, whether he could deal with Elena by himself. At the same time, the girl's unhurried explanation continued to sound in his ear. "This is what I personally experienced in the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest last semester. If I hadn't dealt with it properly and the professors arrived in time, I might have turned into food for spiders and disappeared forever in the Forbidden Forest." Bingo. As for the results, you must have known it. I survived, and they became food for the wizards of Hogwarts. The little biscuits in Elena's hand just finished eating. The girl licked the crumbs from her fingertips and said calmly, "If a magical animal with considerable intelligence is extremely aggressive, and there is an option for humans in their main recipes, unless they will never intersect with the human world, they will have only 2 outcomes: surrender or extinction. Obviously, Professor Dumbledore also agrees with this view. Therefore, before we communicate, there is a basic law of nature that needs to be reached." Elena slowly put down her wand. The Lake eyes looked at Newt Scamander, smiled and asked softly, "As long as we are still wizards and still live as human beings, then the rights of all magical animals cannot override human rights, nor can they be equal to human rights. Human rights must be the top weight. If you don't agree with this, then we may not have the need to continue talking. I am also a wizard, so of course I agree with this." Newt Scamander took a close look at the little witch in front of him, and slowly sat up straight. "However, this does not mean that I agree with your approach. Human rights are above the rights of all animals. But this is not the reason why wizards can unscrupulously hunt magical animals and destroy natural ecology." For the first time, Newt's eyes did not dodge aside, but directly met Elena's eyes. "Ms. Castellana, you can't simply include all magical animals in the category of food. This is an extremely irresponsible and childish behavior. If you insist on this, maybe we don't have much conversation necessary." "Of course," I said. "I am not a sane hungry dragon." Elena nodded gracefully and replied with a smile. Chapter 675 Newt and Elena Part 2. Late at night, the living room of Newt Scamander's house. Although Elena's mouth was still smiling, The atmosphere became serious before she knew it. With the two simple questions and answers, both Elena and Newt have realized that the other party belongs to people who have very similar ideas to their own to some extent, and the most deadly point is that they exist in the understanding of ideas. Deviation. And this conversation is likely to determine the mainstream cognitive direction in the field of magical animals for a long time in the future. This is like whether it is in religious or scientific dispute, heretics are always more terrifying than heretics. I think we should be regarded as companions, Elena said, in terms of researching and protecting magical animals. Maybe, Ms. Kaslana, but only if you give up those terrible ideas. Sorry, I can't accept to breed those clever and wonderful magical animals like raising pigs to be slaughtered. I study magical animals, just to understand them. Does it mean that people who explore the unknown premise need to predict in advance whether it has value? Newt shook his head non-committal, and turned to look straight at the girl's face, which was shrouded in magical glimmer. The charming talent of the mixed bloodver is indeed shown to the fullest in this little girl. If it is a wizard who is not so determined, it is indeed very likely that Elena will be affected unconsciously, but this obviously does not include Newt. As a sorcerer who deals with all kinds of magical animals all the year round, let alone Elena at this moment, as long as she has no breasts and a buttocks, she is a pure-blooded adult charmer with a protruding lordosis and an angelic face. Baby, it is also difficult to successfully charm Newt Scamander, who has raised his vigilance in advance. As long as they are living things, they will at least have some edible value, Elena habitually said, and immediately waved her hand quickly. Just kidding, I'm just giving an example. But it's a living life. If you think this joke is funny, sorry, I can apologize to you for my previous analogy, if you mind. Looking at the gloomy expression on Newt Scamander's face, Elena's face changed and she answered seriously. But just as Professor Dumbledore has been doing over the years, wizards study magical animals. After all, to be able to feed back to the magical world suddenly at a certain moment. This is also the reason for the existence of all natural basic disciplines. There is no doubt that although Newt Scamander often gives people the illusion of a good old man who is easy to bully, however, as a little witch who was also born in Hufflepuff College, Elena knew very well what kind of stubborn beasts lie in the hearts of the predecessors of her college. But any situation that touched the bottom line of honest people is extremely dangerous. Of temptation. Now that Newt has expressed her emotions over and over again, naturally she will not continue playing with fire uninterestingly. With the rapid change of Elena's attitude, the displeased expression on Newt's face dissipated slightly. Professor Dumbledore these years. What do you mean? Newt frowned. Albus Dumbledore's most well-known contributions include the discovery of 12 uses of dragon blood, and the effective alchemy with partner Nicole LeMay. Elena took out a card from her chest wallet, cleared her throat, and read it softly. So, Newt said, I don't feel there is any problem with this. Discovering 12 new uses of dragon blood. How many pints of dragon blood do you think you need to consume for experimentation? This is not counting the repetitive verifications that are carried out to determine the conjecture and the spread of the new use. New consumption. Elena tapped her finger in the middle of the empty border of the chocolate frog card. As always, Dumbledore's face disappeared in the picture. And for a short time he didn't seem to intend to return at all. A long time ago, Elena had always suspected that Dumbledore might have some way to collect information through a certain center of his own chocolate pictures, even if the old turnip denied this conjecture without hesitation. Dragon blood? I understand what you think. Newton nodded, with a somewhat indifferent tone. Fire dragons have too many things that can be used in the field of magic. They are indeed a semi-recognized captive species in the magic world. But what can it explain? I just want to argue that if there is no formalized breeding, effective value development cannot be carried out at all. Elena replied unhurriedly, and was not affected in any way. From the perspective of species and nature, standardized and targeted artificial breeding will not affect the existing natural ecology and species living conditions, but will help protect those wild magical animals from harm. But you can't guarantee that people will follow your ideas. Poaching phenomenon. Newt opened his mouth and was about to refute Eleanor's words without hesitation. However, before he could finish speaking, the sound from his ear directly blocked his follow-up content. On the other hand, before artificial breeding does not take shape, we should first establish ecological protection areas. Elena glanced at Newt, raised her volume a little, and continued speaking slowly according to her previous rate of speech, without giving Newt Scamander a chance to intervene or refute temporarily. In my opinion, wild magical animals and artificially raised magical animals are originally two sample divisions that need to be clearly separated for research. Repetitive experiments focus on stability and standardization. If there is no standard breeding process, there will be a lot of controversy about wild magical animals in a completely open environment, whether in terms of food or research. As the girl Gjing watched without wavering eyes, Newt's breathing was slightly stagnant. For so many years, he has rarely felt this kind of logical debate, like ears biting and rotating, as if sitting opposite is not a living girl, but a sophisticated and oppressive ancient wizard golem. The Fire Dragon Reserve is indeed a good plan, but you only did the first half. Elena raised her fingers delicately and said softly while looking at Newt Scamander's eyes. You should have also found something wrong, right? As a subject of magical materials that is used very frequently in the magical world and covers a wide range of magical materials, the purpose of the Fire Dragon Reserve itself has contradictory and mixed points. It bears both. The responsibility of protecting endangered miraculous animals has also been marked by people as a breeding and slaughterhouse. I can't help but wonder. Lake Eleanor's blue eyes were narrowed, and there was a little indifferent banter in her voice. Similar to these magical animal sanctuaries, is it to protect wild magical animals from being disturbed by the activities of human wizards? Or is it just an artificially delineated hunting ground that belongs to a privileged group? Perhaps, at the same time, it can give you peace of mind? Newt Scamander's face twisted for a moment, clenched his right fist, and said hurriedly, hunting ground? Peace of mind? Do you think that only you can see these problems? But the magic world needs dragon heart, dragon meat, dragon blood, fire dragon tendon, fire dragon nerve. Do you know the industrial chain and magic involved later? Department, how complicated is it? How much do you know about fire dragons? Do you think fire dragons can be kept in houses just like domestic pigs? Really? Can't it? The corner of Eleanor's mouth raised a slight curve, and a gold coin suddenly appeared between her fingers, popping forward. Newt frowned and reached out to catch it subconsciously. This is a weird Jinjialong that seems to be a little different, with different numbers engraved on the front and back edges, and the icon printed on the back is no longer the back of the Fire Dragon pattern. But Newt stared at the pattern on the gold coin in his hand for a moment. This is Hogwarts Castle. Yes, this is the newly released Hogwarts Jingaron, or Ho-Go for short. But this is not the focus of our discussion at the moment. What I want you to see is actually the original version of Jingalong. The Fire Dragon pattern on that side. Elena shrugged and explained casually, then her face became straight. The Gringotts tradition of taming fire dragons and guarding the vault is much longer than the wizard's establishment of fire dragon reserves. But why has there been no large-scale fire dragon farming industry today? Fire dragons have always been very popular. The young fairy queen had a bright look in her eyes, and she said softly every word. Mr. Scamander, do you really think that the Ministry of Magic, various pureblood families, and even Gringotts and many other forces pushed you to establish a fire dragon sanctuary and enact the prohibition of illegal fire dragon hunting act for the purpose of protect the fire dragon? If the fire dragon blood is no longer sold in grams, but calculated in tons, it will be a mess. Rare is the only way to benefit. Privilege is the easiest way to derive rarity. This is capital. No matter which world it is in, it is the same. A look of helplessness appeared on Newt Scamander's face, and he sighed deeply. Well, Ms. Caslana, if this is a complete chain of interests involving all aspects of the magic world, but this is the adult world, and everyone must abide by this rule, although these are not the areas he is good at. But after so many years of running into a wall, Newt Scamander can more or less perceive the various pushes hidden behind him, so he can barely understand what Elena wants to express. Meaning, even if his explanation may not be as simple and clear as a girl. That was the old rule, but the times have changed. Elena's fingers lightly outlined on the Hogwarts pattern of the new version of Jinjialong, and smiled slightly. From now on, my will is the will of this world capital, and the rules I have formulated are the rules of the capital market in this new era. Then, Mr. Newt Scamander, you are interested in the new era? Try again. Haven't finished yet? Send it together tomorrow. I haven't finished it yet. I will send 2 chapters together tomorrow. Don't wait for it. Chapter 676 Ordinary Civil Organizations. New Era? Is this the bet made by Professor Dumbledore, and is it worrying? Different from the new forces of the old age, they are younger, bolder, and more terrifying. After Newt pondered for a few seconds, he raised his head and slowly looked at Elena. But, Ms. Castellana, what is the price? All of these. Elena stood up with a smile, opened her hands and turned around in Newt Scamander's living room lightly. Your uncontested retirement life, your profound knowledge, your decades of experience. If you really want to try to get the field of magical animal research back on track again, then you will have to be busy next time. Other than that, what about the world of fantastic animals and human society? Newt Scamander said quietly, unmoved. As an old wizard who is about to be 100 years old, he has long passed the reckless and innocent age. He will neither be surprised by the sharpness shown by Elena, nor simply excited to protect magical animals. If it's just standardized farming, then it doesn't seem to be any different to me. It's just a competition for resources between powerful people, and the establishment of a legalized fire dragon ranch is not entirely a good thing. Unless the cost of raising is much lower than now, and the entire magical world has a variety of materials. The value of the product has plummeted, and the number of magic animal materials on the market may be far more than the actual output of legal. Besides, Newt paused, pressing his finger on the back of the gold coin and pushing it along the coffee table in the direction of Elena. In today's social situation, raising magical animals on a large scale will undoubtedly greatly increase the risk of muggles discovering the magical world. Just this will make many of your ideas die in the middle of the journey. It has nothing to do money. Faced with the constraints of the International Wizarding Joint Secrecy Act, even if Professor Dumbledore, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, and even the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry stand behind you, it is still far from enough. Gellert Grindelwald 46 years ago, or Tom Riddle 21 years ago, they did not dare to cross this bottom line. With the increasing development of the non-magical world, many wizards have become more aware of the separation between the two worlds. However, apart from continuing to hide a little deeper, the wizards have no better way to deal with it. The wizarding world does not dare to gamble, nor does it want to bet, because no one can be sure, if one day the wizarding world is completely exposed to the muggles' eyes, will it break out the most tragic war in human history. Of course, this is indeed a factor restricting the development of large-scale animal husbandry in the magical world. Elena nodded lightly, her eyes flashed. She put away Jinjialong on the table and put it into her chest. But the problem is not too big. My plan is to take the first step. Rather than rushing to start large-scale artificial breeding of magical animals irresponsibly, I am more inclined to improve the legal standards and the breeding procedures first. Having said that, Elena raised her head and glanced at Newt. In this regard, Mr. Scamander, you should be very experienced. In the past few decades, Newt has worked in almost all positions in the Ministry of Magic that may involve magical animals, and most of the magical animal-related laws and regulations today are mostly revised and drafted by him. If you can get Newt's help, Elena's follow-up work will save a lot of effort. In this regard, the Huberian a few months ago was a very successful case. Since Arthur Weasley was invited to serve as the Chief Technology Officer of the Reverse Demolition Project of the Ulyanovsk, No matter from the legal level or the technical point of view, the whole project has not been promoted. Any hindrance. The British Ministry of Magic has not noticed any abnormalities so far. You know, as a law-abiding little witch, Elena has always paid special attention to lawfulness and compliance. As early as a few months ago, all applications for Hogwarts to purchase large voyage fishing vessels and partial transformation of mole ships for the purpose of secrecy laws had all been reviewed and approved. From the perspective of the Ministry of Magic, or from the perspective of the International Wizarding Association, both are impeccably legal large-scale transportation purchases. The possible impact of Newt Scamander is obviously much greater than that of Arthur Weasley. Of course, compared to Mr. Weasley, Newt's strategy is also much more tortuous. You mean the current magical animal law in the magical world? Facing Eleanor's question, Newt Scamander nodded calmly. Yes, in the past period of time, I did participate in the drafting and revision of many relevant regulations, but that was a long time ago. I am just an ordinary old wizard, and the Ministry of Magic is also won't let me go back. The Ministry of Magic may not, but it's not just the magic government that can make rules in this world. While talking, Elena took out a thick pile of parchment paper from the different dimension space wallet on her chest, and carefully spread it out on the small coffee table in front of him, and at the same time gave Newt Scamander one by one. Explained in turn, as an institution that needs to maintain social stability, the energy of the Ministry of Magic has its limits. From your encounters over the years, you must have gradually understood this matter. The more broad and loose this function is, the easier it is to breed bureaucracy, and the harder it is to promote a certain thing to continue unless it breaks out of the shackles. Ms. Castellana, I don't understand what you mean. Newt frowned, looking at Elena a little confused. He won't forget the other identity of the little mixed blood ver in front of him, the granddaughter of the first Dark Lord. Considering the waves that Gellert Grindelwald once set off in this world, even at this time Elena declared that she would bring the saints to come back and inherit the will of G to rule the entire magical world. No surprise. In fact, Newt Scamander asked the same, and going around in circles is not his character. No one can cross the Ministry of Magic, unless are you overthrowing the existing Ministry of Magic? No, I just intend to establish a peaceful and friendly civil organization. Elena shook her head with a smile, picked up a drafted document and handed it to Newt. Perhaps you should have heard before that there is an organization called World Animal Protection Association in the non-magical world. It was established about 10 years ago, and its headquarters is in London, England, and what I want to say is, Gringotts Wizarding Bank provides financial support, and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is responsible for taking the lead establishing a World Fantastic Animal Protection Association in the wizarding world, so that we can concentrate on promoting wizards to protect magical animals. Newt glanced at the parchment in his hand, and whispered it thoughtfully. I have to say that after copying the existing mature templates of World Animal Protection Association and modifying some of the terms, the content listed on the parchment provided by Elena looks extremely detailed and exciting. Looking at Newt Scamander, who was obviously interested, Elena waved her small fist excitedly. Well, the first favorability gift succeeded. It's just that arousing Newt's curiosity and interest is only the first step, and the next step is the highlight. In my imagination, Fantastic Animal Protection Association will care about the peace of each individual of various animals. Elena nodded calmly, smiled and continued. The belief is that the basic needs of all animals should be respected and protected, so that animals can survive without avoidable suffering. The first thing is to clearly divide the boundaries between wild animals and artificially raised animals. In fact, most of the preliminary work of the association has already been prepared. You should have noticed that these documents have been approved by the Ministry of Magic. You see, the formalities have almost reached the last step. The only vacancy is the position of the first person in charge of the association, that is, the position of the president. Looking at Newt Scamander, who was hesitant, Elena lightly tapped the end of the parchment with her finger. There, the signature of Cornelius Fudge, the current minister of the Ministry of Magic, the signatures of various departments of the Ministry of Magic, the license signature of the International Federation of Wizards, and the signature of the Chief Wizard of Wisengamo signed by Spouse, none of them incomplete. As the new Fairy Queen of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, a philanthropist who generously made up for the losses of the wizards who suffered economic fraud in the magic world, proposed to establish a foundation to protect magical animals. This is a very reasonable thing. After all, in a sense, the goblin is also a kind of magical creature. And compared to those associations with strange names, at least the organization that Elena applied for this time sounds normal. For Cornelius Fudge and the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic, the establishment of this association is actually related to the Gobstone Wizard Chess Symposium, the Ultra East Magic Day Sleep Association, the Special Containment Measures Foundation, and the Human Principles Renewal Guarantee Agency. There is not much difference between these fancy names and weird themes. Anyway, most of them are insignificant idle folk associations. As long as they are willing to pay a certain amount of Jinjialong as a handling fee, and are under the overall jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic in name, Cornelius Fudge is quite willing to do personal favors. Elena paused for a while, glanced at Newt, her mouth curled in a cute little devilish arc. Of course, it doesn't matter if you refuse, then maybe I or my grandfather will be the temporary president of the Fantastic Beast Conservation Association for a while. No need. I sign it. If you two become presidents, I might not be able to sleep soundly anymore. Newt sighed, raised his hand to interrupt Elena, and carefully read the parchment in his hand. But I still reiterate that I will not take the initiative to help you promote the domestication of magical animals. At this point, I have my insistence. I agree with this initiative to protect magical animals and the organization of associations. Wait. What are you still taking? Before Newt's commander could finish speaking, the little silver horde witch smiled with satisfaction, and took out a stack of thick parchment contracts from her chest. Vaguely, Newt seemed I saw a bunch of signs that the Ministry of Magic had signed. The little witch raised her head and showed an innocent and lovely smile. Dear Mr. Scamander, please allow me to take a little more time to introduce you to other ordinary civil organizations that have also obtained official approval from the Ministry of Magic and are legally established. Don't worry, they are all related to magical animals. The Folk Wizard Research Organization. Chapter 677, Elena's Ambition. After a while, the living room of Newt Scamander's house, the confrontation between the young Dark Lord and the old magical animal master did not last long. As an otaku wizard who was originally not good at dealing with people, even after so many years, it is not the evil capital Lorry at all. Opponent. Newt is good at magical animals, but on this occasion, all his experience is meaningless. Whether it was the terms of the contract, the clash of words, the logic of capital, the silent threat, or even the combination of various conspiracy and conspiracy, after just a few minutes of resistance, he fell into the network elaborated by the Demon King. At the table temporarily serving as the signing table, Newt's face was full of melancholy. 3 or 4 employment contracts were stacked in front of him, each of which had at least several pages, densely packed with various terms and rules, so that Newt's commander had to take it verbatim very seriously. Look down. At the same time, Elena sat beside him obediently, happily eating the cookies baked by Mrs. Scamander. Of course, in addition to this, the girl will always answer Newt's doubts about the contract. After all, most people are prone to hesitation when facing cumbersome and standardized modern contracts for the first time. At this time, they often need a little help from professionals, threats and inducements. Newt rubbed his eyebrows, put down the parchment in his hand, turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Well, this is Fantastic Beasts Association?" "Yes." "Isn't that the same as the previous Fantastic Animal Protection Association?" Elena nodded nonchalantly, and replied with a smile, "Anyway, it's not you who paid, Isn't it good to be twice as happy? Ms. Caslana, you know what I'm worried about. I don't want to involve too many troubles. Newt's commander sighed and said helplessly, since you intend to let me be the first person in charge of these magical animal-related associations, then should I understand this clearly? Otherwise, I won't continue to sign up. Even if it has only been together for less than a few hours, Newt has already felt the difference between Elena and the other wizards. Compared to Grindelwald and Dumbledore, the contemporaries he was familiar with, Elena's stubbornness and seriousness in rules is simply amazing. This may be what Dumbledore valued. Point: unique quality. This child is a natural guardian of world order. In Newt's commander's memory, this is exactly the same as the Sphinx, one of the guardian totems of ancient Egypt. He is clever and pays attention to the rules of order. As long as she obeys her rules of the game, he will become extremely docile and friendly. In fact, that's how Newt sees Elena now, a mixed blood though with a Sphinx living in his soul. Well, if you must ask to understand, I can try to explain it once. Looking at Newt, who stopped the quill, Elena shrugged, put down the cookie and answered seriously. The development of any industry must be based on clear industry standards and institutional norms. Only in this way can it be ensured that this is a lively formal industry, rather than a scattered and disorderly original behavior imitation. As for the work in the field of magical animals, you have done a lot of great efforts before, but you only lack the integration of them to form a sustainable industry that needs everyone to recognize, comply, and change. Business, academic, entertainment, politics, combat. These fields may overlap, but they must not be confused. Elena paused for a while, looked at Newt with frowning eyes, and blinked. Well, by now, you should be able to understand it. You said first, even if I don't understand it temporarily, I should be able to figure it out slowly afterwards. An awkward expression flashed across Newt's face. He twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly, and replied calmly, I didn't expect to be sympathized by a child who just turned 11. This kid is more scary than Gellert Grindelwald. After all, he can understand most of what Grindelwald said, but many theories that this little guy said sounded at first glance. They are all a little irritated. Fortunately, this little witch will spend most of her time in Hogwarts in the future. Newt's commander sympathized with Dumbledore a little bit, but what happened after that didn't have much to do with him. Now he only needs to figure out what the kid generally wants to do and take his share of responsibility. All right. If you don't understand for a while, you can think about it slowly later. As a wizard, the greatest convenience is that you can read your own memories from time to time, and repeatedly deliberate and understand things that you don't understand for the time being. Well, that's okay. Then I will introduce them separately. Elena was taken aback for a moment, then she understood what Newt meant, and continued. First of all, in my understanding, I roughly divided magical animals into 3 colors of favorability: green favorability, white favorability, and red favorability. And the classification basis is based on their close relationship with human society. 3 favors colors. All favors? Newt asked curiously. Just as I said, I like all magical animals. They can all be beautiful. Elena nodded seriously and licked her lips slightly. The green favor means that this animal has an extremely close connection with human society. This kind of bondage may spread across all corners of our daily lives. Most of them have formed a symbiotic relationship with human wizards, such as owls and toads. Cat, raccoon, tree guard, velvet, fairy, house elf, puffed wool, owl, house elf. Well, I see what you mean. Newt repeated thoughtfully, his interest gradually raised. Then what are white and red? White friendship degree. You can think of it as a life trajectory that they move side by side with human society most of the time and do not interfere with each other. There may be intersections between the 2 sides, but only behaviors between individuals, such as unicorns, horsemen, thunderbirds, moon monsters. You should be familiar with the magical animals in this respect. As for the red, Elena squinted her eyes, and said in a deep voice before Newt asked. If green promotes each other and white does not affect each other, then the red favorability degree means that we both bring trouble to each other's existence. According to the mathematics of the non-magical world, it is called mutual exclusion. On the one hand, human activities may have a very bad impact on them, and on the other hand, it may also be that they will affect people's daily lives in some ways, or both. And as human society grows more and more development, as a result, seems to be trending in the same direction, endangered, and then silently extinct. Glancing at Newt, who seemed to want to say something, Elena raised her fingers and continued speaking meaningfully. Don't get me wrong, Mr. Scamander. I don't hate them. Personally, I don't have any feelings for all magical animals, because half of their blood flows in my veins. But we are dealing with some magical animals. The stubborn and rigid way of thinking has indeed brought trouble to each other. For example, the almost extinct colony of eight-eyed giant spiders, as the Pachyons driven out by pests, the endangered golden wings, the dragons imprisoned in the reserve, the increasingly rare deformed lizards. Elena tapped her finger on the pile of parchment agreements on the desktop. Whether it is green, white, or red, these magical animals should have equal rights to survive in the world. I will not favor a certain creature because it is on the verge of extinction, nor will I ignore my position because a certain creature is seen as a partner by some people. Of course, I will not just sit back and watch pure malice and waste resources. Situation happened. Because of this, I have drawn up and created different organizations according to different directions and goals. Fantastic Animal Protection Association focuses on the social level, the protection of magical animals, preventing the cruel treatment of magical animals, and alleviating the suffering of magical animals in every corner of the world. Ensure the welfare of magical animals as much as possible. The principle is understood and respected all over the world, and is protected by certain laws. Fantastic Beast Association focuses on the level of academic research, that is, the systematic integration of what you have been doing before, researching and exploring the knowledge of magical animals, so that people can better understand other species in the world, and at the same time think of ways provide scientific and clear theoretical foundations of knowledge for organizations in other fields. Fantastic Beast Market Supervision Association focuses on business. GWA Chapter 678 is green. In short, thank you very much for supporting my proposal, Mr. Chairman. Elena put away the signed parchment contract on the table and said happily, I have estimated that the minimum manpower required for the current scope of business is about 10 to 15 people. Since the work of each association has not been officially launched, the actual situation is still uncertain. In my opinion, the four associations, it's better to separate middle-level personnel from the beginning, so that the same person does not have too many concurrent jobs. The magical world has a huge gap in the industry system, and it can almost be said to be in a completely barbaric and disorderly state. However, at the beginning stage, Elena did not intend to completely set up the framework all at once. On the one hand, this is because the system of the non-magical world is applied to the magical world. In terms of feasibility and specific details, a lot of time and practice are needed to test and correct. On the other hand, the primitive accumulation of capital will eventually be somewhat bloody. In the face of such a completely undefended blank area, preemptively robbed the market share, used the gaps that have not yet been established to make the snowball rapidly grow into an unstoppable avalanche, and then set the rules in turn to clarify the norms and boundaries of various behaviors. This is the most correct approach as far as the rules are concerned. Most of them will be gradually improved after they are found to be wrong. Whether it is a Quidditch game or a research field, they are similar in this regard. Fantastic Animal Conservation Association, Wonderful Animal Association, Wonderful Animal Product Safety Supervision Association, and Wonderful Animal Council, a total of 4 organizations involving nature protection, academic research, commercial development, and political response. Elena held her finger and explained patiently one by one. In view of the fact that industry norms have not yet been established, and social recognition will take some time to ferment. Your next focus is mainly on the first two, which is what you are good at. As for the remaining two, temporarily give me and Professor Dumbledore. The regulation of the commercial market needs to promote legislation, and legislation needs to be pulled with the Ministry of Magic of various countries. Newt Scamander's lips moaned, then he stopped talking. In fact, he actually saw the nuances hidden in the part of the content that the girl did not finish. The real subtlety is commercialization and politics. No matter which world you are in, economic interests are always the most dangerous piece of cake. Especially the attempts to formulate cake-cutting rules and negotiations with the Ministry of Magic in so many different countries and regions make them willing to support this seemingly thankless charity behavior, which is even more difficult. Even Albus Dumbledore, after leaving Europe, may not have that much influence. But after hesitating for a while, Newt did not say this. Anyway, these are the issues that Elena Caslana needs to consider. For him, as long as he can get enough support from Gringotts and the magic world, and have the resources to further promote the protection of magical animals, and research work enough. Moreover, in case his prompt makes the little witch realize something in advance, it may have a counterproductive effect. In Newt Scamander's view, Elena, who is radical and forward-thinking, is a bit disturbing, but the officials of the Ministry of Magic who frequently shirk their official demand are not vulnerable groups worthy of sympathy and protection. Let both It's Time to Fight, the Eight-Eyed Giant Spider Breeding Base and the Fire Dragon Reserve are too conspicuous. You should start from some inconspicuous places. Do you think the edible value of the dwarf monster is higher, or the commercial value of the deformed lizard is easy to cut into the market? I don't think it's a good idea. I won't choose one of them. Newt frowned subconsciously, and replied angrily. Food is the priority for the people, and physiological needs take precedence over all high-level needs. Elena muttered softly to herself, not caring about Newt's resisting attitude. Pork. This is not a weird type of food. There are quite a lot of pork varieties in the world. However, there should be some differences in the quality of magical animal quality pork. The environment is grown in an ordinary pigsty. There have been some changes in the legs and torso, which shows that its stomability and edibility may be quite high. This kind of dwarf pig monster is very suitable for research as a specialty of the magic world's animal husbandry. Elena can only make a rough guess for the time being. As for whether it can be farmed on a large scale and whether it is delicious, it depends on the result. But from the current point of view, this research selection should be more suitable. At least for both the magical world and Newt. Studying the dwarf pig monsters, which are common but not valuable and dangerous, will not arouse too many objections. Moreover, they are not cute. Moreover, things like pork are quite common on people's tables, even if they know it is a dwarf pig monster. It's not bad. The only problem is that this dwarf pig monster may not be so easy to drive and keep in captivity. From the American countryside, afraid of big white dogs. Elena thought about it for a while, and her eyes lit up. The three-headed hell dog in adult state should be enough to deter most magical animals. If the dwarf monster is even afraid of ordinary white hounds, let alone Sailor Y. Newt Scamander twitched his cheeks without making a sound. Elena took a closer look at the expression of the magical animal master next to her, and smiled with satisfaction. Then it should be correct. Magic creatures should be dealt with magic creatures. It really can be like this. No one has ever tried this, Newt Scamander said sullenly. Regarding the domestication of magical animals, most of them are really not that simple. However, Elena obviously chose a very low difficulty target. The trouble with the dwarf monster lies in its destructive power to the farm and its speed. In terms of rapid growth and breeding, they are much more powerful than ordinary domestic pigs. As the three-headed dog of hell that existed as a weapon of ancient war, it was too easy to deter a group of dwarf monsters. The smile on Elena's face grew brighter. Mr. Newt, the few North American long-legged pigs you raise well. Seeing Newt's sudden change of color, Elena suddenly changed her conversation and asked with a chuckle. This kind of magical dwarf pig monster should be a legally sold kind of magical animal? A kind that is not prohibited? Yes, it does not fall into the category of prohibited transactions. Since you are so good in the field of magical animals, you should know, where can you buy dwarf monsters? Newt Scamander curled his lips, turned his gaze, and staggered Elena's eyes. I don't know. I haven't bought a magical animal in a long time. You are really bad at lying. The corners of Elena's mouth raised, her eyes gleaming with a coquettish and lovely light. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank is very rich, you know. But the fairies' orders are usually rough. Once the content is released through Gringotts, the number of purchases must at least match the identity of the bank. Even the lowest order. At least nearly 100 transaction applications will be received. This disorderly trading market is prone to a lot of trouble. Newt Scamander tilted his head slightly. Elena raised her finger, shook it slightly, and said meaningfully, orders for large-scale acquisitions of magical animals are not common, and wizards cannot grasp the completion of the order, which means that a considerable amount of hoarding and waste will be caused every time. For example, if I now announce that I will acquire 510 dwarfs, there may be 500 dwarfs caught and sent over, and the remaining 450 will be. Stop. Enough. Newt Scamander sighed softly and muttered. I remembered, I have a few friends who work in the Ministry of Magic, who are responsible for expelling dwarf pigs from the non-magical world. They should have a lot of information about dwarf pigs. Just go to them and buy them together! Exclamation mark. He finally felt the horror of money power in Elena's mouth. And, what the girl has been emphasizing before, is the significance of the Safety Supervision Association of the Magic Animal Product Trading Market and the corresponding market rule structure. The market with fuzzy margins. Even legal transactions will become sins. He vaguely knew what Elena was about to say. However, he did not intend to verify it from the girl himself. For so many years, apart from Gringotts, scattered magical animal purchases have always existed. Whether it is a one-shop like Ollivander, those potion material shops in Diagon Alley, or individual wizards who do not have a shop. In the magic world, there are not too many opportunities to make extra money, and hunting those magical animals that are not dangerous is undoubtedly the safest and fastest way. With decades of experience in protecting magical animals, Newt initially thought that he was just defending against those poachers, but as time went by, he finally realized that what he was fighting against was the material needs of the entire magical world. Because of this, Newt retired from the Ministry of Magic disheartenedly, and lived in seclusion from the world. It's just that the appearance of Elena now makes everything seem to have a new turn for the better. Gringotts Market Supervision Balanced Trading. Newt Scamander softly repeated what Elena had just said. Since it is impossible to completely eliminate human demand for magical animals, it is better to increase the artificial source of magical animals on the one hand, and clarify the number of supply and demand on the other hand, so as to avoid unnecessary overhunting. It turns out that this is one of the ways this little mixed breed verse speaks of protecting magical animals. Elena glanced at Newt, knowing that her rhetoric had worked. She smiled brightly. Don't worry, I'm not a wasteful person. Take as much as you need. This is my consistent philosophy, otherwise I won't be the fairy queen, right? Gringotts is extremely abominable to waste. Newt Scamander did not comment, but asked in a deep voice. So, before the dwarf pig, well, you won't be involved in other categories until the research is completed? It depends on the situation. I can't fully promise you, because if time and energy permit, I might consider conducting 1 or 2 species research at the same time, but I guess that the recent period is limited to dwarf monsters for the time being. Elena shrugged and said helplessly, I only have so much time in a day. I have to go to the Quidditch national team to participate in training during the day, unless you are willing to help me research. After all, In this respect, Mr. Scamander, you should also be interested. No interest at all. I still have to pay attention to Fantastic Beast Conservation Association and Fantastic Beast Association. Newt replied without hesitation that he would not do this kind of help. Elena nodded and replied casually, "That's okay. Anyway, you can change your mind at any time." Then, in the next period of time, I would like to ask you to take care of you, dear President and Chairman. Grandpa, Mr. Newt. The name has turned green. Chapter 677, One Thing Drops One Thing. Although Grindelwald's revenge is important, it is not without compromise. At least in Elena's view, it is obviously more important to reap the friendship of a magical animal master than to help a cheap grandfather settle the grievances of the old rotten grain. The past has passed long ago, and people have to learn to let go and put down. Moreover, the first generation Dark Lord only set the password to open the suitcase to stew the sniff. In addition, Elena and Grindelwald have not made any agreement, let alone a written agreement. Even verbal promises do not exist, which means that the so-called journey of revenge is nothing more than a beautiful misunderstanding. If she really stewed the sniffer stupidly, that would be the real idiot. As for how to respond to Grindelwald's expectations, Elena had already figured out the countermeasures before coming. Anyway, Sniff's body size is similar to that of a bamboo rat and an echidna. After the big deal, send a braised bamboo rat to it. The smell is good. 5,000 years of Chinese food culture has proven that as long as the taste is heavy enough, snake meat can also turn into dragon meat. After more than half an hour, the sinning ceremony was over, and Mrs. Scamander also appeared at the door of the living room on time. Although she was very curious about Dumbledore's instructions, as a former Tina Scamander knew the importance of restraining curiosity. In those young years, she and Newt had a lot of it. Suffering. What's more, she didn't think there would be any problems with Newt and Elena alone. After so many years, Newt's character Tino is naturally quite relieved, and the girl named Elena Kaslana does not spend much time together. But from the mouths of the other two little guys, and from the perspective of magical animals such as the little three-headed dog towards Elena, this is also a good boy with a kind heart. As Tong Newt once said, the perception of magical animals is often more pure and delicate than that of humans. Therefore, as long as those wizards who are loved, trusted and recognized by magical animals are usually not complex-minded bad guys, Newt's friends who also love magical animals are the best examples. And Elena, obviously, is the kind of little wizard who likes magical animals. In fact, since I learned from Luna that Elena is an orphan, Mrs. Scamander plans to try to secretly invite the girl to be a guest at home at Christmas. For the time being, it can be regarded as a gift to her husband. A special Christmas gift, right? After all, for so many years, she rarely saw Newt Scamander chatting with someone for so long. Newt has no intention of paying attention to his wife's thoughts. With mental arithmetic and unintentional, Newt Scamander, who was in line with the third-generation Dark Lord for the first time, signed dozens of different types of contract documents in one breath, almost officially bid farewell to the leisurely retirement time. However, for Newt, this is not a sad thing. Even if he knew that he might have signed the devil contract in the biography, Newt couldn't care so much at this time. Now that he is over 90 years old, if he does not use the Philosopher's Stone to extend his life, he will not have much time left. As a wizard who has devoted his life in the field of magical beasts, Newt is very fortunate to be able to witness and participate in the entire process of regulation and transformation of the business of magical beasts while he is still alive. Of course, this doesn't mean Newt didn't know that he was scammed. In the living room of Scamander's house, seeing his wife appearing at the door, Newt couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He could finally stay away from the deceptive little devil and return to the bedroom to sleep well. I received a lot of information today, and Newt felt that he needed a good rest before he could adjust. Confronting the third-generation Dark Lord for a long time is actually quite exhausting. Everything was finally over when he saw his wife reappear at the door of the living room. Newt had a feeling of stepping on the ground, instead of the unreal feeling that was drifting and dreaming. On the other side, looking at the two people who were talking quietly, Tina chuckled and reminded, "The time is up, two of you, it's time to go to bed. The rest of the topic will continue tomorrow." "Okay, Mrs. Scamander." Elena turned her head and replied sweetly, looking at Tina's empty back. "Hey, where are Luna and Hannah? Are they already asleep?" "They are still waiting for you in the room, saying that they won't sleep if you don't go back." Tina Scamander shrugged helplessly, and immediately thought of something, turned her head to look at Newt. "Those kids said they want to sleep with a three-headed dog. They are used to this, so maybe you temporarily tonight. I can't study the big dog." Tina's tone was somewhat gloating, and she was obviously in a pretty good mood. In the afternoon, Newt also applied to stay up tonight to study and observe the habits of the three-headed dog. This is almost an exciting period that Newt will inevitably experience every time he encounters a new magical animal. However, judging from the current situation, most of this plan cannot be continued smoothly. After all, even if Newt Scamander is keen on studying magical animals, he can't squat by the bed of three little girls all night and observe some sleeping three-headed dog. This undoubtedly makes Tina was very happy. After speaking, Tina beckoned and motioned to Elena to follow her. "Your bed has all the quilts laid out, right next to the two children's beds. I heard them say that you prefer to sleep in a bed alone, and it's easy to wake up in the middle of the night, so I specially help you extra shop farther away." "Thank you." "That would be great, huh?" Elena, who was still smiling when she heard the first half of the sentence, was taken aback suddenly, and the smile on her face gradually froze. "Is it easy to wake up in the middle of the night? Like to sleep in a bed alone?" And many more. When did she have these habits? Why doesn't she know it herself? Exclamation mark. Which little wing is actually hard? Exclamation mark. Without noticing the expression on Elena's face, Tina Scamander has turned around and walked upstairs. While leading Elena to the bedroom upstairs, she continued to talk about her with great patience. Arrangement. "In addition to this, I also helped you to perform soundproofing magic next to your bed. This way, when you lie on the bed, you won't hear the conversation around you, which will also make you sleep more peacefully. By the way, you are not allowed to chat or fight after going to bed at night after turning off the lights. This is the Scamander's rule. What a day may be a little short breakout after fighting. Let's watch cartoons together in chapter 680. Then, confess." At night, Scamander's house. In the bedroom of the three girls, Elena sat cross-legged on her bed, her cheeks puffed up with an unhappy look. "Who is the one who made the rumors that I am used to sleeping alone and easily wake up in the middle of the night?" "Luna, Hannah, how can you deceive Mrs. Scamander like this? I thought we should be friends, best friends." "That's it, Elena. But you are indeed more suitable for sleeping alone." Hannah hugged the three-headed dog Xiaoluwei in her arms, looked at Elena's eyes, and actively explained, "I'm sorry, but your sleep is really noisy at night, and you wake up very early every morning. I don't think you can sleep a little longer. Besides, Elena, aren't you the one of us who wakes up most easily?" "Person, that was when I first arrived at Hogwarts. Isn't it normal to be wary in an unfamiliar environment?" "Mr. Scamander's home is also a strange environment. You are actually very nervous all the time." Luna leaned on Hannah's shoulder and said in a very short tone. While talking, Luna's eyes dangled and landed slightly behind Elena's body. "Otherwise you wouldn't have maintained the magic of the dual backward transformation structure from the time you entered the door. Although this range is very small, it has always been there, right? This will only appear when you are preparing to fight." Status. "Huh. It turned out to be like this." Elena's frowned brows stretched out and nodded thoughtfully. "It seems that during this holiday, you have made a lot of progress, Luna. You know, Mr. Scamander didn't see through the illusion that I cast around my body, and I didn't expect to be discovered by you. Be careful, there is nothing wrong after all." "Huh? Illusion?" But Hannah was taken aback for a moment. Why didn't she feel anything? It was obvious that everything was normal. The next moment, with Luna's voice, Elena's figure suddenly blurred. Immediately afterwards, Elena became clear again and appeared in Hannah's line of sight again, but moved a few feet back compared to the previous position. In addition, the girl's expression and movements also suddenly appeared. There was shaking. It's like the whole world fast-forwarded a few seconds with Elena as the center. But you are wrong. Elena shook her finger, smiled slightly, and said seriously, "This is not a state of unfolding to prepare for battle. Compared to the end of the period, I have been able to keep myself in a cutting state for a long time, as a constant protection magic, although it is only 1 or 2 seconds before and after for the time being, similar to a fish underwater." "I understand." Luna's eyes flashed. After thinking for a few seconds, she nodded suddenly. "Well, it's roughly similar. I mean, the general direction is correct, the specific details are all wrong." Elena shrugged, pinched the tips of her hair and drew circles flexibly in the air, rippling layers of transparent ripples in the air, as if the air in front of her suddenly turned into a pool of still water. Same. This is the dislocation phenomenon of light path refraction. Although the results are similar, they are different in some specific scenes. That is, fast forward. Luna blinked hesitantly. In this summer vacation, in addition to preparing for magic lessons at home, the grandfathers living near her home also taught her a lot of knowledge about the non-magical world, so she still knew something about light and shadow. However, on the other side, Hannah was obviously completely at a loss. Poor Hannah looked at Elena and Luna for a long time, and finally couldn't help but stand up, walked to the aisle, blocked between the other two Nas, and tried to get into this topic. Stop for a while. Hannah waved his hand sharply, expressing the anger that belonged to the scumbag. "Excuse me, can anyone explain what happened?" "Luna, you didn't make it clear before why Elena has been on high alert, and what happened just now, what fast forward and slow forward." Although she belongs to the first grade of honors in the first grade of Hufflepuff College, Hannah has always been in strange knowledge among the little girls compared to the enchanting Luna, Hermione and Elena, the bottom end of the learning chain. Fortunately, in the past 1 or 2 months, her strength has increased significantly. If Elena is not true, she may also be slapped under her body after all, compared to a mediocre little mixed blood voe with little change. Whether Hannah is both height and figure have grown a lot. Of course, this is also a price. For example, Elena looked at Tyhon's heart with a complicated expression, thought about it, and explained. In most cases, as long as the top wizard, his strongest state must be when he is in his own Witcher Tower, Devil City, Floating City, Gundam, these he in a well-built residence. And this small space independent of the world is Newt Scamander's private domain. As outsiders, if we have a dispute with the Scamanders, then we are very likely to fall into a rather disadvantaged situation in the first place. According to the worst-case scenario, we should be in an absolute backhand position. Therefore, I used the dual reverse transformation architecture to intercept my actions a few seconds ago, and completely covered a small area around me, producing a delayed playback effect, so that I could switch to defense at any time. To attack, Elena briefly explained her magic protection, while Luna occasionally helped to add some basic points. In the magic world, most of the attack methods still rely on visual lock. Needless to say, the linear magic of the light type is completely equivalent to the conventional kinetic energy weapons in the non-magic world, and is similar to the levitating curse, transfiguration. This type of subjective spirit magic mostly needs to be judged by the eyes. Position. The principle of the constant time shield pseudo is very simple, restraining its own light reflection, and then playing the same light path after a delay of 1 or 2 seconds, basically without expending too much energy and imagination. But, Elena. Hannah raised her head in confusion and looked at Elena. I still don't understand. Why are you afraid of Mr. Scamander? I heard from my uncle that Mr. Scamander played an extremely important role in the First Wizarding War, and even the fall of Grindelwald. A large part of the factor is because of him. Mr. Scamander, who is the nemesis of the Dark Devil, is here. It should be safe, right? Because I am also half a magical animal. Fool Hannah. Elena turned her head, glared at Luna, who was hesitant to speak, and sighed softly. I am a mixed blood. Professor Dumbledore told me when he picked me up, that a special existence like me is no less than that of Professor Snape in the eyes of magical animal researchers. Cherish the potion materials. Huh? AI, Elena, you are not a human? Hannah was surprised at first, and then quickly covered her mouth. So before I fully see the true face of Mr. Scamander. While talking, Elena walked out of the bed naturally, took Hannah by the hand, returned to her bed and sat down. You see, I need to be very careful in such a dangerous situation. I definitely can't sleep alone by myself. What if they take me away and put me in a cage for study? Hannah, you surely it will protect me, right? Of course. Hannah nodded without thinking. Elena's mouth raised a sly arc, and said softly, then tonight, can I hold you to sleep? Only you can rely on each other. Huh? Hannah Abbott froze for a moment and scratched her cheek. I don't know why. She always feels that something is wrong. It's just that the news that Elena is not a human being was so shocking that she couldn't reflect the logic of these things at once. How could Mr. Newt Scamander become unknowingly? Is it scary? What about Luna? If Luna sleeps alone, in case she is also caught. Tyhan tried to sort out the logic, and subconsciously looked at Luna, who was sitting alone on the other side. If she read it correctly, Luna seemed to have started to sort her pillows and was ready to go directly into the bed to sleep. She was not worried at all because of what Elena said, nor did she look surprised. It's okay, Luna will come here too soon. Elena glanced at the little moon who sacrificed Hannah not far away, and was about to sleep in peace, and smiled. The Silver Horde Witch drew out her wand and gently tapped on the wall next to the back of her bed. Immediately afterwards, a group of blurred lights and shadows gradually began to become clear, and finally froze into a red and white ball. Student Luna. The last episode of the Pokemon Quartz Conference is about to begin. Are you really not going to come and watch it? This time it won't be rescreened. Look, the theme song is about to begin. Pokemon, I got it. Whether it's in the fire or in the water, in the grass or in the forest. Before the familiar music sounded, Luna, who was almost under the quilt, jumped up. Yeah, here comes. Wait for me. Ignoring shoes, Luna jumped out of the bed, ran over barefoot and hurriedly squeezed onto Elena's bed, staring intently at the screen back on the wall. Dream Unprinted Version Cartoon. It's hard to get to the finale. If you miss this episode, it will be too uncomfortable. The last episode, after seeing Ozzy win the championship, she didn't watch it. Anyway, she has almost mastered the dual backward transformation architecture magic developed by Elena. Although the clarity is slightly worse, and the sound quality is temporarily not as clear as the original, but at least she can see it by herself. Up. At this moment, there was a knocking sound at the door of the girl's bedroom. Then, Newt Scamander's voice came from outside the door. Boys. Tina asked me to come over to remind you that it's late. Creaking. Before Newt's words could be finished, the door of the closed room slowly opened. The magic wand in Elena's hand slid through a beautiful arc, and the animated picture originally projected on the bedside instantly moved to the center of the room, turning into a giant 3D projection of more than 1 meter high and 3 meters wide. The pictures of fire-breathing dragon, rocket turtle, wonderful frog grass, and stupid thing pass by in turn. The appearance of countless Pokemon flashes, disappears, and reappears with the music. Newt Scamander was stunned. His eyes murmured blankly. These are Pokemon, the magical animal in fantasy. But, Tina said, you should go to bed. Newt Scamander showed a struggling magic on his face. While looking at the magical animals he had never seen before, he said absently, as a magical animal lover, this picture is really so impressive. Shocked. Don't worry, of course we will sleep after watching this episode, we will sleep. The third generation Dark Lord tilted his head, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he twitched his hair carelessly. Plan B. Start. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot to introduce it just now. The Fantastic Beasts Association. You are also serving as a part of it, as it. Or, "Dear Mr. Scamander, would you like to watch the cartoon together for a few minutes?" That then just watch for a few minutes. Newt hesitated and nodded slowly. Anyway, Tina didn't urge too quickly. "So, why don't you watch cartoons with these little girls for a few minutes? It shouldn't be too much time. It was just some fantasy creatures that never existed. I guess they didn't have much reference value." He just watched it for a while. After reading the beginning, he put these children into bed. While thinking about this, Newt subconsciously pulled a small wooden stool and sat down. "Wow, the feature film has begun, ah ha ha ha. Didn't expect it!" Exclamation mark. Today is the holiday. Ask for a day off. The reasons are as follows. 5.13 Figure 1, 5.20 Figure 2. In conclusion, this world is so beautiful. Muatilda. Chapter 681, Fork in the Future. Late at night, Newt Scamander's house. "So, Newt, can you explain what the hell is going on?" Located on the second floor of the tree house, now temporarily used as a three-person bedroom for Elena, Tina Scamander leaned against the wall at the door with her arms folded, and asked calmly, sounding like a deep lake. Cannot hear obvious joy and anger. And in front of her, 4 members of the animation seminar of 1, 3, and 4 are sitting obediently on a chair or on the side of the bed waiting for their hair to fall. "Mrs. Scamander, actually." Elena blinked, looked at the lady who came to check the bed, and explained with a smile. Although she has always boasted that she's not afraid, but under the pressure of Mrs. Scamander's look like an auntie, she is still a little bit cautious. After all, she was caught on the first day of staying. "Gather a crowd to watch the movie at night." "Elena, don't talk for now." "Newt, do you need a little girl to answer the questions for you?" Tina's voice was not rushed, but it was a kind of faint pressure. There is no doubt that this gentle and virtuous lady during the day is obviously a little angry now, but the object of her irritation is not Elena, who is responsible for playing the cartoon, but because of some unbelievable old freckles! Exclamation mark. Newt, who was supposed to urge the children to sleep well, turned out to take the initiative to pull a group of children to stay up late to watch cartoons, and even went back to the bedroom on the way, falsely claiming that he was going to the magical animal area downstairs to verify some ideas. If it weren't for worrying that the girls would catch a cold, and after a glance, Tina would almost be fooled. "Huh? Tina." Facing his wife's gaze, Newt Scamander touched his nose, and hesitated. Regarding the invitation to watch cartoons together, he actually refused at first, but after watching it for a few minutes, he was completely attracted by the wonderful world in the story, so that he accidentally watched the entire episode of the Quartz Conference. However, until this time, it was actually okay. After all, Elena also changed some plots based on memory only, so the duration is not too long, and the total time is less than a quarter of an hour, although it is a bit regretful, since the finale is only that's it. The most terrible thing is, at the end of the Quartz Conference, Elena played an extra trailer for the next episode of Orange Islands. You know, Elena is a veteran when it comes to mixed cuts. All of a sudden, it made the audience's heart itch to the extreme, and they couldn't sleep at all without looking at the following plot. Not to mention Luna and Hannah, the 2 little Lili who were obsessed with cartoons and couldn't help themselves. Whether it is a magical Pokemon ball, or a variety of magical animals, or even that different world where humans and magical animals live in harmony and blend together perfectly, Newt also has an extremely fatal attraction. Under Luna's frustration, what happened later was taken for granted. Newt Scamander is also very helpless. He actually wants to stop it enough and go to bed after watching the last episode. It's a pity that there are non-repeated Pokemon appearing in every episode. This is really too hard to extricate yourself. Although the stories are all magical animals that do not exist in the real world, they are in Newt's mind. The shadows of the magical animals he knew overlapped together, forming a future reverie that was almost within reach. However, some of these things cannot be told to Tina for the time being, whether it is about the establishment of the association or Elena's many identities. Newt needs to keep confidential before the dust has settled and the girl has not fully planned to appear in front of the world. These are also the content agreed in the agreement. Only, as a result, Newt's commander was rather restrained, not knowing where to begin the explanation. After all, Tina was an elitera who served in the Magical Congress of the United States before retiring. Any ambiguity or inconsistency is likely to be caught by her and follow a series of things. Get involved. Oh, let me just say it, Mr. Scamander, you still can't hide from your wife after all. Looking at Newt, who was looking embarrassed, Elena sighed silently. I don't know how such a silly wizard had caused Grindelwald to stumble on her head several times in a row. It was really unimaginable. Huh? Newt blinked and was taken aback. All in all, if you have concerns, let me explain a little bit. Before Newt could continue to speak, Elena turned her head to look at Tina Scamander and spread her hands. In fact, Professor Dumbledore hopes that Mr. Scamander can come out again and serve as the leader of some magical animal field research associations, formulating and clarifying some unclear rules and basic systems for this industry. Huh? Tina raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at Newt. As for what we were looking at, Elena flicked the magic wand in her hand, and a light pink cat-like elf flew out, flying around her flexibly, and then a little flying monster also swayed out. Looked up at the ceiling. This is a dream. This is Gullido. They are some magical animals imagined by people from the non-magical world, but I used magic to make them move temporarily. In that fictional story, magical animals are closely related to human life. Every family will raise a few favorite magical animals, and in all walks of life, magical animals also play an important role just like humans. People can take magical animals with them to travel around, and a professional research institution will release it. The authoritative Magical Animal Illustration book ensures that people can record and understand the magical animals they encounter at any time. Fantastic Animal Battle has become a peaceful way to resolve contradictions. People exchange illustrations, compete friendly, find rare magical animals all over the world, record and observe them, protect them, form bonds with them and become partners. Tina looked at the vivid lights and shadows with interest, and nodded thoughtfully. With Eleanor's brief introduction, she can roughly understand the reason for Newt's obsession. This fictional world called Pokémon is simply the world Newt Scamander dreamed of. Faced with such a beautiful blueprint within reach, it would be strange if Newt was not tempted. So Tina Scamander thought for a while, are you really studying magical animals? Ah, well, that's right, that's right. Newt nodded quickly and replied, actually, I just put a name on the requests of Professor Dumbledore. The actual work is still done by other young people. In fact, I am more like a mascot. Mr. Scamander is a very important academic leader. Elena quickly continued, and suddenly a red and white Pokeball appeared in her hand. This is a Pokeball, a kind of portable magical animal storage space. According to Professor Dumbledore, although the space-stretching curse is not difficult, it is particularly difficult to make a portable natural space. Carrying and storing magical animal magic props. Today the wizard that can be produced by the magical world may only be done by Mr. Scamander. If it can form the industry of Pokeball-like magic wand making, then the world may really change. While talking, Elena waved her magic wand casually, and the light and shadow in the sky disappeared instantly. In addition, as you can see, transfiguration combined with luminosity can already generate images and sounds out of thin air. This means that the book Where Are the Fantastic Beasts can also form a more three-dimensional form of illustrated book, which can be transmitted to each in the hands of the wizard. The mixed race Littlever turned her head, looked at Newt Scamander, and said while the iron was hot, it's just that these technological innovations are obviously not only here, they can be accomplished by one person alone. Hogwarts has established a fairly sound research team. Going back to Hogwarts and participating in research projects is obviously the most good choice. Yes, that's right, it's like this. Huh? Newt, who was nodding to agree with Elena, was taken aback for a moment and opened his mouth. Ms. Caslana, Thizzy. There is still a period of time before the start of school. Don't worry, it's just time for you to think about it, Elena said with a smile, and quickly took Newt's words and said, as for Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore asked you to ask Mrs. Scamander's consent before you talk. If it's not possible, you can also write a letter. Come and go. It's okay, I support you, Newt. This is something you have always dreamed of, isn't it? Without hesitation for too long, Tina Scamander nodded readily and said softly, huh? No, Newt Scamander blinked slightly dumbly. After watching a few episodes of cartoons, he went from a few named Fantastic Beasts Association presidents to an academic leader who was going to be recruited to Hogwarts to participate in a research project on magic props. Didn't these contents right in the previous agreement? Exclamation mark. Look, I know Mrs. Scamander is so good and will definitely support your ideals, Elena said with a smile, and her voice was sweet and soft, which made people sound extraordinarily useful. And, well, come here first tonight, right? Seeing that Elena seemed to have something else to say, Newt Scamander finally recovered this time, coughed lightly, stood up quickly, and walked to the door with an uncomfortable expression, as if it's the same as escaping from a terrible dangerous place. Newt gave a dry laugh, took his wife's hand and walked towards the door, speaking quickly. It's getting late, Tina. I'll explain to you when I go back. Let the children rest first. The whole thing is a bit complicated, and I haven't fully thought it through yet. You don't have to be so eager to express your opinion. Those who want to stay at home. Newt, you don't have to worry about me. I really support you. Don't let the kids laugh. Mrs. Scamander shook her head helplessly, but let her husband take her hand and leave. When he was about to leave the room, he turned his head and looked at the girls in the room with an extra exhortation. Sleep well. Children, don't stay up late to play around, or I will write to Professor Dumbledore. Well, good. I know. Don't worry, madam. Elena and the others nodded obediently. When the Scamanders disappeared out of the corridor, Elena couldn't help but laugh. It was a big profit now, and I didn't expect Luna to play an animated cartoon to get extra rewards. Pokemon Pokeball Fantastic Animals. The girl murmured. To be honest, she hadn't thought of these things before. It was just an idea just now. By the way, he guessed and said something according to Newt's thoughts. But now calm down and think about it. With the resources she now has and Newt's abilities, she might really be able to succeed. Speaking of, decades ago, Newt could run around with dozens of magical animals in a suitcase. If you really study the universal promotion, the future wizards of this world will have too many methods after all. The form of coexistence and symbiosis of magical animals and wizards was the way human wizards explored the world as early as centuries ago. Of course, it takes a long way to go from idea to practice. But these are the issues that Newt Scamander, Grandpa, and Old Carrot need to consider. She only needs to put forward a general direction. The next work depends on these old men. She is only an 11-year-old baby. As for now, Roo snapped. Hey, you two, where do you want to go? Our previous account hasn't been settled yet. Elena quickly grabbed Hannah and Luna, who were about to drive away, and pushed them back on the bed. After making a look at the three-headed dog Xiaoluwei, who was squatting by the door, indicating that it was responsible for closing the bedroom door and ensuring that no one would come in to disturb her, the little dumb hair on Elena's head shook in excitement. I looked at the wings on the bed. If I remember correctly, my bed is soundproof, right? Hey, 2 in 1 big chapter makeup. Chapter 682, A Good Girl. After a short period of play, it was accompanied by a tide of sleepiness. Because of the Quidditch training during the day and staying up late to watch Pokemon, Luna, who was exhausted, quickly turned into a puddle of ooze and allowed Elena to bully, and Hannah could not support it for too long. Mowen still has a lot of burden for her. On the other hand, Elena was actually a little sleepy, and soon fell asleep after simply enjoying the victory results. Anyway, it's a long time to come to Japan, and the month-long seaside summer vacation has just begun. The next day, early in the morning, Elena woke up as early as ever. Newt Scamander's house is not complicated. at least in the parts outside the magical beasts area. Most of them still retain the structural layout of the normal house, so Elena doesn't worry about getting lost in the house alone. Without disturbing the other two little lollies' dreams, Elena quietly finished washing and went down the stairs. However, to her surprise, the living room was not empty at this time. Newt Scamander was sitting at the dining table with a pair of half-rim glasses on the bridge of his nose. He was writing and drawing on the desk at his desk. He whispered a few words from time to time, with a touch of obvious exhaustion on his face. Seriously. Hearing the movement on the stairs, Newt raised his head and beckoned to her. "Huh? Are you awake, Miss Caslana?" Newt took off his glasses and gently squeezed the area between his eyes. "As for the several suggestions you made yesterday, I thought about it after returning to the room. I think it is indeed feasible, but in some specific details there are still some doubts." "Those few suggestions yesterday, which ones?" Elena yawned in confusion, and walked over slowly. "On the dining table there are 7 or 8 pieces of parchment, each of which is covered with scribbles, and next to the parchment are 4 or 5 manuscripts that seem to be some years old, with more of them being a pile of manuscripts, intermittent words and sentences. And judging from the bottle of ink on Newt's right hand and the parchment paper with the ink on his hand, not surprisingly, at least a good part of the parchment on the desktop may have been written by Newt just recently. Elena glanced at it casually, and could vaguely distinguish a few keywords from the messy handwriting. For example, Fantastic Beast Ball, Fantastic Beast Ball. In addition, Elena faintly saw the construction sketch of the Pokémon ball in the draft on the desktop, as well as the similar patterns of the first generation of Pokémon illustrated book held by Xiaozi in the Pokémon animation. These Elena looked at Newt Scamander in surprise. "It's just a young animation of the non-magical world, even if it does overlap with the current magical animal field in some respects, but the level of care shown by Newt Scamander is still far beyond her imagination." This has just passed less than one night. Moreover, judging from Newt's demeanor, the content in front of him is obviously not all. Simply flipping through the thick pile of parchment on the table, the girl raised her head to look at the fatigue on the old wizard's face. "Wait, didn't you write these all night long?" "Well, it's not that exaggerated. I still slept for an hour or two for a little while." Seeing the surprised look in Elena's eyes, Newt waved his hand nonchalantly and explained with a smile. "When you get older, you don't have as much sleepiness as you young people, especially when you still have some thoughts that you can't let go. You can't sleep at all, so just get up and try to sort out what you said." "Mr. Scamander, are you too?" Elena frowned slightly. This crazy attitude made her a little worried. "Don't worry, I'm a wizard, and it's okay to stay up for a while." As if anticipating what the girl was about to say, Newt replied very skillfully in advance, beckoning the girl to sit over, while sorting out several parchment papers and manuscripts on the table, and pushing them to the girl's hand, and said with emotion, "As for the Fantastic Beast Association you mentioned yesterday, I understand a little bit now. Although Where Are Fantastic Beasts is a detailed compilation of materials, the limitations of written books are still too many. At least when I was in school, people preferred to use magic instead of reading and endorsing." Newt shrugged helplessly and continued, "Using transfiguration, brightening curse, and echoing curse to make a magic book is indeed a very interesting idea. If this book can be transformed from a mere teaching book to picture book, then whether it is in the popularization of magical animal knowledge or practicality, it should be a great innovation. Adding magic to books is nothing new in the magic world. For example, the Book of Monsters, the Invisible Book of Invisibility, the Wizard's Sonnet. It's just that most of these books only cast 1 or 2 spells, and according to the effect of the Pokémon illustrated book shown by Elena in yesterday's animation, the new version of Where Are the Fantastic Beasts, it's not so much a multifunctional magic book. It's better to say it's an exquisitely crafted magic prop. More importantly, this fantastic animals guide itself also has the function of collecting and recording magical animals. After decades of research on magical animals, Newt has become more aware of the limitations of individuals. Compared with the vast world, it is too difficult and slow to explore with only a few magical animal lovers. If it's just a simple query function, I have a way to sort it out. After all, I have accumulated a lot of information about magical animals over the years, but scanning, recording, exchanging and even illustrated book rewards, I can't do it. Newt paused for a moment, and said hesitantly, "There is no doubt that Elena, as the Fairy Queen, will probably not be short of money. And if one considers the group of older wizards standing behind the girl, as long as the difficulty in the development of the first test machine is solved, she should be able to gather a considerable number of powerful wizards in terms of manpower. However, this does not mean that Elena will be willing to contribute her strength to do this kind of thing free of charge." That was the young Dark Lord, the Fairy Queen in charge of Gringotts. After just such a short time of contact, Newt could feel Elena's ease of handling in the economic and profit fields. Glancing at the hesitant look on Newt's face, Elena thought for a while, and soon understood the old wizard's concerns. This is normal, after all, the two are not so familiar yet. When we get along a little longer, perhaps Newt Scamander will slowly understand that as a good child who has grown up under the guidance of two top black and white demon kings, most of the needs she hears are the result of the guidance. Don't worry, Hogwarts has the most professional research team. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank is the eternal friend and backing of the wizarding world. This kind of public welfare that benefits the world is worthy of everything in itself. Elena sorted the manuscript in her hand, her ears trembled, and smiled and said softly, "In the next month, we can have a good discussion about the follow-up. The most important thing for you now is to take a good rest and take your body seriously and responsibly. Mr. Scamander, before you rest well, I won't discuss it with you, whether it's a new episode of anime or something about magical animals." At the same time, standing on the edge of the stairs, Tina Scamander, who had been full of anger, nodded secretly. This child is really a sweet and caring child. The 683rd chapter Pit. A lot of pits. Newt originally planned to ask something, but with the appearance of Tina Scamander, he can only temporarily suppress the problem and start thinking about another extremely important issue at the moment: how to explain his behavior of staying up late and how to calm his wife's anger. "Good morning, dear. Did you have a good rest last night?" Mrs. Scamander walked down the stairs slowly, first nodded to Elena and said hello, then turned to look at Newt Scamander, who was fidgeting at the table. With a faint smile, softly said, "Newt, you stayed up all night and didn't sleep. You should go to rest now. After I finish my breakfast and send the children to the Quidditch stadium, I think we might need to have a serious family meeting to discuss something." As someone who has lived together for most of her life, Tina really knows Newt's character too well. Don't look at Newt Scamander, who is usually confused and can't do anything to motivate him, but as long as it involves the research of magical animals, especially some new fields that have never been exposed to, Newt is completely a person changed. After so many years, Tina has said that she doesn't know how many times, but it's a pity that she gets a certain reply next time. Tina, how about give me 10 more minutes? Glancing at his wry-faced wife, Newt thought for a while and spoke tentatively. "I still have some ideas that I haven't finished writing. I'll go when I finish writing." "Newt, you are not the time you were decades ago." Tina Scamander squinted her eyes, and interrupted angrily, "Put down the pen and go upstairs to sleep. Now. Right now. Don't force me to recite you, and these manuscripts are left below. I just need to clean up later." "But, okay, I mean okay. I'll go upstairs to rest." Newt wisely did not continue struggling, got up and left the table, and walked upstairs with 1 step and 3 back. When her husband left, Tina turned her head to look at Elena, and spread her hands helplessly and kindly. "Sorry, Newt hasn't been pestering you to talk about magical animals. He has always been this character after so many years. As long as he encounters something of interest, he can often be so excited that he stays up all night." "Don't forget your original intention. Mr. Scamander is really admirable." Elena shrugged, smiled and said, "I finally understand now why Senior Newt can do so many great things that, Mrs. Scamander, are we giving you trouble?" "What trouble?" Tina smiled and shook her head. "You are so cute, how can it be trouble?" Although Elena's arrival may indeed add a lot of work to Newt, and the girl's background is not so simple, Tina Scamander is still quite happy at the moment. She hasn't seen a childlike excitement in a long time. "Husband." After tidying up the scattered manuscripts and parchment on the desk, Mrs. Scamander continued, "By the way, I won't accompany you to train at the Quidditch stadium today. Later you tell me what you want to eat for lunch and evening. I will go to the nearby market to see if I can buy it you summer homework. Is it all done?" "Eh? Summer homework? What summer homework?" Elena was startled slightly. "When did Hogwarts have this thing?" "And many more." "Not." The mixed-race Littleva turned her head alertly, swept her gaze quickly in the living room, and soon found a large pile of unopened packages next to the debris rack by the door, with an extremely large print on the top of the package. "Familiar blue and white wings pattern." "Ding, ding, ding!" Exclamation mark. "No, isn't this a summer gift she sent to other students?" "She probably didn't send it to herself." "Why did it suddenly appear in the living room of Newt Scamander's house?" Exclamation mark. "Oh, this should have been delivered by Professor Dumbledore through the fireplace." Tina Scamander picked up an open letter on the desktop, shook it towards Elena, and said in a relaxed tone, "Look, along with the letter, you also have your ticket to Hogwarts Platform 9 this semester." Tina Scamander glanced at the content of the letter and said nostalgically, "Don't worry, although Newt and I have been away from school for many years, but some basic knowledge has not been forgotten. We can still tutoring you." "That's really so happy." Elena twitched her mouth, trying to squeeze a happy smile. Fortunately, she had a brainstorm last night and eliminated Newt Scamander in advance. Otherwise, according to the series of courses arranged by Lauxin Lauluoluo, she might not have much energy to make splashes in the magical world. But now, Elena glanced at the stacks of parchment that Newt had put together during the night, and she felt a little better. The pursuit of ideals and the love of self-realization are power sources that are countless times stronger than coercion and temptation. You only need to constantly throw out new goals, and the rest Newt Scamander will naturally find a way to go. Solve. Although Albus Dumbledore is at the top of the magical world, he also holds many important social identities. Except for the status of the principal of Hogwarts, the status of the chief magician of the Wissingham Wizarding Court, and then leaving the local scope of the British Magic Circle, the influence of the old wizard in the world is so impossible to challenge. On the other hand, although Newt Scamander has been retired for many years, his position in the field of magical beasts is much stronger than Dumbledore's position in the magical world. If Newt himself when they come out to preside over the work, as long as they don't involve specific interests, most wizards will choose to sell Newt for the sake of face. Not to mention, Dumbledore himself contributed to the incident at the very beginning. She was a little curious. When Newt Scamander was actually abducted back to Hogwarts, when Old Freckles and Old Potatoes met, there was a friction and conflict. This time Dumbledore chose which side to stand on the sidelines. Anyway, she is very proficient in this kind of thing. Thinking about it this way, Elena's mood improved in an instant. Anyway, everyone will not be better. At best, she does a few more homework. The words she writes now will all become Dumbledore's heart and headache. Prescription form. Turning his head and glanced at Mrs. Scamander, who was wearing an apron and was about to prepare breakfast. Mrs. Scamander, ill help too. Elena walked over briskly, took the initiative to pick up the dinner plate and the eggs, bacon, and bread slices set aside, intending to show off her cooking skills according to the previous agreement. And as for what to eat for dinner, she already thought about it. All right. Today's staple food is pork. Maybe Newt still can't get past the hurdle in his heart a month later, but that's okay. Anyway, it's not him who is in charge of Scamander's house. Mrs. Scamander, who has learned the new recipe, will definitely have a strong performance. desire. Any impenetrable castle is often captured from within. After half an hour, entrance to the Jurassic Quidditch Stadium. Elena, Luna, and Hannah are saying goodbye to Tina Scamander. Then, children, I won't accompany you in this time. Tina Scamander stopped in front of the entrance of the stadium, looked at the three little girls in front of him and said, starting today, Tina will not accompany them to train at the Quidditch Stadium all the way. Except for the morning and evening pickup, the rest of the time is all arranged by the team's head coach Brandon Dunn. As for lunch, it is natural to eat a standard sports meal with the other members of the team. Well, thank you, Mrs. Scamander. By the way, Elena nodded politely, then remembered something, and said seriously with her hands folded, you must wait until we come back to make dinner. It was agreed before. We will participate in every breakfast and dinner together. This is the only place that can help you and Mr. Scamander. Please. All right, I see, I know you like cooking. Mrs. Scamander shook her head helplessly, and replied with a smile, although I haven't seen and tasted the dishes cooked by Elena, the details in the kitchen this morning are enough to make Tina Scamander feel part of the strength of the Hogwarts kitchen chef. As a Native American wizard, Tina almost forgot when she had an authentic Egg Benedict for breakfast last time. She saw the familiar and trembling poached egg, with its distinct layers and flowing golden color. With the combination of egg liquid bread and bacon, she was in a daze thinking that she had returned to her old house in the American countryside. In addition, Elena's skill in smashing eggs when frying eggs, and skillful knife skills when cutting bacon also opened Tina's eyes. Therefore, on the one hand, in order to meet the special requirements of the girls, on the other hand, I also want to experience the pinnacle cooking skills of the legendary Hogwarts chef. Tina Scamander carefully asked about the detailed ingredients and prepared. After leaving for a while, I will take a look at the main cities in the UK and try to buy all the materials that Elena may need. As for Newt's opinion, it doesn't matter. People who don't know how to cook have no right to direct the kitchen. Anyway, in Tina's impression, as long as it is not used to feed the magical animals, her husband never seems to care much about the taste of the dishes, even if the salt is added occasionally, or it is a little mushy, it is just so easy to eat. However, the only thing that puzzled Tina was why Elena asked to buy a whole pig. Perhaps this is the unique cooking technique of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? On the other side, in the Quidditch field, the players who watched Coach Brandon Dunn lead the three little witches into the field, moved their bodies on the edge of the court, or warmed up slowly by flying, just glanced at them, and their attitude was obviously much colder than when they partied yesterday. The idea that Elena put forward yesterday is not complicated. As stars from various Quidditch professional teams across the UK, these Quidditch players are not bad in talent. After going back and practicing for a night, they almost mastered the few that Elena showed yesterday. Tips: adults, Quidditch stars, these two labels are something to be proud of. Unless Elena can bring some new surprises today, even if girls fly better than them, they will not take the initiative to lower their heads to make friends. No one will feel that they need a little girl to point out how to fight Quidditch. And more importantly, they haven't been able to accept the interim decision previously announced by Brandon for the time being. Everyone is here. Everyone gather. Brandon Dunn blew the brass whistle on his chest, motioning for the players to lean over. The players of the British Quidditch team looked at each other and gathered in front of Brandon Dunn in silence. There was a trace of resistance in the air of the stadium. Obviously, everyone's mood was not particularly good. On the one hand, they were only educated by three little girls yesterday. On the one hand, because of, as I announced before, starting today, Miss Elena Castellano will become our team's tactical head coach and logistics maintenance supervisor, participating in the follow-up training of the British Quidditch national team. Coming. Brandon Dunn cleared his throat and said without changing his face. He is naturally clear about the resistance in the players' hearts, but the letter sent back to his room last night has clearly expressed the opinions of Albus Dumbledore and even the Ministry of Magic. At most 1 year later, the new Quidditch World Cup will begin. You know, There is no host team in the Magic world that can directly guarantee the welfare of the finalists. The British Ministry of Magic finally applied for the qualification to host the World Cup finals. If the British Quidditch national team failed to even enter the quarter-finals in this game, it would be too embarrassing and ugly. In Brandon Dunn's impression, Dumbledore seldom used such a serious tone to make demands in letters. Not to mention, the letter was delivered together with a proposal signed by the Minister of Magic and the Director of the Department of Magic and Sports of the Ministry of Magic. I hope that in the next period of time, Langdon can try some new Quidditch training methods to ensure that the British national team can successfully appear in the next World Cup. With the arrival of the two letters one after the other, the meaning of them naturally became self-evident. It was only a month. Even if the little witch named Elena Caslana had no abilities, in a word, he had tried it according to the Ministry of Magic's suggestion, and everyone should take care of it if there was a problem. In case of a miraculous effect, as the team's head coach, Brandon is naturally one of the beneficiaries. Thinking of this, the smile on Brandon Dunn's face couldn't help but brighten again. Huh? Me? The tactical head coach? Elena was taken aback for a moment. She just hinted that Grandpa would do a little favor and solve the lunch problem by the way. Why did you suddenly become the head coach of tactics? I'm afraid it wasn't written by the real Dumbledore! Exclamation mark. Combined with the pile of summer homework that appeared in the living room in the morning, this possibility seems really not low. After being silent for a while, among the few Quidditch players, a young player who looked burly and sturdy and fierce suddenly walked out, looked at Elena intently, and took the initiative to stretch out his hand. I was a little arrogant yesterday. Please advise me later, Coach Caslana. Sorry, eh? Excuse me, are you? Elena raised her head, frowned slightly, and looked at the player who had offered her a favor with a little bewilderment. Noting the blankness in the girl's eyes, the sturdy player scratched his cheek and said with some embarrassment, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Rex, the current seeker of the Portree Pride team. Oh, I remember. Elena carefully observed the man in front of her and nodded suddenly. Isn't this the hapless guy who said she was short yesterday, and she was hit by a tricky ghost flying ball directly into the ground as soon as she lifted off? No wonder today's attitude will be so good. She is really pure-minded. Seed players, welcome. There is an old saying that you don't know each other if you don't fight. Now we are also friends. Elaine responded briefly, glanced at the other players meaningfully, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Speaking of it, time was too tight yesterday, and I haven't had time to get to know everyone. Since I am now the tactical head coach of the team, it is necessary to get to know everyone again, right? As the girl spoke, she casually let go of her broomstick. The sweeping 7 stars, imprinted with dozens of shining silver falling jet stars, floated quietly beside her, like a falcon ready to rush into the sky, and on the girl's left hand, a bright red ghost flying the ball is bouncing back and forth. As for the following content, Elena did not continue. No need. The overly obvious threat is rather deliberate, so just remind it just right. Guru, 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 with the ups and downs of the ghost flying ball. The pride that had lingered in the hearts of the Quidditch players was completely dispelled in an instant. They finally remembered the red light beam that pierced through the Quidditch stadium yesterday. And the pleasant laughter lingering over the court. However, those players who can be selected into the British Quidditch national team will be the kind of naive players who have absolutely no desire to survive. Most of them are relatively qualified in terms of football quotient and emotional intelligence. Only in this way are they not prone to contradictions. Therefore, after a short silence, the atmosphere in the court instantly became alive. Ms. Caslana, welcome to the Jurassic Quidditch Stadium. Head coach Caslana, under your guidance, we have a lot more confidence in this year's promotion. Coach Caslana, I want to learn the pendulum maneuver you mentioned yesterday. Can you teach me? In this way, Elena's Quidditch tactical coaching career began smoothly. 2-in-1 Super Big Chapter, Gwa. It starts to break out tomorrow. Chapter 684. That Woman. In 1620, a wizard named Quoonsfoof wrote a book about Quidditch. The title of the book was Noble Sports of Wizards, of course. In the title of the wizard was later changed to a wizard. But anyway, elegant, noble, and skilled aerial art. These have always been Quidditch's impressions in the minds of wizards. Whether it's Rex, Brandon, or even Albus Dumbledore, everyone believes that the rules and format of this aerial sport have gradually matured. There are two small dark clouds floating. One is that the Seeker is outside the team, and the other is that the uncertainty of the game time is too great. In addition, the Quidditch game has never been as popular and perfect as it is now. From Northern Ireland to Japanese Southern Bird, from Siberia to Melbourne, everyone knows the rules and gameplay of Quidditch. Therefore, even if there are still two small issues that have not been resolved, Quidditch has always been optimistic that this is just a matter of time. The Quidditch philosophy formed over the centuries remains indestructible, until the appearance of that woman. Focused. Don't get lost. Elena shuttled across the edge of the court, shouting at the figure in the sky. The sound reinforcement magic made the girl's voice thunderous, reverberating throughout the Quidditch stadium, so that the air seemed to be buzzing, and the head coach Brandon Dunn had already wisely plugged his ears. Sit on the sidelines and rest. The audience is pressing. Understand? The audience. Elena waved her hand and continued to growl fiercely. Kill the opposite Seeker. Understand? Take turns using speed and angle to consume the opponent's physical strength, forcing him to stay in a low energy state for a long time. Don't relax your vigilance just because the opponent is a little girl. You have lost 3 times. Rick's game. Pay attention to the pick and rolls on the defensive end. Before you find the snitch, a walking ball. Back to defense. Back to defense. Plank. Do you think you are still racing on the ground? You are in the air. Directly the pendulum maneuvered and quickly turned around, and Lexi forced her into the corner. Don't let her enter the scoring zone. Hey, Elena, can't you just add a little water? In the midair, Hannah looked breathlessly at the 2 big men standing in front of him, and looked at the traitor below with a little annoyance. You can help out in this way. Don't think I will lead you when you return to school. Although she can still try to shoot down with a ghost ball, with Elena's training, it has become more and more difficult to successfully shoot down the opponent's players. The flying broom is much more flexible than the fighter. If once it fails to cause the opposing player to reduce the number of players, it is difficult for them to regain the right to the ball under the offense and defense exchange. Quidditch games don't have the offensive 24 seconds like a professional basketball game. The ball holder only needs to frequently cooperate with the goalkeeper to pour the ball back and forth in the scoring zone to perfectly curb the offensive's idea of stealing the ball. At the same time, the Seeker who is freed from the defensive end can return to the offensive sequence and start hunting the golden snitch. Compared to adult wizards, Hannah's assigned Seeker Luna Lovegood is obviously at an extreme disadvantage in terms of physical strength. Unless the golden snitch voluntarily crashes into her hands, it will be difficult for her to get rid of both. Pressing more than people. Sorry, Hannah, I am now the head coach. Facing the protest from Ty Hanahan, Elena shrugged indifferently and continued to direct the game. Pay attention to the position of the sun. Every time you attack the goal, it's best not to just score. The batter pays attention to long-range sniping. Looking for opportunities to shoot down opponents is the best way to gradually snowball. Accompanied by Elena's voice, Rinkton, who finished the ghost fly ball toss, quickly pulled up his broom. In the next moment, a dark walk-through ball passed through his shadow and hit the goalkeeper Ike, who was about to intercept the silly ghost fly ball. Behind the walk-through ball, the hitter Zoe still kept it. The action of swinging the bat. Oh, thanks. Before Ike could finish speaking, the galloping ball had completed its mission. Boom. I saw Ike fell from the edge of the goal circling like a bird with a broken wing. Almost at the same time Ike fell, the medical team who had been waiting on the edge of the court rushed out from the sidelines, caught the poor goalkeeper who fell in time, and skillfully moved the wand to the rest area next to him for treatment. It is different from Hogwarts' relatively backward protective measures and weak medical support capabilities. As a professional Quidditch team, even the British Quidditch national team, which is in the middle and lower reaches of the Quidditch team around the world, is quite trustworthy, at least an emergency rescue and the configuration of the stadium medical team. Not to mention a small injury such as a few ribs being broken by a walker, even if it is a through wound, it is not a big deal. Ike lost his combat effectiveness and was temporarily removed from the field. The game continued. Elena glanced at Ike, whose chest and abdomen were still undulating, then raised her head and said calmly, "After attrition, I don't need me to teach you what to do. Hurry up and win the game." According to the current Quidditch rules, unless it is a normal rotation that lasts too long, even in the event of a disability, no other athletes can be substituted, and the team will continue to play after the injured athlete has left the field. Undoubtedly, in Eleanor's view, the meaning of this rule couldn't be more obvious. Any sporting event is essentially a variant of War in Peacetime. And as an aerial sports event that lasts for centuries and runs through the history of magic in the ancient, modern, and modern history, Quidditch is a simulated battlefield. However, with the evolution of rules from generation to generation, people gradually forget this original intention. If Elena remembers correctly, according to the book The Magical Quidditch, in the oldest Quidditch origin game, the wizards charge each other on broomsticks with sharpened heads. The way to score points is to throw stones or solid shots at the cauldron above each other's heads to kill the golden snitch. Way to end the game. Although many of these concepts are no longer applicable today, some of the spirits are still the same after all. Offensive. Keep offensive at all times. Don't let your opponent have the slightest chance to breathe. Elena squinted her eyes and waved coldly, allowing Luna to be hit and bumped into the stands on the edge of the court. You have 2 wandering balls and a ghost flying ball. These things are not just for you to score. Either catch the golden snitch first, or complete the full fall before then. The game is for fun, and professional games are for victory. The 685th chapter, The Top Ingredients. Along with Ike's teeth, this training match quickly came to an end. Under the Wolfpack tactics formulated by Elena, the wings, which were inferior in numbers, were broken one by one. Seeker Luna was completely targeted, and Hannah has never been able to find a suitable offensive angle. Causes the opponent to reduce staff. In less than a quarter of an hour, only Hannah Abbott was left on the court. Okay, let's stop here. This training match is over. Elena glanced at Ty Hannigan, panting, with a face full of unwillingness, and suddenly said, "Everyone will come down and rest for a while, and listen to me resuming the game just now. I won't be directing in the next few training games. I hope everyone can understand what they should do without reminding them." Where is it? Killing all the players. This is indeed a hidden winning condition in the Quidditch match. It's just that since it's just training, it doesn't need to be completely true. After all, the grip spell is cast on the ghost ball today. As long as it can withstand the impact, it will theoretically be immune to attack. If you accidentally push Hannah into a hurry, once this little witch who also mastered Ruach kills her eyes, except for Luna and Elena, all the wizards present may have to deal with the psychology of being shot down. Ready? On the other hand, although Elena intends to make Hannah a little bit frustrated, it is not good to bully too much. Now listen to me to analyze the mistakes you made just now, and the turning points you accidentally missed. Glancing at the players gathered next to her, Elena sat on the broom as if sitting on a swing. Her feet floating in the air, knocked on the tactical board in her hand, cleared her throat, and began to explain seriously. First of all, Hannah, you shouldn't be too obsessed with shooting down the target directly. You waste too many attacks. Now I teach you a tactical concept from an ancient country attacking must save. You have to force the opponent to make a choice. And you, Rix, you are a seeker. The pressure on the offensive end of the seeker mainly comes from searching for the golden snitch. Don't forget your responsibilities in order to cooperate with the team's offense and defense. After temporarily gaining a number advantage, you should immediately look for the golden snitch to end the game. Not like as before, continue to press and shoot down the entire court. I have to say that with the opening of Pandora's box, many players have a certain degree of aggressive desire. Compared to winning the game by scoring in a proper way, the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction that killing an opposing player can bring is too easy to make people obsessed. This is like the first taste of flesh and blood. The same as the brown bear. But in Elena's view, this is not what she hopes to see. Whether it's a ghost fly scoring, catching a golden snitch, or knocking down an opposing player, these are just different channels to victory. If it is used in future games, they are just different tactics. The system is nothing. Look for opportunities to knock down the opponent's key players. This is only a means of winning, not the ultimate goal. In a competitive game, victory is the only meaningful thing. Since she has served as the team's tactical head coach, she has to put this team on the stage of the World Championships. Only a tangible record can make the new Quidditch tactical concept set off new ideas around the world. Storm. She is destined to completely disturb the Quidditch environment. Noon, lunchtime. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. After a few words of comfort, Hannah quickly forgot the unpleasantness just now and asked curiously, Elena, what shall we have for lunch? Why do you let everyone wait in the Quidditch field? Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. While talking, Elena looked around at the same confused players and explained with a smile. You probably haven't tasted the cooking skills of goblins yet. As a partner of Hogwarts and an investor in Hogwarts on the Bite, Gringotts Wizarding Bank will be responsible for our team for some time to come. For lunch, house elves are not suitable for leaving the range of the castle they are attached to too far. Even if the house elves of Hogwarts do business in the magic world too frequently when it is not suitable for them, Elena does not intend to let the house elves get involved too much in addition to the businesses of the school students. Business empire. In any case, the chief authority of Hogwarts still belongs to Albus Dumbledore for the time being. As the chef at Hogwarts, her power is not as great as she imagined. Moreover, compared to the Gringotts goblins, Elena did not put too much trust in the house elves who lacked ideas, couldn't use interest binding, cowardly personality, overweight tool attributes, and extremely uncertain factors. You know, Dobby and Cretcher are very typical negative cases. When Hannah heard it, she curled her lips with regret. The goblins from the Gringotts Wizarding Bank are here to serve lunch, so it's probably nothing compared to Hogwarts. The Gringotts Wizarding Bank is indeed financially strong, and no one in the entire magical world would deny this. But on the other hand, the stingy nature of fairies is also well known. In Hannah Abbott's view, if the fairies are asked to pay for their lunch, then the actual cost of the ingredients may not be as good as the dinner that Uncle Tom fooled with the drunks in the bar, although those are already very expensive. Oh number. Looking at the worried Hannah, head coach Brandon Dunn approached and said with a smile, lunch provided by the fairies? Forget it, it would be nice. Looking at the face of Hogwarts and Dumbledore, they won't make them too shabby. Speaking of it, I heard someone who works in the Ministry of Magic. My friends have said that since the new Fairy Queen came to power, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank's banquets for VIP guests are of very high standard, no less than Hogwarts today. No less than Hogwarts. Fairies always like to exaggerate and brag. Just listen. At the edge of the court, the treated goalkeeper Ike rubbed his shoulders and shook his head. And the legendary Fairy Queen doesn't know what it is, and has never been interviewed in the Daily Prophet for so long. I guess either it is so ugly and unable to see people, or it is a fictional character of the fairies. Mr. Ike, would it be a little bad for you to say that? Luna Lovegood hesitated and poked Ike with the broom cautiously. After all, she provides everyone with free lunch, and if it is heard by the fairies of Gringotts, it is very likely to cause a bad influence. I heard that the fairies of Gringotts are very vengeful. If you like this, oh, little Luna, don't take those scumbags too seriously. Ike waved his hand nonchalantly and sneered with a grin. We are wizards. When you grow up, you will understand that those fairies don't dare to offend wizards at all. They are just a group of short men who are in a better situation than the house elves. Could it be possible that they can jump up and hammer me in the knee? Magic. If a goblin dared to deal with a wizard at will, Gringotts will be sealed by the Ministry of Magic the next day. After a short pause, I turned to look at Elena and continued. The ones that really need to be thanked are the head coach of Caslana and Professor Dumbledore. The fairies are not so kind. Elena Uguen glanced at the young wizard and said nothing. Although he knew that this guy wanted to slap her ass, this kind of wizardly superior tone still made her a little annoyed. It seems that Mr. Ike, the goalkeeper, is recovering well, but he can still speak now. After eating and drinking in the afternoon, you may be able to increase the training intensity appropriately, such as organizing the whole team's offensive practice, and proficient in the cooperation of multiple players from near and far, as well as anti-attack and physical training. As an atmospheric and lovely Dark Lord, she will not retaliate for some unknowing verbal errors. But in order to prevent Mr. Ike from being black-handed during the World Championships due to bad mouth, it is necessary to strengthen some defensive and psychological tolerance counseling. After all, he was the first to be dead just now. Player of. As for Hannah's concerns, don't worry, Hannah. These are definitely delicious things you've never tasted before. Elena smiled inexplicably, patted her chest lightly and swears. Remember, Elena Caslana, when did I owe you all for food? I am also school anyway. The chef. The top ingredients often only require the simplest cooking. If the Hogwarts kitchen still needs to be approved by Dumbledore in terms of procurement, then the Gringotts Wizarding Bank is entirely Elena's domain. Perhaps it is slightly inadequate in terms of cooking, but it is in terms of ingredients. The fairies of Jinshan can almost stretch to the limit that money in this world can reach. When Hannah tastes these special Gringotts offerings once, she will understand what a wealthy wizarding life is. If things go on like this, as the stomachs of little Lily like Hannah, Luna, and Hermione gradually change into her shape, there will never be any poor boy who doesn't have long eyes and can easily take Elena's little boy. The wings cheated away. You know, her Elena Caslana's Melaleuca routine is not so easy to crack. It's just that compared to a year ago, Hannah has obviously become a lot smarter, and she has not been fooled by Elena's harmless appearance. According to the dumb-haired mind-reading technique she summarized, this white-haired Tuanzi must be thinking about something bad at this time. But, hey, our lunch seems to have arrived. Before Hannah Abbott could ask a question, Elena suddenly turned her head and looked at the other end of the court. Suddenly a loud noise came from the entrance of the Quidditch stadium. Dozens of fairies and wizards filed in. The leader is Douglas, who has now been transferred to the chief CFO of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Behind it are several fairies and guards in red uniforms with gold rims, and a group of rigorous formations. The guards of the wizard with their wands high and vigilant faces. These are the newly hired wizard security personnel of Gringotts. And a peculiar logo was imprinted on the left chest of these wizard robes, 3 arrows pointing inside through the ring, and an outer ring that wraps them. Picture. Elena jumped off the broom, walked to the middle-aged goblin, and looked down at Douglas. As the fairy queen, Elena is most satisfied with that. She finally doesn't have to raise her head to speak. Mr. Douglas, it's nice to meet you. There are no problems along the way, right? No, the sources of this batch of goods and takeaway news are strictly blocked, and the wizards of the Special Containment Measures Foundation and the Gringotts Goblin Guard are escorted throughout the entire process. In terms of safety, it is quite worthy of peace of mind. Well, that's okay, but in the follow-up, we still have to be wary of grabbing takeout. Elena nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and exhorted again seriously. It seems that the folk customs in the magical world today are relatively simple, similar to organized theft and robbery. It is not so easy to encounter. After all, in such an era when every wizard can become Zorro, be careful. That's right. Prevent grabbing takeaways. So many people escorted. Looking at the fairies and wizards pouring into the Quidditch stadium, there was a dazed look on Brandon Dunn's face, and the faces of the players behind him, even Luna and Hannah, had almost the same expressions. Is this the new fairy language? What are Elena talking to that fairy? Are they thinking too much? Or is the world becoming crazier? It's just a normal lunch supply for a Quidditch team. Why does this posture seem to be like transporting several large trucks of ginger along to the Quidditch stadium? Such a large number of personnel and security measures are really necessary. What? Elena glanced at the dazed wizards behind her, smiled and turned away. Then, Mr. Douglas, you can give you a brief introduction to today's nutritious lunch menu. If I remember correctly, some dishes have a lot of attention to the way and portion of the dishes, so you can't eat them randomly. As you wish, Miss Caslana. The middle-aged goblin Douglas bent his waist, and concealedly performed a very high etiquette that only fairies know about Elena. He turned around and patted his palms gently towards the guards behind him, making a stern gesture. Look! Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 dining tables appeared on the Quidditch stadium out of thin air. On the dining table, there are elegantly decorated silver plates, the number of which is exactly the same as the number of players in the Quidditch stadium except for the head coach Brandon Dunn. The share seems to be less. Ahem, then let me introduce it first. Douglas walked to the middle of the field, took out a parchment, cleared his throat, and read it softly. The main ingredient used for Quidditch meals is Ryam, a rare top ingredient that is equal to 100 times the price of gold gallons per gram of blood. After drinking the blood of Ryam, the wizards will get a long time, the effect of increasing vigor. On the other hand, according to research, long-term consumption of Ryam cattle will permanently increase the strength of the wizard. So, today's menu is charcoal grilled thick Cheerium beef tongue, Ryam beef scallops and mixed vegetables, tomato Ryam beef tendon, Guasupa chapter. Toynan supplement. Chapter 686. People live just to eat meat. The European habit of serving beef as a main dish on the table began more than 1,000 years ago during the period of the medieval lords. At the beginning, a series of European countries established after the collapse of the Roman Empire still regarded pork as their main source of meat. Cattle and sheep were mainly providers of dairy products, and horses were traditional farming animals. However, with the gradual expansion of the rift between the magical world and the non-magical world, as well as the rise of the noble knights in Europe, people began to believe that the characteristics of food are inseparable from the characteristics of human beings. Eating meat, especially beef, can maintain the bravery qualities of fighters, and allow them to have more physical strength enough to counter all external hostility. As a result, as an outstanding representative of the warrior class, European knights are proud of eating beef. For males, it may not be so easy to capture a Ryam cow with bright golden fur, but this does not prevent them from rendering those stories through various poems and myths, those stories about those infinite night kings, and the myths of heroes who have overcome many trials and defeated evil after drinking the flesh and blood of the gods. Of course, the bloody half-cooked steak is therefore considered to be the best food to maintain the true character of the warrior. In the European non-magic world of the Middle Ages, steak was a dish exclusively for warriors. Only male chefs could make it. It was served by knights attendants on the table. A woman could not get involved in any cooking involving beef, no matter how good her cooking skills were. Although wizards in the magical world do not desire physical power and worldly glory, there are not too many gender distinctions. The same animal husbandry environment does not allow wizards to choose too much. In terms of preference for beef, the magical world is not inferior to the male aristocrats in the world. In fact, wizards are even special aristocrats. Class. Beef. This is the most suitable food for fighters to replenish their physical strength. Elena cut a steak and stuffed it into the entrance, looked around at the players sitting at the table, and said lightly, "Peaceful Quidditch players are fighters flying in the sky. If they can't be matched with suitable ingredients to nourish them, no matter how they train, they will not be able to break through the limits of normal people and become the trump card that dominates the sky." Compared to pork, beef does not have a strong natural smell. Therefore, simple cooking is more convenient for Europeans who focus on frying and roasting. Beef rich in intermuscular fat only needs the most common charcoal grilling to release the most wonderful and rich meaty aroma. With the chewy beef fiber slipping into the mouth, Elena can clearly feel it. Power is gushing out. Chibu, this was originally the most ancient and primitive magic in the magic world, and even in the human world. Whether it is the later civilization of potions or the development of medicine, its essence is to rely on the human body to gradually absorb and digest the magical elements contained in meat, herbs, and minerals to achieve wonderful effects. The basic literacy of the members of the British national Quidditch team is not bad. After a day and a half of the match, Elena has mastered the situation through the actual situation. Under the repeated bombings of her and Hannah, she quickly learned emergency evasive action. Under Luna's unreasonable luck, she was still able to maintain a 5050% golden snitch capture efficiency. Even now she has begun to try to survey and shoot down. In general, there are not two glaring evildoers, but they are also among the best in the top echelon of Quidditch. Drink, everyone. This is the fate of Quidditch and the wizard. Elena raised the crystal wineglass in her hand and drank it with a chuckle. The bloody Bnonia modulated by the fairy magic gleamed with a coquettish red light. This drink, named after the Queen of Gringotts, Fairy Queen, is mixed with vodka, tomato juice, lemon slices, celery root and a small amount of rye beef blood. Big burden. But Hannah carefully sniffed the glass, turned her head to look at Elena, her expression a little hesitant. As the Kanban girl of the Broken Cauldron Bar, the officially designated maid in the first heir, Hannah Abbott is not very familiar with the preparation of various cocktails, but under the influence of ears, he is still much more sensitive than the pure white Luna next to him. There seems to be alcohol in it. Uncle John said that good boys can't drink alcohol. Huh? This is a drink made of tomato juice and rye cattle blood. How could it be wine? You see, there is no word for wine in its name, and the taste is also slightly sweet and slightly sour. Well, this is indeed a little bit of wine. After Elena tried to explain, she finally lost before Hannah's stubborn expression. To quibble in front of a little princess who came from a bar family in the magical world, it is like discussing the habits of the horned snorer in front of Luna. Hannah is just a bit naive. In terms of IQ, she is also of the entire Hufflepuff Academy. Second grade. If Hannah really insists on being a good child, she will make a drink for Hannah alone afterwards. Hey, I knew it. Before the thoughts in Elena's mind were finished, Hannah suddenly let out a happy cheer, staring at the red wine in the glass with bright eyes, and licking her lips with her small tongue, which is extremely rare. It's like seeing the white hair dumplings of delicious food. Hannah took a sip first, then took a deep breath with intoxicated expression, took the glass and drank it. I have long wanted to taste the taste of cocktails. I had never had a chance in the Broken Cauldron Bar before. Now I am staying together near Mr. Newt's house. My mother and uncle finally can't control me. He Elena. Huh? What's the matter? Hannah, you wouldn't be. Elena was taken aback for a while, watching the empty wine glass that Hannah handed to her. Her cheeks twitched. It seems that she accidentally discovered a small weakness of Tai-Han. Sure enough, the next moment she heard Hannah's pitiful voice of coquettish discussion. Well, Elena, can you help me find that Mr. Fairy and ask for another cup of bloody Bnonia? It doesn't matter if you don't add Raim's blood, if it's you. There must be a way, right? If Hannah also has dull hair, maybe the little dull hair on the girl's head must be as cheerful as an electric fan. Glancing at Hannah and Luna, who was still squeezing the edge of the wine glass carefully, Elena raised her eyebrows slightly, raised her mouth with a playful expression on her lips, and said softly while she took the wine glass to play with, "It's okay, it's okay, even the full version of Bloody Bnonia is okay. After all, You and my physique can bear much more weight than those useless men. In exchange, help me catch it tonight. Live in Luna and after school starts, help me suppress Hermione and Luna. Well, you have too many conditions and too complicated. At best, I will help you catch Luna tonight. Deal. Elena nodded in satisfaction and replied quickly. Under the magical power of Rhyme Bull, everyone has risen in their power level. However, compared to Elena and Hannah, who are about to rise to the apex of their own physical bearing, Luna Lovegood's rise in this area is definitely much more obvious, and of course, it is much more dangerous. On the other hand, if the two little wings cooperate, Elena may suffer a little loss. Therefore, it is quite necessary to complete the alignment of the faction in advance, especially after school starts. If Hermione's smart little wings accidentally let her successfully form the Anti-Dumpling Alliance, then Elena will have a headache. Quidditch Stadium. With the end of the lunch time, the real training has finally begun. In the stadium, the air is obviously much hotter than before. The Ghost Ball and the Wandering Ball are like out-of-bore cannonballs, tracing a track in the air. The roaring wind and dull impact, roar, crying, and roar are mixed together, just like the gladiatorial battles of ancient Rome. Field. As the players gradually digested the flesh and blood of Rhyme, they slowly began to grasp the power that was constantly pouring out of the body. The new Quidditch mode quietly unveiled her first veil. And on the other side, the creation of the Fantastic Beasts Association, the re-emergence of Newt Scamander. These talks, which seemed to be chatting after a meal, also made some subtle voices appear in the entire magical world. The following words are free. The Princess Link's Redive, the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Guild in Service B is recruiting 1,000 before the goal. There is currently one pit left. Welcome to join players who have wolves, black riders, and dogs, and can reach level 80 before the next guild battle. The cute fat chicken will accompany the chat all the way, hand in hand to guide you to fight guild wars. Reply to the game ID here, and just apply to join the group directly. Chapter 687 The Comeback Meeting of Old Freckles. Hogwarts, Scotland. The principal's office on the 8th floor of the castle has once again become a temporary meeting room. Since Elena enrolled, similar situations are not uncommon. Whether it is the school's faculty and staff plenary meeting, or the negotiations between the Ministry of Magic and the school, even the Gringotts Fairy and the school board have come several times. However, this time the focus of the argument did not fall on Albus Dumbledore as the principal. Mr. Scamander, sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Umbridge squinted his eyes and said sharply, with a cold smirk on his face, establishing an institution completely independent of the Ministry of Magic? This seems to be different from what we have communicated before. Are you dissatisfied with the current work of the Ministry of Magic, or is there a slight deviation in your understanding of the whole matter? And beside Umbridge, Cornelius Fudge, the current Minister of Magic, looked a little ugly. A few minutes ago, Newt Scamander did not hesitate to reject his re-employment invitation, even if Fudge added his chips to the senior deputy minister and director of the Department of Fantastic Beasts. He could not get Newt's attitude. There was a slight change. Mr. Scamander, it's fine to start a brand new wizarding association. You actually hope that the Ministry of Magic can take the initiative to abide by the new rules set by you. Then what else does the Ministry of Magic do? You just need to take over the functions of the Department of Magical Animals. To be precise, there should be a total of 4 institutions. Newt Scamander nodded seriously and replied calmly, but you are right. After the establishment of the association, the functions of the Department of Fantastic Beasts should indeed be divided. Mr. Scamander, do you know what you are talking about? The smile on Umbridge's face could no longer hold. He said coldly, can I understand that you are planning to re-establish a Ministry of Magic? Dear Deputy Minister, I have never said that. Newt glanced at Umbridge and replied faintly, just as I said before. The purpose of the Fantastic Beast Association is to regulate Fantastic Beast laws from a neutral standpoint. If it still belongs to the British Ministry of Magic, What should other countries do? Newt Scamander shook his head, looking straight at Umbridge's face without evasiveness. It's just the establishment of a worldwide association. How did it become the reorganization of the Ministry of Magic in your mouth? Besides, if the position cannot be neutral, how can wizards living in other countries comply and respond? Mr. Scamander, your idea is a bit too ideal. An official of the Ministry of Magic frowned and retorted, but I have to remind you that this is not the Gobstone Club. The influence of magical animals in the magical world is too extensive. You want to establish a global association to regulate the entire system of magical animals-related fields, thereby changing the status quo. Really don't understand politics and people's hearts. With the expansion of the Fantastic Beasts Association, you have too many things. Can you guarantee that there will be no problems? I can't guarantee. Or, I don't think that there are no hidden institutions in this world. Newt Scamander paused for a moment, then calmly continued to answer. But if there is any accident, there are also the Ministry of Magic, the International Federation of Wizards, the International Magic Trade Standards Association, the Wisingama International Wizarding Court, and thousands of wizards in the magic world. They will bring everything back on track. Once the rules are formed, then there will be a reference that can be observed, revised, and overturned. This is the point. Really? So you are the one who makes the rules? Umbridge snorted coldly, and whispered in a slightly ironic tone. The Fantastic Beast Association, the Fantastic Beast Protection Association, the Fantastic Beast Council, and well, the Fantastic Animal Product Safety Management Supervision Association. So many new institutions with different focuses. Don't you think you need to carefully study and consider? Isn't there any magical animal-related field in the magical world before these associations were founded? Newt asked, a little surprised. Over the years, mankind and nature have formed many self-evident tacit understandings and laws of symbiosis. In Newt Scamander's view, he just sorted out some benchmark rules that were suitable for everyone to know, and used laws and regulations to allow more wizards to treat those magical animals correctly. Besides, after a short pause, Newt Scamander glanced at Umbridge and replied meaningfully. In my opinion, even if the Ministry of Magic dissolves the Department of Fantastic Animal Control and Control overnight, most of it will not immediately affect the existing magical animal-related fields in the magical world as far as I know, except for the execution of dangerous magical animals. Besides confiscation and fines for the sporadic wizards who trade in illegal magical animals, the ministry hasn't had much other work recently. Slander. Nonsense. Mr. Scamander, what do you mean? As Newt Scamander's voice fell, many Ministry of Magic officials gathered in Dumbledore's office couldn't help but retort, and the wizards in charge of the Department of Fantastic Beasts stood directly excitedly. Stand up. If it weren't for Newt's job at the Ministry of Magic, they even thinking about it carefully, it seems that nothing can be done. After all, in today's magical world, although Newt Scamander is not better than Dumbledore in terms of magical strength, it is estimated that it will not be much worse, and his overall strength may even be maintained better. As a top magical animal master, he has a good relationship with many magical animal groups and rare creatures. Although his personality is somewhat introverted, Newt Scamander perfectly demonstrates the excellent qualities of Hufflepuff College. In terms of making friends, he is not inferior to Dumbledore, and to be more precise, this is also one of the reasons why everyone in the ministry is afraid of Newt. Newt has too many friends. If you really follow Newt Scamander's proposal to establish so many neutral organizations related to magical creatures all over the world, there may not be too many plug-in meetings of the British Ministry of Magic in the future. In fact, over the years, the influence of the British Ministry of Magic in the wizarding world has been greatly reduced. Just when the crowd in the Ministry of Magic was angry and prepared to seize some of the few powers. Cough cough cough. Everyone, stop for a moment. Dumbledore, who had been sitting behind the principal's desk before, cleared his throat, quietly listening to the dispute. Dumbledore shook his head, a gleam of light flashed in his blue eyes. and said with a smile, "Everyone should exercise a little restraint. Don't think too far, too big, and too complicated." The reason why we invited everyone to Hogwarts today to organize such a meeting is not to communicate with each other and achieve consensus, so that there will be no more misunderstandings and contradictions in the follow-up work. I have been listening for a while, and I have almost understood the views of both of you, but they are not in conflict. In this way, I will stand from the perspective of the bystander and say a few words of justice first. Grazing pause. The hand is cut. I haven't finished writing more on weekends. Chapter 688, Self-Cultivation of Actors. Hogwarts, the Principal's Office. As recognized as the greatest wizard in the magical world today, Albus Dumbledore's remarks, as the matchmaker of this talk, obviously still have considerable weight. At least within the scope of Hogwarts Castle, no one can ignore Dumbledore's opinion. As the old wizard took the initiative to speak, everyone in the Ministry of Magic instantly fell silent. Compared with the straightforward character, Newt Scamander is not so comfortable in the world. Since the second half of last year, Dumbledore felt as if it were a different person. Whether it was dealing with people or discussing important matters, it gave the Ministry of Magic the impression of being a man of ease and patience and wisdom. In Cornelius Fudge's view, Albus Dumbledore's change in attitude is not completely unexplainable. This represents the school's recognition and respect for the current Ministry of Magic. At the same time, this is also a manifestation of Dumbledore's initiative to release goodwill to the Ministry of Magic under his leadership. Connelly, Newt, you all take a step back for the time being. Don't worry. The association is now just some ideas written on parchment. No one has even seen the real look. You start to debate out of thin air. Why bother? What? Dumbledore smiled gently and waved his left hand carelessly. The exquisite silver teapot next to the refreshment table floated over, filling up the teacups in front of Cornelius Fudge and Newt with hot tea. The fragrant and elegant black tea and the rich refreshments relieved the tension in the air a lot. Sure enough, after so many years, Newt Scamander still has this stupid character like a stone. Dumbledore glanced at Newt with a stubborn expression, shook his head with a secret smile, and ate the blueberry biscuits in his hands unhurriedly, cleared his throat again, slightly adjusted his expression and tone to continue. Said, "Connelly, I understand your concerns. Over the years, the global influence of the British magical world is gradually declining." "Oh, Mr. Minister, you don't need to refute me here." Noting that Fudge seemed to be about to refute, the old wizard pointed a finger and a small cookie floated to the Minister of Magic's mouth. Immediately afterwards, Dumbledore blinked those blue eyes and said with a lively smile, "Do you like blueberry biscuits?" "Connelly, don't worry, there are no reporters from the Daily Prophet, nor wizards from other countries. Anyone who can enter here is obviously trustworthy and supports an important pillar of our world." But Connelly subconsciously took the little biscuit floating in front of him, and squeezed it in his hand with a slight embarrassment. The middle-aged wizard's expression was a little cramped, and he was caught off guard to face such a nightmare anxiety that he didn't think for a while whether to answer Dumbledore's question first, or to try the biscuit according to Dumbledore's suggestion. "Newt, from my point of view, what you just said is indeed a bit wrong." Dumbledore turned his head and looked at Newt Scamander with a slight seriousness. "Perhaps the Ministry of Magic has not done very well with magical animals, but do you know how hard they work? People can always easily see the deficiencies on the surface, but it is very easy to ignore the efforts of these gentlemen behind the scenes." "Huh? No." Newt Scamander was taken aback. Since the fall of the mysterious man more than a decade ago, it does not mean that the chaos will end. Before Newt could clear his mind, the half-moon lens of Dumbledore flashed a bright light, and continued smiling. "In fact, in places you can't see, Connelly and the others have been fighting against the remaining dark forces, trying to restore the magical world to its past prosperity and peace. In this case, other negligence is also understandable, but I believe that Connelly did not notice these omissions, otherwise there would be no such discussions today." "Huh? Oh, yes, Yes, too good, Professor. Connolly Fudge was stunned for a moment, and then quickly reacted, puffing his chest and saying, "The Ministry of Magic has always been committed to maintaining the stability of the wizarding world. These are things we should do." Although Dumbledore's statement made them a little bit ashamed, it did not affect the mood of the Ministry of Magic officials present. Suddenly become happy and proud. They are of course trustworthy and an important pillar to ensure the normal operation of society. The tension that had become slightly tit-for-tat due to Newt's attack once again eased a lot. Of course, Newt's commander's mood on the other side was not so happy. According to Newt's original idea, Albus Dumbledore, as one of the initiators of the association, should stand on his side and support him completely, instead of watching from one side the whole time. The meaning of pulling a side frame. If you go back to the source, these things are all caused by the little girl who Dumbledore had thrown over. However, before Newt could retort, he just listened to a sudden turn of Dumbledore's words. But on the other hand, Connolly, the mode of operation of the Ministry of Magic may limit your way of thinking. At Hogwarts, the good development of the students will eventually feed back the school's reputation in society. Just like Hogwarts. The meaning of the existence of in my opinion, the magical world is not a bigger school. The times have changed. Power does not mean being strong, and multi-party win-win is the most ideal trend. The Fantastic Beasts Association was successfully established. The biggest beneficiary was not Newt, but the British magic world where the association's headquarters is located. We have an innate advantage in formulating rules. I don't mean privileges, but more as the foundation, but more important things, such as philosophy, language, habits. Dumbledore drew out his magic wand and swiped it flexibly in the air a few times, drawing magical words like flames. For centuries, European magic spells have been affecting the entire magical world. This is not because our pronunciation and characters have more powerful magic power, but because most of the practical basic spells come from here. Let's put it this way, the Ministry of Magic supports the establishment of these associations, and the prestige that can be gained is far more than just now. As for the Fantastic Beast Association, we can generously collect information on magical animals from all over the world. In addition, the protection of magical animals. The establishment of the association also represents a new field of global magic cooperation, which is obviously much smoother than sporadic communication. The Fantastic Animal Council and the Fantastic Animal Product Safety Supervision Association are all positive attempts. If industry norms in these fields are gradually formed and good results are achieved, then the Ministry of Magic will follow suit. The magical world shares information and research results, and concentrates resources on research and distribution. What a wonderful prospect. However, if the Ministry of Magic did not provide any corresponding support during the initial stage of the establishment of these associations, or even held certain hostile and resistive behaviors, frankly speaking, we are the weather vane of the magical world. Do you think the outside world will give us that? Do you spend more time slowly running in, pulling, adapting, and negotiating? Dumbledore shook his head and said confidently, "It's impossible. The related association regulations in the field of magical animals are different from the fields of spells, potions, and alchemy. This is just an advanced idea and initiative. If there is not enough authority to be established in the first time, since it is a standard that everyone can try to standardize and draft, who cares about the voice of the source? The whole world is groping, and a few have good strengths. The magical government of the country may even rebel against the client and become the industry standard maker." For the unknown challenger, Dumbledore didn't make it clear, but most of the wizards here were very clear. The Magical Congress of the United States, and the Ifamoni School of Magic. Over the years, this loyal ally who once followed the British Ministry of Magic has unknowingly become a giant in the magical world today, and has taken over the discourse dominance in the International Wizarding Federation. But now, Dumbledore pointed to Newt with a smile, and said lightly, "We have Newt's commander, who knows most about magical animals in the magic world today. With a little permission from the Ministry of Magic and clear support from your own standpoint, we can reproduce the grand occasion of the year." Looking around the Ministry of Magic officials thoughtfully for a week, Dumbledore's Grindelwald mouth had a hint of playfulness. As Irina said, the current magic government has long flattened its vigor. On the one hand, it wants to continue to hold on to the glory of the past, but on the other hand, it looks forward and backward and dare not initiate a revolution worldwide. Well, innovation. But precisely because of this, in a sense, it is the most suitable cover and assistance. Don't you think? With the assistance of the then Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge and others, the magical animal field has established a clear industry standard for the first time in history. If this sentence can appear in the history of magic, where are the Fantastic Beasts textbooks, perhaps more meaningful than a Merlin first-class medal? Glancing at the Minister of Magic, who seemed to be moving, Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, and finally added another sentence. Compared with aggressive powers, stupid politicians like Cornelius Fudge and Dolores Umbridge are really suitable to be pushed to the forefront as a shield. Money and fame have never been, is the most worthless, if nothing else. The next step should be the bargaining scene. These false names are not really important, Professor Dumbledore, you know me. Sure enough, as Dumbledore's voice fell, Cornelius Fudge shook his head and spoke actively. As for the chaos in the field of magical animals, the Ministry of Magic has always been paying attention. This was originally something that the Ministry was going to proceed with, but since Mr. Newt Scamander intends to promote it himself, the Ministry of Magic, of course, we will fully cooperate here, but in this way, in terms of international public opinion, we may still need the support of Hogwarts. Of course. Don't worry about this. I will write to those old friends tomorrow, Dumbledore replied with a smile, tapped thoughtfully on the table, and continued. By the way, the association will definitely consume a lot of resources in the early days of its inception. The Ministry of Magic's budget has never been sufficient. It is better that I plan to discuss with the fairies of Gringotts and let them bear the funds in this area. Magic. The Ministry should have carried out some corresponding work in the early stage. I think those that can be restated and included in the reimbursement. Okay, no problem, Professor Dumbledore. You really think well. Cornelius Fudge responded quickly to the incident and cast a look at Umbridge. In short, let's push this matter up as soon as possible. Since experiencing the turmoil of the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, the Ministry of Magic has been hoping to find a few more reasons to collect some contributions from Gringotts, but it is only due to the cooperative status of Hogwarts and Gringotts did not find a great opportunity. Since Dumbledore took the initiative to hint this time, the whole thing was obviously much easier. At the same time, Newt, who had never found a chance to join the topic, finally reacted. Although I don't understand how the Ministry of Magic's attitude changed so quickly, based on the current results, Professor Dumbledore successfully persuaded Cornelius Fudge and others to fulfill the promise made to him before coming. Then we can talk about it in this way. Isn't it all right for the association? Newt Scamander touched his nose and turned to look at Dumbledore, who was sitting not far away. I don't know why. Dumbledore today always gives him a somewhat strange feeling, not the kind of stranger, but not the usual casual elder appearance, but a smooth politician with ease. Perhaps these are some of the changes that Dumbledore has had to make for the future of Hogwarts over the years. Yes, at least in terms of the mainframe, you will get the full support of the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore nodded happily and replied with a smile. It's just that, in the next period of time, you will be busy with Newt. If there are any more things and concerns, I suggest you not say them all together now, so that there will be no extras later. Communicated. Well, in this case, I have an additional request. Newt Scamander thought carefully for a while, then looked up at Dumbledore, and then at Fudge. Noting the hesitation on Newt's face, that a large amount of income is about to be paid, and the future is likely to leave a rich and colorful achievement in the history of magic, Cornelius Fudge waved his hand and said with a relaxed smile, Mr. Scamander, you can just tell me any concerns you have, Everything is easy to discuss. Chapter 1 Gua. Chapter 689 You are playing with fire. Okay, it's actually not too troublesome. Newt shrugged, pointed to the pink toad sitting next to Cornelius Fudge, and said seriously, "This lady, I mean Deputy Minister Umbridge. I don't think she is suitable for this aspect of docking. She doesn't like magical animals. If she is involved in this aspect of affairs, I am worried that many problems will arise." As soon as he said this, Umbridge's face, who was still smiling, instantly froze. "Mr. Scamander, what do you mean?" Newt repeated calmly, "I think I have made it clear that you are not suitable for participating in projects in the field of magical beasts. I hope that the Ministry of Magic can replace a docking official, that's it." As an honest person at Hufflepuff College, although Newt Scamander doesn't say anything, he has always kept in mind Umbridge is deliberately making things difficult and shitting before, and now he has just taken the opportunity to get into trouble. Mr. Newt, I believe I must have misunderstood you." Looking at the other wizards around him, Umbridge took a deep breath, and tried to squeeze an ugly smile on the wide, loose, pale face, with her sharp and thin voice. "Continue to say, look, I have always liked magical animals. In our previous docking work with you, we did have some omissions and delays. But you also heard Professor Dumbledore say just now that the Ministry of Magic actually not for these reasons. The important thing is that you don't like magical animals at all." Newt shook his head again and repeated it seriously. "I hate magical animals. How is it possible?" Ha 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 ha. Umbridge had a smirk on his face, but the eyes in his two big round eyes gradually became cold, and a series of silver bell-like laughs made Newt hear the hair on the back of his neck almost erect. Almost couldn't hold back and drew out the magic wand directly. "You can go to the Ministry of Magic and find someone to verify how much I like those cute magical animals." The witch grinned, showing her sharp teeth, trying to make her voice sound stable. "Since I learned from Mr. Minister that you are going to start the Fantastic Beasts Association, I eagerly hope to participate in this interesting work as soon as possible. I believe we can become very good friends. After all, we all like, those animals. But you really don't like magical animals," Newt repeated dryly, interrupting Umbridge again. This time, even Cornelius Fudge couldn't help frowning, and the smirk on Umbridge's face finally couldn't hold back. She squinted her eyes, took a deep look at Newt, and questioned quietly in a bad tone. "Then, Mr. Newt Scamander, why do you say that? Do you have any basis?" "There is no specific basis, but I just feel that way." As if a little uncomfortable with this tit-for-tat confrontation, Newt quickly moved his gaze away and landed on Phoenix Fox, who was dozing on the bird shelf in the office, muttering and continuing to speak for himself. "I can feel that you hate magical animals. Well, it seems still a little scared." "Feeling? Just feeling?" Umbridge sneered and repeated it, his face full of funny and sarcasm. "Well, my instinct is very accurate." New Zealand nodded and answered dryly, "You hate magical animals, so working with you on this matter will definitely be very bad." Umbridge's face quickly became gloomy, and he said hoarsely, "I'm sorry, Dolores Jan Umbridge, Senior Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic. Apart from me, I don't think there is anyone suitable for such an important task. Do you want Mr. Minister to have energy every day? Is it all on you?" Newt spread his hands. "This is not something I need to consider. But I really don't want to continue working with you." "Unreasonable. Absurd. It's so absurd." After Umbridge was silent for a moment, he stood up angrily, the fat on his face twitching. Over the years, as her status in the ministry has gradually improved, almost no one dared to offend her like this. It was the first time she saw someone like Newt Scamander who had no regard for the majesty of the ministry. 2. It's just that, in this kind of situation, it would be too bad if she followed her with a gaffe. Taking a deep breath, Umbridge tried to suppress his anger and turned his head to look at Dumbledore not far away. "Professor Dumbledore, don't you intend to say something?" "Sorry, but Mr. Scamander is no longer studying at Hogwarts," Dumbledore said politely, spreading out his hands rather helplessly. "As you can see, as an ordinary Hogwarts principal, my Majesty is only useful to the children who are still in school. Even the professors in the school, I can only do it a little bit now, give some suggestions and reminders. Not to mention that it was Dumbledore sitting here at this time. Even if it was the real Dumbledore, it was probably the same reaction. As for letting him take the initiative to resolve the conflict, what a joke." In the eyes of Grindelwald, whether it is watching Newt Scamander deflating or the officials of the Ministry of Magic deflating, it is undoubtedly a matter of physical and mental pleasure. Without fueling the flames and taking the initiative to arrogate, it is already very well trained as an actor. Up. But, Dolores, Connolly Fudge raised his hand and interrupted Umbridge. There is no doubt that Dumbledore does not intend to get involved too much in this matter. Regarding Newt Scamander's previous grievances with the Ministry of Magic, we really need a contradiction to vent, otherwise it will not be conducive to the follow-up. Jobs. Glancing at Dumbledore, who was indifferent, the Minister of Magic turned his head to look at Newt. "Is there no other room for reversal regarding this matter? And besides this, do you have any other needs and ideas that require cooperation from the Ministry of Magic, or make some corresponding changes?" "No, that's it. Everything else is fine." Newt shook his head. "Okay, then." Cornelius Fudge let out a long sigh of relief and wandered around the office for a week. In theory, Amos Diggory of the Department of Management and Control of Fantastic Beasts, and Barty Crouch of the Department of International Magic Cooperation can both be qualified for Umbridge's work in this regard, but Connolly Fudge do not believe these two wizards. After all, the Diggory family and Dumbledore were too close, and the old Crouch was one of the contenders for the Minister of Magic before. In fact, none of the Ministry of Magic personnel who came to Hogwarts this time were both present at all. Need a smarter, not bad, no threat. The most critical mouth is strict and trustworthy, Connolly Fudge thought, his eyes slowly staying on the tall dark wizard standing at the door. "Kingsley, you will be responsible for connecting with Mr. Newt Scamander in the future, and you will report directly to me. Regarding your job transfer, I will tell Bones later and transfer you to my side." Close to the era. There is no doubt that Kingsley Shaker is definitely one of the best candidates in terms of personal ability and reliability. When escorting Sirius Black some time ago, although Black accidentally let Black rush into the trial venue in advance, the tooth print on Kingsley's hand also proved that he did not belong to Dumbledore's secret group. On the other hand, the taciturn Kingsley is not conspicuous in his position, not as aggressive as Scrimgeour. As the veteran era in the Era office, no matter how you think about it, the positions of Kingsley Shackley and the Minister of Magic are too far away, and matters involving grey income are left to him. It couldn't be more appropriate. Kingsley Shaker from the Era's office. Umbridge turned around, glanced at the big wizard standing by the door, raised his eyebrows and said nothing. In her impression, Kingsley Shaker was the bodyguard standing next to her and Fudge most of the time. Although he was not as slick and shrewd as Dlex, he was more reliable and honest. In this case, instead of letting him people feel more at ease. This is a very useful tool. Wizard, or puppet microphone. Obviously, Cornelius Fudge probably thinks in the same way. "Okay, Mr. Minister." "No problem." Kingsley, who was standing by the door, was taken aback for a moment, then quickly reacted and nodded in response. Immediately afterwards, the man walked to Newt and proactively stretched out his hand. His voice low and slow. "Hello, Mr. Scamander. This is Kingsley Shaker from the Era office. Please take care of me in the future." Hello, I'm Newt Scamander." Newt subconsciously stretched out his hand and shook it briefly, gazing across the golden rings on Kingsley's ears. Compared to other officials of the Ministry of Magic, he always felt that the taller seemed a little different. It was as if Kingsley was not from the Ministry of Magic, but was a partner on the same side as Dumbledore and him. This is a very strange feeling. If there is to be an analogy, it is like the feeling of wolves belonging to different groups when identifying their partners. However, Before Newt and Kingsley had a few more conversations, this discussion was almost over. "Since everything is fine, then we won't stay here anymore." Cornelius Fudge took the top hat placed on the table and put it on, walked to the fireplace in the office, turned to look at Dumbledore and saluted politely. After thinking for a few seconds, he hesitated to add at last one sentence. "Well, we will sort out the issue of the previous bill reimbursement as soon as possible. As for the association documents, I will also sign them in the next few days for the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Please ask Dengboo." Professor Lido, after getting a definite answer from Dumbledore, Cornelius Fudge nodded in satisfaction, turned and stepped into the flames. "The Ministry of Magic." The voice fell, and the Minister of Magic's figure disappeared into the crackling flames. Immediately afterwards, the rest of the Ministry of Magic members also stood up, used the Floo-net in turn, and left the principal's office. Before leaving the office, Kingsley seemed to turn his head inadvertently and blinked flexibly at Newt Scamander. In contrast to his previous dull and silent character, he suddenly became lively. "It's a bit, huh? This gentleman is." Newt was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously turned his head to look at Dumbledore. "Hush." Dumbledore held up his fingers, smiled mysteriously, and pointed randomly at the phoenix on the bird shelf. "Newt, it seems that today is really a good day, but it's not suitable for chatting. You should almost go back, otherwise Mrs. Scamander may have to rush to Hogwarts to ask someone. I guess you don't tell Tina in advance, right?" I left a note in the bedroom." Newt touched his nose and replied with some embarrassment. "Note? Oh, that must be a very magical note." Dumbledore's eyes flashed, and he nodded seriously and said with a smile, "After all, if I remember correctly, you just said that Mrs. Scamander was very annoyed by your stay up late this morning, and she is going to talk to you when she goes home. Newt, you don't plan to do it anymore. Have you been sitting for a while?" Dumbledore gave a horrified sound and glanced at Newt, who was fidgeting, rather amusingly. "Actually, don't be too rushed. I guess Tina hasn't rushed from Dorset to Scotland so quickly." "Professor, stop joking, I really have to go back quickly." Newt Scamander gave a light cough, stood up with an awkward expression, hurriedly walked to the fireplace, grabbed a handful of Floo powder and sprinkled it into the fire, and disappeared in a panic into green in the flames. In the office, Dumbledore was soon left alone. "TSK Tut marriage. It's terrible." Dumbledore shook his head with emotion, raised his wand and made a dexterous spot toward the fireplace. "All curses are over." Crackling, accompanied by the explosion of fire tongue. The Hogwarts fireplace quietly retreated from the Floo network of the Ministry of Magic. After a while, office of the principal at Hogwarts. On the stairs above the study, a Dumbledore walked slowly down. "Gale, be careful next time. Newt is very sensitive." "You are playing with fire." Dumbledore frowned and said solemnly. "Also, did you deliberately target Newt just now?" "This is different from what we said before." "Albus, I'm not to blame. They quarreled themselves. There were conflicts between them before, and they had their own philosophies." They started arguing without saying the last two sentences. "What can I do?" "Method." Grindelwald, who had changed back to his own appearance, replied innocently while eating the cookies on the table. "This biscuit tastes good. Would you like a piece?" "When the girl comes back, there is nothing to eat." "If you make things clear in advance, there won't be so many conflicts." Dumbledore walked down the stairs unimpressed and confiscated the plate of cookies in front of Grindelwald. "Gale, you know that Newt is not good at negotiating with the Ministry of Magic, but you still allow him to confront the Ministry first, and then come out to make adjustments. This is not a joke. In case that's just your worry. I have my own measures in this regard." "Don't worry." Grindelwald grinned, smiled carelessly, and pointed at the sky outside the window. "Outside the window, the sky is clear. Besides, even if something really happens to do it again is." Chapter 2. Exclamation mark 8,000 words. Exclamation mark. N. Chapter 690, European Vinegar King. Big deal, have you started again? The forgetting curse is not a panacea. Dumbledore turned his head and looked out the clear window. His eyes twitched. "And about that big ship, you seem to owe me an explanation, Gale." As the chief technician of the Huberian Stratospheric Optical Invisibility Project, he naturally knew what a terrible war fortress was floating over Hogwarts at this time, and the combat power of the resident wizarding regiment on it. A full formation of goblin guards, 2 small groups of Heliopa flame goblins, and 3 wizard battle groups. In an emergency, the shipboard stove can also be temporarily connected to the Flu network as a space beacon for remote support. According to the drill, within a quarter of an hour, 10 wizard combat teams, or the non-staff employees of New Singing Devil, could be drawn from the village of Quibble in Devon, and directly descended to the current location of the Huberian. Compared with phantom shifting and door key transmission, this mode of transportation is obviously much more efficient and safer. As the principal of Hogwarts, apart from shooting down the Huberian in advance, and completely destroying all the mobile fire sources available for teleportation before the assembly of the Mandate Wizard, Dumbledore could not think of any way to stop this fishing boat. Of course, if fighting really broke out, the min number advantage would not be so important in the face of top combat power. On the other hand, even if there is no Huberian as a last resort, there is almost no possibility of overturning in the tripartite talks. Whether it is the top combat power, or the number of people, they all have an absolute advantage in terms of light and dark. Relax, Albus. Grindelwald grinned, put his hand around Dumbledore's waist, picked up a blueberry cookie baked in Hogwarts kitchen from the plate behind him, and ate the biscuits without caring. Continued to say, "You know in your heart that there are almost no surprises today, Kingsley. You, Newt, just the 4 of us can instantly subdue the stupid and short-sighted bureaucrats of the Ministry of Magic, so are you worried?" "What? HMPH, if you accidentally let Newt find out that it was you, maybe you will have to be arrested again." "Newt may be a troublesome point, but don't forget, my current identity is Paracelsus, a great alchemist who is indisputable in the world. Besides, I don't think there is energy in this world. At the same time, resist the wizard that you and I joined together." "Oh, isn't it?" Dumbledore raised his eyebrows and glanced at Grindelwald's left shoulder with a smile. "That kid doesn't count, at least now she's still far behind." Grindelwald shook his head dismissively and smashed the cookie in his mouth. "The blueberry cookies baked in the Hogwarts kitchen are really good, but the cooking of the house elves is still lacking a touch of aura after all. Unlike the dishes made by my granddaughter, each time it will be a little different. By the way, I have submitted the re-rating of the Forgotten Curse to the International Federation of Wizards." Glancing at Grindelwald, Dumbledore stopped talking, paused for a few seconds before speaking again. "If the amendment bill is passed, then it may be regarded as a serious violation of the law to amend and erase the memory of others. You should not always think about making a new decision depending on the forgetting curse and the obfuscating curse. This is not a good idea." "It's okay. Your proposal is impossible to pass," Grindelwald said with a smile. "I still don't know the group of guys from the International Wizarding Federation. In order to hide the existence of the magical world, they can even be sentenced to death and strengthen the control of the release of the Forgotten Curse. Can they agree? Even if the Federation passes it, the Ministry of Magic and the Aurors will not agree." Grindelwald shook his finger disapprovingly, and said meaningfully, "The law of secrecy, this is the hurdle that I failed to get past. And it is also impossible to replace it with you." Decades have passed. As the speed of the non-magical world is changing faster and faster, the use of forgetting curses and confusion curses is only it will become more casual. Of course, there is nothing wrong with you trying to suggest it. This is indeed your style. Grindelwald paused, a trace of joking flashed across his face, and said slowly, "The great Albus Dumbledore can always see the clues of some problems, even if he can't solve them. But when things really get worse, people will at least remember that at some point, some people have reminded them. That's no way. Maybe this is life. There is nothing I can do about this." At the desk, Dumbledore sighed helplessly. Regarding the hidden dangers of the forgetting curse, he has always been a little worried. As Grindelwald said, in those corners that the Ministry of Magic can't notice. The abuse of memory magic is nothing new. Modification and reshaping may be difficult, but destruction is always the easiest way. However, the problems that Dumbledore had understood before this were temporarily limited to situations similar to Lockhart. For example, after stealing the wealth and knowledge of others, use memory magic to get rid of the crime, or deal with the surrounding witnesses before the error arrives, so that you will not be liable for violating the Witcher Secrecy Act. All in all, most of them are still limited in how to eliminate the use of information that is not conducive to their own. However, the use of the Forgotten Curse developed by Elena some time ago gave Albus Dumbledore a feeling as if he saw Pandora's box being opened, and a chill from the bottom of his heart. Whether it is endless teasing, testing the bottom line of people's hearts, or to reshape other people's memories as you like, and fundamentally change one's cognition. If the Avada mantra is to take life in a practical sense, then the large-scale memory modification is to obliterate a person's soul from the root. It is difficult for Dumbledore to distinguish that kind of behavior will be more evil. A little. The dark demons that raged more than a decade ago were, at best, terrorist attacks by a handful of extreme wizards. The Killing Curse is certainly a powerful spell, but in order for it to achieve the effect of killing people, it needs not only a crazy heart, but also a certain amount of mana strength, and even the ability to cast spells to support it, and at the same time, it will distort the soul to a certain extent. Therefore, only the caster needs to be dealt with, and Voldemort's influence is almost over. But the forgetting spell is different. It is a very basic magic spell. Even freshmen in the first and second grades of Hogwarts, after learning the corresponding spells and gestures, most of them can be displayed stumblingly. Even if they can't achieve the precise effects of the memory masters, they can still erase their memories. If Lockhart's deeds were published in the newspaper, there would be several times of imitating cases the next day. This is too dangerous. The only good news is that for now, everything is still in the budding stage of control. After several months of investigation, the well-known memory masters in the magical world have either joined the Destiny Group or are under the surveillance of the Special Containment Procedures Foundation, ready to implement measures at any time. As for the laws that may be touched, and the consequences if they are known to the Ministry of Magic, in Dumbledore's view, this risk and price are worth it. Even if you cooperate with the devil, it is better than letting the unknown devil hide in the crowd, and may grow into a source of disaster that shakes the foundation of the entire society at any time. On the other hand, without further digging into the forgetting curse, Grindelwald's face gradually became more serious. The first-generation Dark Lord tapped his fingers on the parchment on the desktop, his face straightened. Albus, I am a little curious. Why would I take the initiative to cooperate with that girl's idea this time? The establishment of the Fantastic Beasts Association is a big trouble at first glance. So many magical governments and magical organizations need to negotiate, and I can't help you. Go with. Transfiguration is not a panacea. There are too many ways to break it in this world. In any case, in some important matters, neither Grindelwald nor Dumbledore will take unnecessary risks for a little bit of trouble. After leaving Hogwarts, Dumbledore can only be Dumbledore profitable. Don't worry, I will visit in person. Tedious, but worth it, Dumbledore said lightly, with some emotion in his tone. That non-magical kingdom that collapsed overnight is a warning to us. The magical world has stagnated for too long. There is less and less academic exchanges among wizards from various countries, and the relationship between each other is getting more and more distant. We need to bring everyone together again. Fantastic Beast Association is a very good opportunity. Regulating the industry standards in the field of magical animals will not cause too many opposition from the forces, but also have a certain social influence. There are indeed many things that are worth learning from the non-magical world in academia, business, politics, and humanities. But to be able to know what can be integrated into the magic world like Elena, that is too little. too little. Rather than wait until the day when the magical world is exposed, and then begin to passively accept the impact, it is better to actively digest it. Whether it is Hogwarts or the Ministry of Magic, we haven't seen anything new for too long. Eleanor's idea is not necessarily it is correct, but it will definitely trigger a new wave. No matter whether it succeeds or not, some useful things will remain in the end. That's enough. Grindelwald squinted his eyes. Then how much have you told Newt about this? Gwar. Chapter 1. Oh! Exclamation mark. Can I even break out of phonetic code words? Exclamation mark. Incredible. Chapter 591. The basic point of moving the world. Except for you. No one else knows yet. Dumbledore replied calmly. Newt's mind is too simple to hide things. Besides, Eleanor's child's energy is so vigorous. It's better to let her toss Newt this month anyway. The final result is checked by a few of us. She will not be involved in the establishment of a specific association. Do you start to miss the child? Absolutely not. Then what are you still worried about? Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. Then after thinking about it, he said again, by the way, I have invited a new defense against the dark arts professor, who should come to the school for an interview in a few days. This Professor Orwell, something special. If I'm not here, you may have to trouble you to help me receive it first. A bit. The new defense against the dark arts professor, who is the hapless guy this time. Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore with a weird expression. During this period of time, he has also learned a little bit about a lot of strange campus talks circulating in Hogwarts. One of the most famous is naturally the rumors about defense to the dark arts. It is said that the unlucky guy who was bitten into the hospital by a dog put a curse on this course, but any professor who holds this course will not know it. Good death. And considering some time ago, Dumbledore seems to have considered inviting Gidro Lockhart to teach at the school. Grindelwald even had some doubts whether the so-called curse rumors were false news secretly passed by Dumbledore himself. The reason was that he could take this opportunity to eradicate the dangerous elements in the magical world one by one. Albus, it doesn't really need to be that complicated if you really think that some people are an eye-catcher. Grindelwald picked up the toothpick used to fork the cake on the side of the dinner plate and made a magic wand shooting motion, while squeezing his eyes at Dumbledore, showing a dangerous smile eagerly, and whispered, I can do it for you, or the young people in the Scythe have been quite idle lately. Gale, why are you beginning to believe some campus rumors? Dumbledore smiled bitterly, spread his hands, and explained helplessly, Hogwarts teaching reforms are bound to attract a lot of attention. In this sensitive period, I think it's better not to appear as a formal professor. On the other hand, Remus does need such a job. Remus, a young little phoenix. Another? Grindelwald raised his eyebrows, grabbed a handful of small fish and sprinkled it in Fox's trough, and asked casually. Dumbledore nodded. Remus Lupin, a very good young man. I think you will like him. Excellent people don't need work. I prefer to let them fly outside to take a look. Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore meaningfully and said with a grin, Of course, Albus, your vision always makes me a little confused. Just like you always liked Newt so much decades ago. Obviously, the good wizards in your mouth seem to be a bit bumpy in life. Remus is a werewolf, involuntarily, Dumbledore said with a serious look. Because of this special identity, he has been rejected by the wizarding world. Even if he is a good wizard, he cannot find a job in the wizarding world that can feed him. A magical werewolf? Albus, why have you not been kicked out of school by your parents now? There was a playful look on Grindelwald's face, and he nodded thoughtfully. Mixed blood werewolf, mixed blood giant, mixed blood goblin, mixed blood veal. This is very reasonable. This is indeed your style, and it seems that this should be the professor you specially asked for that girl. Or, the instructor of the Inhuman Wizard. Dumbledore nodded and admitted openly. There are indeed reasons for this. Now that she has become the Fairy Queen of Gringotts, Sooner or later she will be involved in the issue of her own position. It is necessary to get in touch with and think about this issue early. I have to admit that Eleanor's growth rate far exceeded Dumbledore's expectations. According to the old man's initial thoughts, it may not be until the girl is close to graduation that she will start to encounter problems with her own blood, and it may even go further. After all, the majority of wizards like mixed blood veils. However, as Elena purified the Ver lineage under the influence of the magic rune, the situation changed. Even if the girl's blood is only half of the Ver's blood, the magical blood that is fully aroused obviously makes Elena's body closer to magical creatures. A normal little girl will at least grow taller after a year. Perhaps the students will not think about it, but Dumbledore must anticipate possible follow-up problems in advance. Have you thought about the consequences, Albus? If people know you hired a werewolf as a professor? Grindelwald frowned, and after a pause, said sternly, "Furthermore, this is not the worst if you let Elena start trying to get in touch with the werewolves and veils around the magical races around the wizarding world. Once you don't grasp the scale, it will be the fuse of the war. It's nothing. It's a pity at best." Dumbledore shrugged disapprovingly, his half-moon eyes reflecting the light from the fireplace. "The Huberian, the Gringotts Wizarding Bank, your saints, her newly recruited members of the SCP Foundation, as well as the Ministry of Magic of various countries, and the Fantastic Beasts Association that is about to be formed around the world. That child is now. It can allow wizards to have an overwhelming advantage in local conflicts. And I will stand up and take responsibility. At best, I will resign." Dumbledore smiled gently, his eyes bursting with the steadfast heat that Grindelwald was familiar with. Alien warfare. This was originally a very good opportunity. If you can't find common interests, then create the same enemy. Then the child knows what to do. We only need to pave the road in advance. "Albus, you are still the cruel guy before." Grindelwald shook his head and sighed softly. As the person who knew Dumbledore the most in the world, he naturally understood Dumbledore's plan. There is no doubt that the best way to shape and deify a person is to sacrifice a few sacrifices of sufficient weight. In the magical world, it is always the easiest way to defeat the invincible Dark Lord. Classic Bridge section. Decades ago, he had acted in such a play with Dumbledore. It's a pity that Tom Riddle is a little too weak. He just set off a reign of terror in the UK. If his influence could be a little bit bigger, or if he made a comeback and set off a bigger wave, everything would be much easier. Perhaps. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore beside him, his eyes flashing thoughtfully. "Maybe it's possible later. Think about it. Let that shameful young man be resurrected temporarily for a few days." Dumbledore at this time did not notice the dangerous thoughts in Grindelwald and continued. "But before that, we still have to train and guide Miss Elena Castellana. Of course, there are also the little wizards of the same batch. She alone can't handle it. The future of the magic world." The old wizard's face gradually became serious, and he said softly and calmly, "The development of the non-magical world hasn't been so fast before. It's not a big deal for wizards to fall a little behind. But now the times are different. The moles have begun to make us unable to understand, and it will be too late if we don't change. Whether it is Quidditch, magical animals, or magic, these are all parts of magic. Although I don't know where the most effective prying point is, try more and you will always find the right one." Dumbledore walked to the window, looked at the invisible clouds in the sky, and said with emotion, 50 years ago. Gwa Chapter 2! Ma! Chapter 692. Stagnation and Change. It is the summer of 1992. 40 even years have passed since the fall of Grindelwald. For the wizarding world, 40 even years is not too long, but according to past experience, even if it was the darkest period of time for wizards, after such a long period of time, one or two completely new magical fields will emerge. But now, not to mention what is a completely new field of magic, not even a new theory of magic. Take Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry as an example. In addition to the History of Magic series that is still being updated, the children in the school use these important subjects in Transfiguration, spells, astronomy, and potions. The textbooks are almost exactly the same as those used by Dumbledore when he was still a professor of Transfiguration, and even the layout has not changed. Dumbledore knew very well that once decided, there were some things that couldn't be turned back. Today's International Wizarding Secrets Act is like a hard barrier that completely separates the magical world from the non-magical world. The mystery of magic is guaranteed, and society is becoming more stable, but it is difficult for new ones to emerge. Rejuvenated. For Dumbledore, there has been stagnation and even regression in the derivation of knowledge, which is simply more terrifying than the Wizarding War. To make matters worse, this kind of closure, which seems to be static in time, does not only exist in the British magical world. For 47 years, magic civilizations around the world have fallen into a stagnant state. This is terrible. If not for witnessing the dying moments before the disintegration of the Soviet Union, I participated in the magical transformation work of the Huberian at close range, and under the influence of Elena, I took the initiative to understand a lot of theoretical developments in the non-magical world. Dumbledore hadn't even realized that the two worlds crossed on their trajectories. Whether it is an electronic computer that has not yet been set up in the Hogwarts research area, or the research of controlled nuclear fusion, or the establishment of a second extraterrestrial ecosystem, or even biological cloning and gene editing. With the exchanges with the scholars of the former Soviet Union this month, Dumbledore's sense of crisis in his heart became stronger. Unknowingly, the non-magical world is no longer the ordinary Muggle world imagined by wizards. In some top research fields, Muggles have used a way of thinking called science, forming no less than a wonderful civilization of magic. Just as Elena said, time left for the magical world may really be running out. The Hogwarts storm has just begun. No matter how anxious Dumbledore is, after all, he still has to wait a little bit for the wind and clouds to gather. At least in this short period of 1 or 2 months, this storm that may sweep the entire magical world will not affect much at this time. The place, Dorset, England. Quidditch Stadium near the Jurassic coastline. The luxurious lunch provided by Gringotts Fairy Queen is not without price. Most of the players of the British Quidditch national team are young people under the age of 25. They are still too young at this time, and they don't know all the gifts from fate, but they have already secretly marked the price. Before they secretly cheered for the power that was constantly pouring out of their bodies. The fully fired Elena made these players from various Quidditch professional teams fall from the clouds to the ground compared to the previous ones. With restraint during the confrontation, the Silver Witch soaring in the sky can finally unscrupulously display her full strength this time. The strength enhancement from Bloody Benonia can only ensure that when players face a roaming ball bombardment, as long as they can block correctly, then at least they will not be beaten to death in an instant like before. Of course, even in the near-death state, the problem is not big. According to Elena, Quidditch is the battlefield of wizards. If you have never experienced the process of flying side by side with death, no matter how superb your skills are, you will only be slaughtered when you encounter a real sky ace. The Lamb. Fortunately, the Hellflight has a terminal after all. 5 p.m. With the sound of the head coach Brandon Dunn's whistle, the intense and substantial Quidditch Devil training finally came to an end. The players floated down from midair, with a trace of survivorship remaining on their faces. For these players, the past few hours seem to be an unreal journey to hell. Even if he is always carefree, energetic, and claims to be able to fly on the court all day without feeling tired, his whole body is full of faint soreness and exhaustion from the depths of the bone marrow. He has never been so eager to go back to the bedroom at home to lie down and rest like this moment. On the other side, the girls seemed to have just experienced a spring outing, compared with these adult wizards who have undergone high-intensity training for the first time. The amount of exercise this afternoon is only an enhanced version of Elena and Hannah's usual physical training in school. Although they are a bit tired, they can still accept it through gritted teeth. Not to mention, they all ate several times more beef and bloody bnonio at noon. As for Luna Lovegood, it is a different state from Elena and Hannah. The sixth sense beyond ordinary people and the enviable self-regulation ability allows Luna to perfectly absorb the magic power contained in beef and blood and transform it into her own strength without much physical training. Unless it is a close-range marking, it is difficult to hit the erratic Luna with a long-range attack with a roaming ball alone. Therefore, although a little breathless, the three little witches are in a much better state than those men who seem to have been fished out of the water. The three little witches are so much better that the coach, Brandon Dunn, began to doubt. Did these players engage in such intense and exciting multiplayer sports the night before the training match that their physical fitness fell so badly? So, Coach Brandon, if we're okay, let's go first. Okay, see you tomorrow. Thank you so much today, Miss Caslana. It's nothing. It will be a bit difficult at first, and then I will adapt slowly. After all, I can only participate in training for 1 month. Without adding a little bit, I am afraid it will be difficult to make a more obvious improvement. As long as you can win the championship, a bit of bitterness is nothing. This is destined to make the whole Quidditch change drastically. Well, you guys go back. I just saw Mrs. Scamander at the entrance of the stadium, ready to pick you up home. It's a little bit late, sorry Goo. Ask for 2 days off. Something happened? Just for 2 days. Sorry, the comment seems to be closed. Don't worry, it's okay. Chapter 693 Scattered. Ciansbonsura, Dorset, England. It's 5:15 in the afternoon. The intense Quidditch training is finally over. For most players, their schedule for today's activities is temporarily over. The next thing is to go home and take a good bath and rest to digest today's goods. However, for Luna and Hannah, what is really worth looking forward to this day has just begun. According to the previous agreement, Elena will take care of the dinner. This is the delicious food that the two of them have been looking forward to half a summer vacation. Led by Tina Scamander, the Nana combination of 1 and 3 children left the Jurassic Quidditch Stadium, crossed the streets of Bournemouth's rich seaside town style, and returned to the town, Scamander's house somewhere. Although according to Mrs. Scamander, the town is not complicated, and they can go out to buy small things on weekends. Unfortunately, in Elena's eyes, all streets with more than 3 corners are not much different from the legendary Minoan labyrinth, except for finding a correct direction and violently cracking it. Any so-called intuition or counterintuition will make she got lost. Fortunately, the other 2 little wings are pretty reliable in terms of identifying the way. Elena only needs to find a way to fill their bodies with her superb skills, and then she can make all kinds of requests to them logically, such as lead the way, and the secret of a bad sense of direction for her play cover. However, with the passage of time, the sense of surprise and temptation brought by common European cuisine is rapidly declining. Women, especially Laurie, have never been so reliable in terms of credibility. In order to prevent Luna, Hannah and others from being used by the complicated centenarian monsters like Grindelwald and Dumbledore, Elena had to continue to introduce new dishes and new entertainment methods to consolidate herself in the wings. Authority in the heart. On the other hand, if you want to conquer the Scamanders in just 1 month, Elena really needs to think about the dishes that need to be cooked instead of copying the ones in the school. A set of practices. The variety of dishes should be as plentiful as possible, but the selection of ingredients should be as simple as possible. The taste should be full of surprises, but the cooking method should not be too difficult to imitate. Cooking concepts need to be unconstrained, but detailed interpretation needs to be as precise and accurate as a machine. The non-magic world provides a complete diet system, and magic must also find a suitable entry point for improvement and participation. The various factors of the total number of 0 and 0 are added together, then the answer is ready to come out. Pig. As one of the earliest animals domesticated by humans as domestic animals, animal husbandry civilization is by far the pinnacle of achievements. In human civilization recipes, the development of the parts and methods that can be used in pigs has reached the extreme. Scamander's house, beside the meadow outside the tree house. Today, this week, well, our main course this month is it. Elena pointed to the big white pig beside her feet that might be 4 or 5 times her weight, and said happily, I roughly estimated that according to the appetite of the 5 of us, this pig should be able to eat for exactly 1 month. Yorkshire Great White Pig, which is arguably the most widely distributed and most famous large-scale pig breed in the world. Because of its large size and fast weight gain, many countries have chosen to introduce and crossbreed with their respective native pigs. Produce excellent breeds of large white pigs. In the era when Elena lived before, most of the edible pork was derived from this kind of large white pigs. You know, China, which ranks first in the number of pigs raised and slaughtered in the world, is definitely the country that likes pigs the most in the world. Of course, in terms of how to make good use of the various parts of the pig, Elena, who is from the foodie country, naturally has a considerable grasp cooking on the flames. This is her area of expertise. However, compared to the confident Elena, the other 3 Nanana looked much more at a loss. For Elena's cooking skills, Hannah and Luna have a lot of trust. After all, they have been together for a whole school year. As the designated wing of Hogwarts Kitchen, they are very aware of Elena's talent in cooking. It's just that pork does not seem to have much to look forward to in their impressions. At Hogwarts, they ate the most fried bacon and smoked bacon, as well as various sausages, minced meats, and pork knuckles. Generally speaking, they taste a bit greasy, and sometimes it is good to eat with other foods. But if you keep eating, Luna and Hannah couldn't help but look at each other, seeing the same concerns in each other's eyes. The meat is delicious, but the thought of eating sausage and bacon for a month is too uncomfortable, right? On the other hand, the considerations and concerns of Miss Tina Scamander, who has raised children and has decades of experience in the family kitchen, are obviously more specific and practical than the 2 little Nas. Dear little Elena, it's not that I don't trust you as a chef at Hogwarts. In fact, I am looking forward to the next dinner, but before that, we may need to solve a problem first. Mrs. Scamander shook her head and pointed to the whole pig she had just bought from the slaughterhouse with some confusion. Have you figured out how to turn it into pieces of meat? If it were not for Miss Chef Hogwarts repeatedly emphasized, according to Tina Scamander's original idea, it is almost impossible to deliberately go to the mall slaughterhouse to buy this one that has not been cut by the butcher. Processed whole pig. The trouble is only one aspect, and the more it is impossible to start. Maybe her husband will have some experience in this aspect. After all, as a well-known master of magical animals, Newt Scamander occasionally dissected magical animals for research, but as far as Tina is concerned, she had previously bought the finished products directly in the butcher's shop, and had never dealt with it personally. Kind of large livestock. How did it become meat? Isn't it already? Elena looked at Mrs. Scamander with a little incomprehension, shrugged and replied naturally, with a knife and a workbench, just cut and sort directly. Isn't it enough? No, I mean, glancing at Elena, who may not be as big as the Yorkshire pig, Tina Scamander thought for a while and continued to add, you see, there is still a difference between cooking and slaughtering. Although there are many magical animals in our family, there are only no domestic elves like those in Hogwarts Castle. It's still early, and the butcher shop in Bournemouth should be back. It's not closed. We should be able to find some reliable butchers to help with processing. A top chef is not the same as an excellent butcher. Perhaps Elena does have some talent for cooking, but similar to dismantling pigs and separating flesh and bones, this series of physical and technical tasks, no matter what angle Tina looks at, she thinks she is too good for this little witch. It's a little more difficult. Butcher? Mole butcher? Well, you mean the mole butcher? Elena was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly understood Mrs. Scamander's worries. In fact, Tina Scamander's worries do have some truth. If it is changed without learning magic, it is really difficult for Elena alone to handle the slaughtering and dismantling process of the whole pig. Even if Bennett is added, neither does Papa C. Just like the anatomy in biology and medicine, slaughter is also a very basic craft that tests the basics. This is not a process that can be completed solely by brute force. Without the correct force application technique, dismantling technique, knife direction, and overall idea, the whole pig is handled indiscriminately according to the way of chopping meat in the family kitchen. On the one hand, it will mix the bone and meat scraps, and more importantly, it will damage the whole pig. Less important organizations. Because of this, Hogwarts handles pigs, cattle, and deer by household elves. In fact, in Elena's opinion, whether it is the house elves at Hogwarts or the most of the butchers in Europe, they still have a lot of unsatisfactory slaughter and processing of ingredients. Local. This is not because they do not have the skills at hand, but the barren recipes of this continent limit their imagination. You know, it is different from the monotonous cooking methods of pork sausages, meat slices, and elbows in continental Europe. In the Far Eastern continent, in the eyes of top chefs and patrons, pigs are actually equivalent to cold pork ears, stewed pork with cabbage, husband and wife's lung slices, sweet and sour pork loin, char-grilled pork nose, salt and pepper large intestine, cold pig skin, dongpo meat, banded pork liver, mushu pork, pickled pepper loin, pork stewed vermicelli, kelp rib soup, pork and green onion dumplings, spicy roast brain flour. It's a pity that before that, Elena had no better choice except to perform secondary processing on the meat that had been decomposed. After all, she was still just a lie with more than 1 meter in the final analysis. She had brute force. It is far from enough. It's just that the times have changed. Don't worry, Mrs. Scamander, don't forget who I am. Elena smiled slightly, reached into her neckline, and took out a delicate and small black metal cross necklace. Whether it is the butchers of the non-magical world or the house elves of Hogwarts, they are actually a bit rough and casual when dealing with the precious meat of pigs. After a complete dismantling of a pig, there are at least more than 100 some ingredients. Your identity? Tina Scamander glanced at the little cross in the girl's hand, with a slightly weird expression. If she remembers correctly, this should be an ornament that some more religious believers in the non-magical world often carry with them, whether it is the scene at the moment or the girl's mouth. It seems that people can't be contacted. Come together. So Miss Castellana, are you a believer? Watching Elena knelt down, carefully placing the black metal cross in her hand on the Yorkshire Great White Pig in front of her, and muttering something, Tina Scamander hesitated for a few seconds and was a little uncertain. Asked indifferently, so, before going to the slaughterhouse, do I still need to perform some prayer rituals? Pray, believers? What are you talking about? Elena blinked in confusion, took out her wand and lightly touched the small cross on the pig's body. Via Verto. Next moment, the pitch-black metal cross quietly disappeared into the sight of everyone. Only a hole smaller than the eye of a needle was left on the skin of the Yorkshire Great White Pig. At the other end of the hole was connected a string of strange black light necklaces, which was tightly wrapped around Elena's right hand. And in the Yorkshire pig body that people can't see, the extremely thin sheet metal grows and stretches wildly along the gap between bones and muscles, and it is completely covered with all the muscles in the large white pig body in less than a few seconds. Muscles, fat, and bones. Elena stood up with a smile, waved the chain entwined with her finger, and whispered softly, "Scatter it, Chibonsura." Bang! A black metal flower bloomed instantly. Return of the Missing Person. Chapter 694, Hecate of the Extreme Night. In the civilized world, killing is not an act that will make most people comfortable. Regardless of whether the purpose of doing this is for food or benefit, most people are usually only willing to face the delicacy that has become a dish, and intentionally or unconsciously ignore that part of the unavoidable prerequisites. Because of this, the special profession of butcher was born in human society. In a sense, Butcher and chef can be said to be the two closest words. Even if there are still many differences between them, it is undeniable that all top chefs are definitely excellent. The butcher. There is no doubt that Elena, as the chef of Hogwarts, is obviously a qualified chef. This pig should have been hung for a long time, and the skin is very dry, but this is actually a good thing. Elena stretched out her right hand calmly, and dozens of black metal flakes, like cicada wings, penetrated from the skin of the Yorkshire Great White Pig behind her, floating in the air, as if they were a layered flower. Black rose, each black petal seemed to be alive, circling and shaking lightly and filled with a very dangerous aura. After all, not everyone can calmly accept the sight of a creature suddenly breaking down into various pieces of meat. In order to avoid nightmares of the little wings of her own at night, and the failure of the Scamander's determination of will, of course, there is a more important reason to avoid the mixing of pork. Elena did not choose to shock when the knife was closed. Therefore, behind the girl, the Yorkshire Pig does not seem to have changed much from the outside. However, in the next second, the pig body was suddenly divided into two halves, which clearly told everyone present that the dark metal flakes that hovered and danced in midair like petals were not as blank as they seemed. As you can see, you only need to flexibly use basic transfiguration skills to deal with this big guy easily. Elena shook her wrist lightly, and the pitch-black petals hovering in midair were swept up by an invisible wind, gathered at the girl's fingertips, and silently recondensed into that small black cross. Compared to using a saw, a cleaver, or an ivisa to move back and forth on these animals. Glancing at Newt, who did not know when he appeared at the door, Elena paused and continued casually. As wizards, I think we can have some more elegant ways, don't you think so, Mr. Scamander? Several months have passed since the hunt that took place in the Hogwarts Forbidden Forest. The exquisite silver cross that Benitez gave to Elena on Halloween has long been carefully hidden in a small close-fitting pocket by the girl, as a lucky charm and the last alternative weapon in emergency situations. However, after that encounter, Elena gradually began to realize her shortcomings. In addition to the heavy blunt weapon, she also needs to master some more flexible and penetrating attack methods. Professor Snape's Shen-Feng-Yu-Aing curse was naturally Elena's first choice in magic. However, Snape was obviously more difficult to master than Elena expected. The whole school year passed. The Half-Blood Prince still used Too Dangerous as an excuse. He would rather act as a toolman occasionally than teach Elena this magic. As for the legendary Hybrid Prince Potions cheat, Elena also failed to find it in the storage cabinet of the Potions classroom. Since a Potions classroom theft occurred at the beginning of school, the storage cabinet was early. It was rearranged by Severus Snape once, and there was nothing left except some basic potion materials. After hitting the wall continuously, Elena temporarily gave up her plan to directly obtain Shen-Feng-Wu-Ying from Snape. Thinking about it carefully, the release of Shen-Feng-Yu-Aing still requires a magic wand as a casting prop. Although it does have extremely good cutting and penetration capabilities, it still relies too much on traditional magic wands as a combat weapon. As a wizard, it would be too ridiculous if losing the wand meant being slaughtered. However, the amplification effect of the ancient runes is too single. The pure brute force improvement has many limitations in terms of functionality and versatility. This is also after the age of medieval magic, the runes gradually disappeared. One of the reasons, compared to the pure use of magic, ancient wizards often chose to master a main weapon other than the magic wand. For example, the Gryffindor sword left by Godric Gryffindor, created by the fairies thousands of years ago, is said to be indestructible, with magical magic and penetrating power. For example, Hecate of the Extreme Knight. The Gringotts goblins took more than 3 months to create the exclusive magic weapon for the Supreme Fairy Queen. It is made of mysterious magical metal of different colors, and has extremely strong magical malleability. It is sharp enough to pierce the leather of most known creatures, and can be broken down into hundreds of small flying blades within a certain range. Elena shook the small cross with her fingers, and Douglas' introduction could not help but pop up in her mind. This cross is still the finished product that the Goblin Douglas secretly gave her when she was at the Quidditch Stadium at noon today. This is why the lunch escort lineup is so luxurious, but the rest of the members don't know it. The name Hecate of the Polar Night comes from an extremely powerful goddess in ancient Greek legends. Her irresistible god of death, an invincible, unmatched queen, the creator and manager of hell, is also the goddess of magic, witches, spells, and witches, and the goddess who controls the sky, the earth, and the sea. Little unmarried goddess, on the other hand, Hecate also gives to luck or bad luck as he pleases, and has unrestricted privileges. There is no doubt that the fairies have shown amazing wisdom and a strong desire to survive in how to serve the new queen. Even the picky Elena cannot admit that the fairies of Gringotts really make her very happy. Fairies have extremely high attainments in the casting of magic weapons and magic armor. Just as wizards never allow fairies to touch knowledge in the field of wands, fairies also hide their magical secrets from wizards. People only know that weapons and armors made using fairies are almost indestructible. The Gingy Arlong cast by the Gringotts Wizarding Bank can be regarded as a typical fairy creation. Of course, with the new Lord of Gringotts and the first fairy queen ascending the throne, perhaps Elena can force the fairy to contribute the last secret they depend on for survival, but it is still very good to get yourself a small self-defense weapon. Simple. In fact, transfiguration is just a way to stimulate and expand Hecate of Polar Night. Elena glanced at Newt Scamander, whose face was somewhat solemn, and smiled with satisfaction. Obviously, for this old man who is approaching 100 years old, this unheard of magic weapons and the use of unconstrained transfiguration techniques brings deterrence and shock to the extent that they are no less deterrent and shocking than the rebellion of the three-headed dog event. All equal discussions and cooperation need to be built on the basis of equal strength. Compared to external factors such as Grindelwald's power and the flames of the three-headed dog glue White to deter Newt, if his own strength can produce a certain threat to Newt, in Elena's view, perhaps it is the most fundamental and important point. Judging from the current situation, the preliminary results have been achieved. The next step is to ease the atmosphere a bit and try to carry out the ice-breaking part of teamwork construction. Then, dear Mr. Scamander, Elena put the cross in her hand, turned her head to look at Newt Scamander, and said with a sweet smile, "Did you play with building blocks when you were young? Or did you dissect the non-magical Yorkshire pig? Or let's take care of this big guy. Don't worry, just follow my instructions and sort them out the same way." The 695th chapter is darker than the night on. First of all, the first thing we need to do is to remove the lard. Lard suet wrapped in a film is the most neutral of all fats, which means that it does not have much flavor. Although it is only used for pie crusts in European cuisine, it can be said that lard is actually great choice for cooking. While talking, Elena easily took out the thick layer of suet from the pork belly that had been cut in half. Traditionally, except for a very small number of people, most Europeans and Americans would choose to use suet from pigs to make shorten, mixing it with hydrogenated oils and vegetable fats for processing pastry or fried food. The shortening formed by quenching and kneading is generally not suitable for direct consumption due to industrial processing. This is undoubtedly a very shameful waste in Elena's eyes. You should know that lard is different from ordinary vegetable oil or other tallow. Its taste is calm and has a unique fat fragrance. It can not only promote appetite and moisturize the intestines, but most importantly, it will not interfere with the original taste of the dishes. That's it. Elena is planning to cook the lard herself. Tina Scamander nodded thoughtfully, then frowned in confusion and continued. "But in my impression, there is always a mushy smell in the boiled lard, and the fat looks very turbid, compared with olive oil. To be honest, The hand-cooked lard seems to be not. It doesn't make much sense. It doesn't make much sense. It's muddy and smelly. It must be because of a problem with the technique and use. Elena raised her eyebrows in surprise. Her hands expertly broke the pork suet fat between the pork and viscera layer of the Yorkshire pig, and neatly placed it on the wooden workbench next to her, explaining Tao. In theory, if it is successfully boiled lard, it must be as clear as a stream when it is flowing, but pure and white when it is solidified, and the taste is mellow and flat without any peculiar smell. In fact, this is not complicated. Just add some water when the suet is put into the pot, cover the pot, and be sure to simmer over high heat. After about 5 or 6 minutes, the suet will slowly turn yellow, and lard will begin to appear around the pot. At this time, be sure to stir with a spatula and don't stop. When the suet is completely golden, you can gradually pour out the oil. Elena paused for a while and licked her lips slightly. Of course, lard is only one aspect. When you have dinner, you will understand that the real treasure is the greasy residue left over when lard is made, and the dried meat jerky is definitely yours. Unstoppable deliciousness. Huh? The leftovers left over from making lard. Newt Scamander's cheek twitched, and he waved his hand with interest. When I get older, I won't try this new thing. If you are interested, just eat it yourself. In his long life experience, one of the lessons learned one day is to restrain his curiosity as much as possible, and don't easily try some weird things that he has never heard of. Even if he temporarily established a cooperative relationship with Elena, Newt did not forget the grandfather behind the girl. Perhaps in the big right and wrong, Elena will keep her promise to live in harmony with him, but if there is a chance to tease him a little bit, Newt does not think that this little witch who inherited the Grindelwald will be merciful. By Newt's side, although Elena's true identity is not known for the time being, judging from Tina Scamander's helpless expression, it is clear that this kind and gentle old lady also thinks so in her heart. Oh, really? Elena raised her eyebrows and glanced at the Scamanders meaningfully. Anyway, let's talk about it when the time comes. Anyway, I'll keep a little bit for you, well, too. Not to mention bibimbap with lard and stir-fried green vegetables with lard. They are all made from lard residue, crispy whistle, oil residue tofu, oil residue cabbage, and green pepper oil residue. The Eastern continent is a delicacy sought after by tens of millions of people. The soft whistle made from pork belly, the crisp whistle made from big fat meat, the fine whistle made from lean meat, the lean whistle made with a little fat. These are crispy and delicious. The fragrant but not greasy residue is definitely the magical delicacy of the British wizards who grew up in the food desert, or the American wizards who grew up in the fast food continent. Elena doesn't think that the Scamanders can resist the temptation of good food. You know, even if Grindelwald, who almost unified the European magic world at the time, faced the delicious food she made by herself, she not only symbolically resisted for a day or two, then she uttered the true fragrance extremely honestly. Sound? After taking away the suet, the first thing we need to do is to get rid of the internal organs. Without explaining too much to the Scamanders, Elena continued the work of dismantling the pig. If the proper use of lard is a blind spot in the European culinary world, then the vacancy in the development of various pig entrails is another place that gives Elena a sense of violence. In the impression of most Europeans, innards such as pork kidney, pork heart, and liver offal are usually directly minced into meat, stuffed into sausages or made into various pies. Of course, there are similar based on Hager-Stark cooking method. More often, these internal organs are used to feed dogs or make bait, or directly used as fertilizer. In fact, this is why she insists on letting Mrs. Scamander purchase the whole pig. If this were not the case, all she could buy in the butcher's shop might be a few lonely pork loins, and a bunch of mixed, weird, and heart-wrenching pork entrails chowder with sausage-stuffed meat. European chefs are so wasteful of ingredients. Pork kidney, pig heart, pig large intestine, pig small intestine, pig liver, pig lung, pig belly. Elena softly introduced the names of the various organs, and carefully removed them from the big white pig's body and arranged them neatly on the large workbench, as if they were the chief surgeon undergoing precision surgery. All kinds of delicious recipes have started to appear in her mind. Pickled pepper pork belly, 9-turn large intestine, fried bitter intestine with sharp pepper, hot kidney, pig heart soup, husband and wife lung slices. Compared to the European and American definition of eatable for offal, in the eyes of Oriental foodies, especially those with heavy taste of offal madmen like Elena, these jewels that grow in pigs can be regarded as the most something great. Along with Elena's happy expressions, the expressions of the Scamanders, Hannah and Luna became more and more frightened and panicked. Judging from the appearance of the white-haired dumplings about to drool, these things are obviously it is one of the ingredients. Fortunately, after a brief treatment of the internal organs, Elena did not explain in too much detail. After removing these dark-looking parts, everything seemed to be back to the familiar territory. Mrs. Scamander even took the initiative to put on an apron to help Elena start processing the remaining pork part together. After all, this is a Yorkshire big white pig weighing more than 600 pounds. And Elena alone is still a bit too slow. Even though she is not good at slaughtering and dismantling, she only needs to follow Elena's actions, and Mrs. Scamander can slowly sort out all kinds of pork from the pig on the other side, and learn the relevant knowledge by the way. After the Senbonsura treatment, some parts that were not easy to remove have become easy to handle. A few minutes later, Newt and the other two little wings curiously joined the ranks of building blocks. A little class of knowledge about slaughtering and pork dismantling was officially launched. The loin can be slightly removed, which will help to remove the entire tenderloin smoothly. We moved away at the 5th and 6th places of the pig's ribs so that the shoulders can be removed just right. Don't cut your belly too short. The belly can turn into bacon. This is a food that everyone loves. Separate as much bacon as possible and only test the skills of a butcher, but I have already cut it this time. Alright. Shoulder, plum, pork breast. There is only one chapter today. End of this chapter. The 696th chapter is darker than the night. Part 2. Tenderloin is the most tender muscle of a pig, and this means there is no taste. In order to make up for the meaty aroma that may be missing in this respect, I left enough fat when cutting, but we have to remove the silver skin little by little, whether it is used for roasting or frying. This will ensure that the fascia will not be broken. On the meadow outside Scamander's house, Elena was disassembling the whole pig while explaining it methodically and carefully. Hecate of Polanite. The extended blade is very thin. It may even be twice as thin as a common A4 printing paper in later generations. As the blade penetrates and returns, the atmospheric pressure will cause the pork is joined together to keep the shape. This also means that Elena and others need to manually disassemble each part a little bit. Obviously, just like dismantling toy building blocks, a reasonable dismantling sequence and a clear thinking row of knives are extremely important. On the other hand, since the Yorkshire Great White Pig bought by Mrs. Scamander had been bleeding and was hung for several days in advance, there was no bad scene of blood flying and blood flowing. At least for the two little witches, Luna and Hannah, this is much better than they were holding slugs in potions class, slicing, removing their heads or even squeezing juice. The mental quality of the wizards in this regard education is indeed more advanced. As for Newt Scamander, the excitement in his heart is almost all expressed in his face and body language. Decades have passed. It is difficult for him to meet one or two wizards who have systematic views on anatomy. And like Elena, there is no wizard who does not coincide with him in terms of practical ability, theoretical basis, or logical thinking, and research direction. In the field of anatomy, the non-magical world is obviously better than the magical world. Much finer. Smooth muscle, abdominal fat, upper shoulder fascia, various bones. There is no doubt that for Newt Scamander, Elena's classification method is nothing less than a crucial punch of the window paper. He can't wait to reorganize his own results. Take a look again. Before that, The magical world mostly focused on the general external vision for the structure of the animal body. For example, the head, chest, internal organs, thighs, and tail rather than combing with their functions. Bone pork, boneless loin block, spine pork chop, tenderloin, pork belly. These are the main parts that can be sorted out of the back of the pork, and they are also the most suitable parts for grilling. You should be familiar. Next, let's take care of the foreleg meat left after the pork breast is removed, or the upper shoulder piece. Just when Newt Scamander was slightly distracted, Elena had quickly processed most of the meat. As the dismantling of the huge Yorkshire Great White Pig progressed, in addition to the simple anatomy and organization explanation, some of the content that had been prepared for a long time began to appear in the girl's methodical explanation very naturally. In the magic cutting just now, I let the blade penetrate from the skin here, and only cut to the fat layer below without destroying the muscle tissue. This is because when I cook slowly, I can extract fat and juice. In Spain, there is a kind of Illyrian pig. In addition to the famous Iberian ham, it is mainly divided into tenderloin, small tenderloin, pork belly, tender shoulder, plum pork, and pork belly. Although each kind of meat is very popular and famous in the world, but as far as I am concerned, I still prefer pork belly and plum meat. Elena licked her lips, patted the two pieces of flesh with her hands, and said softly, "Plum pork pea is two pieces of pork loin on the shoulders, shaped like a feather, so it is also called pluma. This piece of meat has fat and snowflakes scattered like spider webs. The taste is delicate and tender, and the meat is full of juice. It makes people feel like eating wagyu. Pork belly meat is the fattest and tender meat in the essence of pig belly. The fat ratio is 32%. When the fat melts in the mouth, it is intoxicating. Even if it is fragrant with only a little spice and pepper, it is already delicious. Just bake lightly until half-baked, sprinkle a little salt, and then lightly bite down." Accompanied by the girl's whisper like a devil, all the wizards present swallowed unanimously. It was already close to dinner time, and Newt and the little wings had been working with them just now. Suddenly they heard this detailed description, and they even had a kind of food that they could eat half a pig by themselves. Illusion. The tip of the loin, pork slices, leg meat, femur, sirloin steak, ham, meat cover, hoof, lower leg meat, joints. In short, these are roughly what we can usually buy in butchers. Those pork. Well, that's right. I almost forgot to deal with this pig's hoof. Elena carefully checked the various kinds of pork on the table, and suddenly picked up the pig's trotter on the side. In traditional European cuisine, they usually choose to throw away the hard toe-handle hoof, that is, the toe part, leaving only the part above the ankle joint for roasting and stewing. This is obviously difficult for Elena. Accepted. Pig trotters. This is a good thing. There are quite good secrets hidden in it. While talking, Elena took out her little cross again in the confused eyes of Newt and others. Patter gently twisted along the cross of the pitch-black small cross, and under the slight stimulation of magical power, Hecate of the Polar Night quickly became a miniature dagger if it was matched with an enlargement curse. In theory this would be an epee. Just cut the trotters in half, and we can expose the center of the trotters and the collagen, so that after cooking, they can be easily blended into the soup to form the most comfortable white pigs. Trotters? Well, Ms. Caslana, are you a follower of the Druids? Newt Scamander glanced at the full desktop with a weird face, and asked half-jokingly. But, this is almost over, right? It's really an eye-opening technique, I have to admit. I'm starting to look forward to the feast of the evening. To be honest, I'm really hungry after hearing so much from you. Among his impression that in addition to the group nature of Faith Strange, which outside the genre division, he knew most of the people in regard to eating it might be pursued, but mostly it is only confined to the taste, rather than ingredients utilization rate. Fortunately, Elena is not so crazy for the time being. After all, judging from the girl's current trajectory, the seemingly hideous pig head, and the piles of strangely smelling pig sewage, pig urine and so on, Elena put them on the other end and didn't touch them. However, just when everything seemed to be on the right track. No, there is a real essence. I specially left them for the end. In the doubtful eyes of the Scamanders, I saw that Elena suddenly walked to the pig's head that had been placed on the meadow under the table from the beginning, as well as those intestines and sacks that looked a bit bad. Elena took out the wand, and first lightly tapped the pile of large intestines in her hand. Clean up. Magic is so elegant and pleasant. As a peculiar existence of inverted cause and effect, as long as you can clearly think about your needs and present them through the correct spells and casting postures, you can indeed save people from a lot of not so beautiful and pleasant processes. At least, in this way, whether it is the Scamanders or the Little Wings, the resistance will not be so high. While thinking about it, Elena picked up the short sword in her hand and placed it on the pig's head, and solemnly began to introduce the last part of the content, which is also the most terrifying part in the eyes of most Europeans, according to legend. Only the devil can enjoy it. Those dark ingredients that are darker than the night: yellow throat, dental stalk, pig nose, pig brain, pig eyes. These are all good things. End of this chapter. Chapter 697. Aesthetic food cannot be paid. Pig large intestine, also known as fat intestine. The fatty intestines are fragrant and thick, and the texture is mellow, whether it is roasted, braised, fried, or roasted. They all have a unique flavor, such as pouring large intestines, brined 5-spice large intestines, hot fatty intestines, 9-turn fatty intestines, and roasting intestines are very famous and delicious. However, this is perhaps one of the most difficult foods for Europeans to understand at the same time. At least in the eyes of most Europeans and Americans, cooking using this weird organ that transports and digests food is almost equivalent to the same level of dark cooking series for the Inuit in the past when they were supplemented with vitamins. At this point, even the Scamanders as wizards, Luna and Hannah, are obviously no exception. Of course, other than that, whether it is pig brain, pig tooth stem, yellow throat, pig tongue, pig head meat, these are naturally also within the scope of dark ingredients. Along with Elena's movements, the faces of the other 4 people began to turn blue, almost visible to the naked eye. Well, don't show that embarrassed look, and I won't forcefully feed you these things. Elena spread out her hands, put the pig brain that had just been dug away properly, and explained helplessly. So many delicious things, if you just throw them away, it would be too wasteful. If you really mind, I can use independent kitchen utensils to cook, and I won't put them on the dinner plate closer to you. Mr. Scamander, your staple food tonight is still normal pork, so please don't worry. Every place has its eating habits and cultural background. The broad and profound Chinese food culture is certainly something to be proud of, but this does not mean that it can easily defeat another piece of people who grew up on a completely different cultural background and soil delicious. This is originally a very subjective definition. As a qualified chef, learning to respect your diners is always the most important and basic first step. Because of this, even if Elena has taken over the Hogwarts kitchen, most of the new recipes she has introduced in the past year are based on the improvement of traditional European and American dishes, except for a few. Except for the dishes that have been verified by the Wings, there are not too many dishes with strong Oriental style in general. It's just that, on the other hand, if a chef doesn't eat his favorite dishes, it would be too pitiful. If it weren't for the fact that these items are not available in the butcher's shop, Elena would have worked so hard to do it herself. You know, a pig's brain weighs 300,500 grams. Such a small portion is barely enough for her. The tooth sacrifice relieved the greedy. In Britain in the late 90s, it was not as easy to eat these dishes that were darker than night. Well, I didn't actually mean that. I just. Newt glanced at Elena, who was slashing the pig's head with a knife. And on the plate next to the girl's workbench, the 2 dug out pig eyes, muscle fibers and subcutaneous fat layer that happened to be placed at this time were carefully preserved by the girl, staring at Newt roundly, looking like quite cute. Poor old Scamander moaned his lips, and finally gave a slightly awkward smile. "That's good, that's good. I'm just asking casually." Although as a master of magical animals, Newt has considerable experience in dissecting magical animals, but academic research is still different from slaughtering purely for food. At least he never thought of eating Ponlock. Glancing at Elena, whose eyes were glistening, Newt suddenly flashed a very funny thought. The most important reason why Gellert Grindelwald prefers this little granddaughter and even intends to entrust him to her remaining saints in the world is that the most important reason is that this child is so frightening. Range of recipes, right? As for the purpose, perhaps to avenge yourself and the world of fantastic animals. However, before this idea was fully formed, Newt smiled secretly and shook his head, actively dispelling this seemingly ridiculous and funny idea. How proud Grindelwald is, how could he be so naive and sloppy? Mr. Scamander, Mr. Scamander. At this moment, Eleanor's clear and pleasant voice came from Newt's ear. The old Freckles came back to his senses, turned around in a bit of confusion, and saw that Elena had put down the pig's head for some time, and brought a strange pale gold paper foil to him, and it was written in graceful fonts with 7 or 8 long dish names: fried pork chop with sweet and sour pepper, slow-cooked curry pork neck, crispy potato cake, baked egg with sweet bacon, juicy pork chop, pork belly with roasted spork ale. Well, Ms. Caslana, sorry, what are these? ? This is the dinner menu. Do you want to see what you want to eat, and are there any restrictions? Elena smiled slightly, looked at Newt, and asked quietly, expectantly, "Sorry, today's chapter is a bit short, because I've deleted the mindless real fragrance plot." Chapter 698, Pork Chop and Kidney. 1 hour later. In the living room of Scamander's house, the air was tempting to smell of meat. In addition to Elena, the other 2 little witches and the Scamander couple are already sitting at the kitchen table. They are waiting for the chef to finish her final cooking and return to the table to enjoy a sumptuous dinner with them. The preparation process for today's dinner is not too complicated. For the sake of safety, most people did not choose unfamiliar recipes. In fact, almost everyone chooses the sour and sweet pepper fried juicy pork chop, which seems to be a normal dish except for Miss Luna Lovegood. She chose to share stir-fried kidneys with Elena. At least pork kidneys don't sound strange. This is good news for Elena. On the one hand, she doesn't need to cook different dishes for everyone separately, just 2 sets of auxiliary materials and the main ingredients can complete most of the dinner today. On the other hand, Luna's choice also makes Elena happy a lot. A good choice. Pure fried pork chop will be a bit greasy. Sour bell pepper and pork chop is a great combination. Elena flicked the magic wand in her hand, and 3 white dinner plates lined up on the table. On the other side, among the 3 sizzling pans, the pork chop dotted with large black pepper is set off by thyme and basil leaves. The color and fragrance have completely overflowed. The buttered pig, the steak, has an attractive hazelnut color. With the girl's magic wand tapped, the pork chop filled with gravy floated slowly and landed on the 3 dinner plates accurately. After so long of magic practice, although she still needs the help of a magic wand, in this simple hand of the major type of magic, she can almost achieve no spell casting similar to that of a 6th or 7th grade student. Dumbledore's previous speculation was not wrong. The mixed blood did have many advantages that pure human wizards did not possess in learning magic, but this period of strength came earlier than the time imagined by the old wizard. From the first generation Dark Lord's Rune Mauen second order application, Elena stimulated her potential in advance. For the chef, this kind of grace and calmness like a concert conductor is undoubtedly very suitable for a multi-person cooking environment. It is precisely because of the exquisite kitchen magic that Elena showed that Mrs. Scamander reluctantly agreed to sit at the table and let the girl take charge of today's dinner cooking. Mainly Elena asked, she doesn't know how to cook. Wait a moment, let the pork rest for a while. The secret to juicy pork chops is not to worry. Remember to let the meat rest as long as it is fried. Elena turned her head and explained to Tina Scamander. The magic wand tapped the fried sweet pepper slices in the pan next to it. The pan immediately floated up, moved to the side of the dinner plate, and started carry out the final finishing process. Then plus the sweet and sour peppers fried in advance. The basil and red wine vinegar smell great, don't you? Finally put the pork juice and butter fried garlic on the side, and top with the rest of the pan a little sweet pepper vinaigrette. Brightly colored red bell peppers dot the bottom of the pork chop. The hot oil soup flows over the hazelnut culled pork chop, making a slight sizzling sound. As the aroma rises, it penetrates little by little, among the bell peppers and onions below. Image. Guru, Hannah, Luna, and the Scamanders swallowed at the same time. I have to admit that watching the cooking process of a top chef with flowing water is a very eye-catching visual enjoyment, and if the color and fragrance of the dishes are added, it is too difficult to control. Luna looked at the two big pork chops on Hannah's plate eagerly, feeling regretful in her heart. Maybe she should have, just like Hannah and others, honestly choose sour and sweet pepper fried juicy pork chop instead of trying to keep up with Elena on a whim and try the pork kidney on flames flour clusters. Although the pork kidney pie and pork kidney sausage taste good, but at least from the current situation, the attractive appearance of the few pieces of meat in front of Hannah is obviously much better than the most luxurious kidney dish Luna can imagine in her mind. Sister Hannah, that. Luna Lovegood quietly poked Hannah under the table and whispered pitifully, wait, I can have a bite of your pork chop. I can exchange it with you with the hot kidney waste that Elena will make later, or other snacks, such as the blood broil at noon that day. Yeah, if there are any more. Obviously, there is a difference between fried pork chop and fried pork chop. Compared to this kind of drooling food, even Luna would be a little shaken. After all, satisfying curiosity is not as intuitive as satisfying one's own belly. Even if the magical intuition of Lovegood's family tells Luna that the internal organs may be really delicious, it is difficult to resist the temptation of meat. There is no need to exchange, let alone a bite, even if it is a whole piece, a half, a one-third. Hannah hesitated to glance at the pork chop that exuded the tempting aroma in front of him, swallowed, and after measuring the weight of the pork chop a little bit, he bit her lip hesitantly, and continued to answer with a painful expression on her face. Well, an third. I can give you at least an third of pork chops. On the other side, Elena did not notice the transaction on the table side. At this time, all her attention had been devoted to the next dish, her long-awaited hot waste. It is indeed difficult to find a traditional Chinese thick-bottomed wok in the UK, but the convenience of magic has once again appeared at this moment. Since mastering the primary alchemy, Elena has not had as much trouble with kitchenware. As the girl's magic wand moved, the two black pans quickly merged and stretched into a wok. Now, continue to cook. Here the essence of fried kidney flour is not to let it rest for a moment. Elena moved her wrist a little, turned the wand in her hand lightly, and clicked on the kidneys that had been marinated for 7 or 8 minutes on the side. As her wand moved, the marinated kidneys shook off the excess pickling. The juice automatically jumped into the oil pan. If frying pork chops requires patience and just right, then fried kidneys need to be fast and fierce. Wow! As the kidneys enter the oil pan, the fireworks that are different from European cuisine instantly explode in the kitchen. At the same time, Elena's eyes became fierce, and the Hecate of the Polar Knight in her hand quickly deformed and unfolded, and it instantly turned into a cold and shiny metal spatula with real workmanship. Swipe and spread out quickly after the pot is put in the pot, up to 4 to 5 seconds, and start the pot directly without giving it any chance of getting old. Immediately, the spatula in Elena's right hand remained unchanged, and her left hand drew out her wand and deftly tapped it towards the condiment table next to it. Sliced green onions, green peppers, red peppers, celery, chopped ginger garlic, pickled peppers. There are no less than a dozen kinds of side dishes into the sky, like a rainbow bridge. Hot pot with bottom oil. The hot, spicy and fragrant smell permeated in an instant. The sound of metal crashing, the dazzling firelight, and the very different hot aroma instantly attracted the attention of the four wizards at the table who had never seen the Chinese cooking process. Chinese food, which is cooking on the flames. Even if they were several meters away, they could feel the air suddenly become a bit hot. Very well, the side dishes in the pot are dead, now pour the kidneys. Eleanor's movements are at least half faster than before. The speed of pure magic transmission seems to have been unable to keep up with the rhythm of the girl's actions at this time. Almost at the same time that Eleanor's voice reached everyone's ears, the turning speed of the spatula also speeded up. Turn the pot, turn the spoon, sprinkle salt, thicken. A series of operations are done in one go. White rice, paired with hot kidney. Try it now. This is my favorite. Before the four people on the sidelines could react, the fragrant hot kidneys were already in the plate and placed at the end of the table. I don't know when. 2 plates of exquisite rice have also appeared on the table, at the end of the dinner plate. After careful calculation, this seems to be the first time Elena has eaten rice after crossing. The rice comes from Indian rice bought by the fairies of Gringotts. Although it is not a particularly precious species, it is also a very rare staple food in the European continent at this time. If it weren't for Eleanor's status as a fairy queen, it might have to wait a long time. After all, even if Grindelwald intends to gradually let her take over the Saints, she has no way to order those grandpas to buy her rice, especially for the time being. Such behavior is really inconsistent with her image of the 3 generations of Meguro Demon. Up, Elena took off her apron, walked to the edge of her seat, and handed Luna a pair of black walnut chopsticks. After a school year of finger agility training, Luna, Hannah, and Hermione have almost barely learned how to use chopsticks, although they can't control Eleanor's long and thick magic wand chopsticks for the time being. But if it is a smaller normal-sized chopsticks, the small wings can still be used relatively smoothly. Smell good. Hannah sniffed and glanced at the hot waistband placed in front of Luna. Even if she only smelled a little bit, she could feel that she was salivating under her tongue. In the Hogwarts campus life in the past year, her greedy cat attributes had long been discovered by the evil white-haired dumpling. Luna, our previous transaction is still valid, right? The 619th chapter is even more wrong. Ginger, shallots and garlic are the best condiments for removing fishy mutton. After being marinated with ginger slices, the hot kidneys made with pickled peppers are quickly stir-fried under high fire, and it retains its original tenderness, elasticity and crispness. It is served with refreshing green peppers, red peppers, and celery segments. It is called a massage on the tip of the tongue. Elena raised her chopsticks and picked up a pinch of kidney flowers and green peppers, dipped them in the soup casually and with a sense of ritual, and then quickly put them in her mouth, savoring the fire that bloomed on the tips of her teeth and tongue. Spicy, refreshing, delicious and tender. Finally, taking advantage of the food wave surging on the tip of the tongue has not subsided, quickly put a ball of rice into the mouth. Extremely flavorful Szechuan cuisine, paired with fragrant white rice. It's hard to find another combination that goes so well. Elena happily took 2 mouthfuls of rice, looked up at the quiet dining table, and shrugged. Don't look at me in a daze. The dishes in front of you are not bad. If you continue to be in a daze, after the pork chops and kidneys are cold, they won't be so delicious. That's really too good. Oh no. Hey, the way this pork kidney is cooked is a bit special. Tina Scamander looked over the long dining table, glanced at the hot waistband in front of Elena and Luna, twitched her nose slightly, and said softly, curiously, if you put so many peppers, it should be very spicy, isn't it? But it smells really good. There is a faint feeling that the pores all over my body are open. For Luna Lovegood, her reaction at this time was much more intuitive than Mrs. Scarmond. Just imitating Elena and took a mouthful of hot waistband, she felt her blood flow to her face immediately, her ears seemed to have begun to blow outward, as if she was not eating meat, but a burning ball. Flame. Ha! Horse PC. So spicy. Luna closed her eyes slightly, breathing quickly, raising her hand and flapping quickly. Such spicy food is only a little weaker than the devil pepper on the Slytherin side. She had known that she would not have so many peppers. In an instant, Luna's pale little face was stained with a faint blush. But, after Luna slowed down for a few seconds, she picked up a ball of rice and stuffed it into her mouth like Elena. After chewing a few times, she tried to swallow the food in her mouth, let out a long sigh of relief, and looked towards the mysterious hot waistband in front of him. It's too delicious. Compared to the pork kidney pie I have eaten before, it doesn't look like it's made with the same ingredients. Hannah, try it too, it's really delicious. But, this one seems very spicy, Hannah said, hesitantly looking at the bright red peppers in Luna's plate. Elena's cooking skills are very outstanding. Hannah Abbott has no doubts at this point, but excellent cooking skills does not mean that this white-haired dumpling will not poison the dishes. In fact, chefs with superb cooking skills are even more terrifying. Due to bad luck, coupled with long-term delays and lack of more updates, Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue food column submission. In the past year, Hannah Abbott has been punished by Eleanor's dark cuisine almost half the number of other two little witches combined. She has tasted almost all kinds of things, the ups and downs, and in this, the perverted spicy dishes from Slytherin College devil peppers left a lot of deep impression on her. It just looks a little scary. Just don't pick up the peppers. Elena took another gulp of white rice, looked at the worry on Hannah's face, and thought about adding, "However, I suggest, Hannah, that you should try the chili first. After all, there will be spicy roasted brain flowers waiting for you later. The spiciness is more exciting than this. You'd better get used to it in advance." Hannah was still thinking about the previous thing about chili. At this moment, it seemed as if she had been slammed, and she suddenly returned to reality. Roasted, grilled brain flowers. She stared in shock, her eyes rounded. Isn't this what you plan to eat? Why is the still mine? Of the entire Hogwarts, Hannah thinks she is the person who knows Elena the best. Although she does not have the keen insight of Hermione and the incredible intuition of Luna, she is undoubtedly Elena's most trustworthy friend in carrying out all kinds of devil's ideas, and a true friend usually means sharing joys and sorrows. Compared to the other two little witches, Hannah is undoubtedly the one who is the easiest to be tricked into eating unidentified food. On the night of Halloween, Elena once took a hot black stick-like object of unknown origin to the girls' dormitory to look for a food test subject. It was not until a long time later that Hannah knew the so-called hairy crab legs. It was the eight-eyed giant spider legs. A few weeks later, Elena came to them again with a strange milky white, salty paste. It was a long time before Hannah realized that those were beans. The product formed after the product decays and deteriorates. Because the pig brain has only so much weight, it is very precious. Bayamautu Anzi replied, spreading his hands. But since you asked this question, Elena thought for a while, and continued quite seriously, there is another reason pig brain is a very effective food in strengthening the brain, as a common the food with the highest proportion of cholesterol. Do you remember what we learned in school? I think you may need to review it. Luna blinked her eyes and pursed her mouth secretly, while eating the hot waistband. She looked at the girlfriends beside her. Watching Elena fudge Hannah seriously, this is some of her and Hermione's favorite little pleasures. And it is also one of the dumpling crimes that can be used to counter Hannah in the future. After all, Elena can be physically suppressed. Only Hannah. First of all, Elena raised her index finger. You should have studied in extracurricular books. Cholesterol is an important substance indispensable to animal tissue cells. It can also be converted into bile acids, steroid hormones, and 7-dehydrocholesterol after metabolism. And 7-dehydrocholesterol will be converted into sunshine vitamin D3 by ultraviolet radiation, which promotes growth and bone calcification. At the same time, the internal organs are the part with the highest cholesterol content in each animal's body. This also means that we need to consume more internal organs while we are still developing, which is very good for our bone development enhancement. But, I don't need to worry about growing taller. Hannah looked at Elena, scratched her cheek and said subconsciously, and Elena, you have eaten so many internal organs before, and you haven't seen any changes. Second, Elena glanced at Hannah fiercely, selectively ignoring what Hannah just said, raising the volume and continuing. Hogwarts on the bite of the tongue has been stopped for a month. So in the next period of time, we need to publish several new content manuscripts. As a special food critic, you need to participate in the identification of new dishes. This is our previous agreement. You should not talk. Do the math. Huh? Well, it seems okay. Hannah was taken aback for a moment, and Yudashu nodded hesitantly. Third, Elena swept past the Scamanders who had been interested in the conversation between the two, and squinted happily. Very well, the fish has already begun to bite the hook actively. The girl raised her finger and shook it lightly, said quietly and slowly, as the future proprietress of the Broken Cauldron Bar in the magical world, one of your wishes is to make the Broken Cauldron Bar become more and more famous. I just took a look at the non-magical town of Plymouth on my way back. It is very suitable as the first stop of your internship career in the catering industry. After you learn these dishes, we can open a different roadside stall to try in the evening. Chapter 700, Why Not Eat Minced Meat? Set up a stall? Hannah was stunned. Well, if Mrs. Scamander and Mr. Scamander agree otherwise, that big Yorkshire pig, even if the five of us ate all pork for 3 meals a day, it might take more than a month. As Elena was talking, she turned her head to look at the Scamanders who were sitting at the other end of the dining table. Adult Yorkshire Great White Pigs are not Chinese white pigs. As one of the largest edible pig breeds in the world, these big guys are generally more than half heavier than their relatives in Asia. According to Elena's estimation, the big white pig that Mrs. Scamander bought back is estimated to be nearly 1,000 pounds, which is about 450 kilograms. Although the existence of magic allows them not to worry about the deterioration of pork in a short period of time. However, after a long period of storage, the meat will inevitably become fresh. It would be better to eat it earlier if it can't be transformed into a delicacy to share. You may have to reluctantly feed the dog. Okay, Hannah. Elena thought for a while, and pushed the hot waste table in front of her in the middle of the table. We will talk about the brainstorm later. You really shouldn't miss this pork waste. You missed it. Are you interested in trying it together? I'll forget it. Newt Scamander said that seeing the topic about to return to him, he restrained his curiosity with great vigilance and turned his attention to the sour and sweet pepper fried pork chop in front of him. Above, as a native Englishman, he didn't plan to try the dish filled with various peppers. Perhaps, only the heavy-tasting German and Austrian wizards, mysterious Oriental wizards, or those little guys who are still curious about this world, will want to take the initiative to eat those red devils that are full of uneasiness at first glance. Crop. Don't persuade. The biggest strange Newt can bear is these bell peppers. Tina Scamander chuckled and gracefully cut a small piece of pork chop and put it in his mouth. The juicy pork fiber and sweet pepper were mixed together, which satisfies the purest meat in us just right. It will make people feel greasy. However, as for whether to go out to set up a stall and sell, Newt and I can't decide yet. We need to ask Professor Dumbledore's opinion and learn a little bit about the surrounding non-magical shops. Although we live here for so many years, but generally speaking, we don't have too much intersection with those hemp chickens, especially at night. Newt nodded in agreement, showing a somewhat helpless expression. And there is also the Ministry of Magic's problem. Those officials will not be so easy to believe that a few wizards will sell ordinary pork snacks on the streets of the non-magical world. The Eras have never relaxed their attention to me. In any case, Newt is also the group of people who are recognized as the top magic power in the world today. Moreover, even if Newt Scamander's own magical abilities are eliminated, the magical creatures he keeps in his basement are also an unstable bomb that makes people difficult to relax. By the way, I mean this normal pork dish. After a short pause, the knife in Newt's hand gently pressed the fried pork chop in front of him. As for the ones you like, Miss Caslana, well, the dish is made from the weird parts of the pigs. let alone moles. I am worried that even the officials of the Ministry of Magic might doubt it. What a terrible dark potion is this? Dark potion? It's simply unreasonable. It's obviously delicious. Elena puffed up her cheeks, said angrily, and took another big mouthful of fiery loin in a demonstration. It's not a matter of taste. Tina shook her head and said softly, my dear, as far as I know, most people prefer normal meat rather than the offal, whether they are good or not. Eat. Elena turned her head. Her gaze wandered between the Scamanders for a moment. After hesitating, Elena pondered the sentence and asked slowly, well, you mean this is a very strange feeling, a bit similar to the delicate atmosphere she used to face Dumbledore and Grindelwald at Hogwarts before, as if she had to deal with two debaters of different ideas at the same time in her previous life. Both sense of sight. Not surprisingly, if she continues to expand the topic, then she is a multi-target boss. Elena, you see, you have a good talent in cooking, magic, flying, and magical animals. A genius that has been rare for hundreds of years. Even Professor Dumbledore said that. Newt thought for a while, took the wife's words, and took the initiative to speak. So, what? You can actually start directly after Theba. Elena raised her eyebrows, not bewildered by the compliments in Newt Scamander's words. After all, before people say some requirements and not so good comments, they usually have some meaningless foreshadowing. Unless it is a rainbow fart by business, it is best not to put too much emphasis on the descriptions before the but. But Newt touched his nose awkwardly, glanced at the pig brains cooking on the kitchen stove, and continued. Perhaps you should try to put more attention and energy elsewhere. What I want to express is that even if you like cooking, then you don't need to study things like pig innards or magical plants. The ways of eating magical animals may exist in these areas of little significance. For example, the fried pork chop you made. I think it's already very good. Newt Scamander pointed to the tender and juicy pan-fried pork chop in front of him, and said in one breath, normal pork, beef, fish, maybe you should try more of these normal foods. I am not questioning your unique taste. I just want to say that there are many mainstream foods that are more exciting and worthy of research. Was it waiting for her here? Sure enough. Do you still want to take this opportunity to reverse her concept of magical animals? Elena nodded thoughtfully. Not surprisingly, Dumbledore's instructions were probably also entrusted to this. I think you are right, Mr. Scamander. A sweet smile appeared on Elena's face, and her voice quietly said softly, in fact, frankly speaking, of course I also like to eat pork. Whether it is bacon, tenderloin, pork belly, these are obviously convenient, and the upper and lower limits of the dishes can be very high. But here before, I still had a small question. Huh? What's the problem? Hearing Elena's answer, Newt was a little surprised at first, and then asked with some caution, Dear Mr. Scamander. Elena carefully considered the sentence, with a sneer at the corner of her mouth. I don't know if you know what hunger and poverty at the bottom of society are like for so many years. Life. If you can't afford such good pork. A look of nostalgia flashed in Elena's eyes, and she said casually, so when some people want to eat meat, they can only snatch the discarded pig heads from the wild dogs and a bunch of stinky pig entrails from the wild dogs next to the abattoir. The bones are not cleaned, and the joints are chopped off. The above trotters. Of course, more often, in order to ensure that it will not be sick pork or corrupted processed products, it is a good choice to spend a little money to buy Thesis Latte garbage from the abattoir. After all, it is also weighed by weight. At this time, someone has to find a way to make these things as delicious as possible. Of course, another prerequisite before eating, that is, first you have to know what else is edible, right?